my dudes. It is Wednesday, 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 my dudes. It is It is Wednesday, my dudes. 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 Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It's Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is 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 Wednesday, my dudes.
Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is another Wednesday of My Dudes remix. This time I just put in 1920s. That was the prompt. It turned out pretty good, I think. Very retro, very swinger, very, what do you call it? Roaring 20s. How's it going? We got a lot of tabs here. A big, nice variety of tabs to go through, including another song like this one.
Hey, see? Ooh, finally, whoa!
Hey, in this alternate Skyrim universe, the dragon is the hero. The straight white dragon goes so hard. I might be on the dragon's side in this timeline. Instead of a stamina bar, there should be a fatigue bar. Red guard, fatigue, new shout, unlocked, offended, no effect. The trophies for doing absolutely nothing is top tier. We're living on stolen land that belong to the snow elves. I don't care what they tell you in college or when the whole time of Septum was a red guard. You're finally woke. You can fight for red guard rights, a stormcloak.
Skyrim belongs to the Red Guard.
The Roach King sends his regard.
Skyrim was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Spin bars with that dragonborn flow. 13% of the realm commit 80% of the pickpocketing. Red guards only make up 13% of the mages guild, but are responsible for 60% of destruction. Magic pattern recognition increased to 100. I bet the high elves had something to do with this. If you don't vote for me, you ain't red guard.
Charles Biden.
Charles and shit. You're finally woke. You can fight for red guard rights, a stormcloak.
Skyrim belongs to the Red Guard.
The Roach King sends his regard.
Skyrim was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Spitting bars with that dragonborn flow. I'm in awe of just how disgusting and accurate. This is an absolute masterclass in train wreck. I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took a knee to the neck.
Floyd of Riften.
My brain rot level went from 1 to 99 in 10 minutes.
Now that's how you get a stream started. Got a lot of cool stuff, including a Sam Hyde documentary that I did not anticipate from the Gamer of Mars from 15 hours ago, very recent. Old Sam Hyde. I don't know a whole lot about him. Of course, aware of him, as I'm sure we all do, but this is a new guy we haven't really shown a lot. This dude, Medusa Sedusa, talking about Tofiachu. An old lolcow from a new perspective. Sasquatch Afterbirth talking about the ESP's crash out recently. H-Bomb with the kid's voice. I wonder which one he went with. What do we got here? Welcome. Oh. get to this one
Good
later.
evening, everyone. DSP here, and welcome.
Looking good, Phil. What's this? The sentence of all time. Hold on. Oh, so good.
What am I doing? Am I just waiting for my wife to grow up? Is there an easy way to see, like, my betrothed? Do I know how old she is?
Just wait for my
Am I
wife
just
to
waiting for
grow
my
up.
wife to grow up?
Oh my god, cancel her. She's a predator. She's gonna victimize some small kid in the future. Who knows? We all know Pip is out there just gunning for the minors.
Years of War
Guys.
E-Day.
It's only 2 minutes. Okay,
I
so
went through 3.5 hours
Please, don't
of
leave.
Angry Joe in order to get through this.
Okay.
In order to get this short clip, because I hate him so very, very much.
All right.
And you just see right away, like, he's depressed, he's low energy, he's defeated. But
Okay.
at least this time, he started the live stream on the game start screen.
Wow.
So he loaded
Well, that's
it up
good.
like this, at least.
He's taking our advice.
Okay.
Dead air.
From
Windows
dead air
notifications.
to deader air.
You know, it's even deader air. Like, he's just sitting there in silence, not doing
Just
anything.
looking around.
Oh,
Hello.
he said hello.
Hello. Oh, the
And
camera's
then
on.
he stopped talking again. Now he's looking down at the ground, confused and bewildered. He's fucking around with his, like, power cord or something.
Hello, good morning.
Was it in the morning?
I mean, it was the afternoon.
Alex is there?
For Joe, it's the morning. Yeah, they were there. They show up.
Oh my god.
Some random hobo.
What? And then he goes, "Bleh."
Okay, whoa, bring
Well,
it
that's
back.
bad.
What the Joe? Is that a sticker or what? Is that a sticker or what?
Yeah.
It's just a crash and just full blown dead air. So for no reason, he just switches to this perspective and then starts doing like Chewbacca. I don't know what the it was. That
Just
was
losing it.
ridiculous. Let's get some subs for the Angry Joe. It looks like he's shit-faced sticker. Looks like he's mentally disabled. Yeah, he's Chrétien maxing.
What does this sound like?
Arriba, arriba! Chupa my baka! Here comes OJ, just walks in. Imagine this is your boss. Look at him. He won't even look at Joe. He's turned his head in shame from his boss as he walks in. He can't even stand to look at him. Alex won't turn around either. Alex is like dialed in on an Excel spreadsheet he finds more interesting than it. You notice how fucking filthy and stained the carpet is?
Yeah.
Like over on the left
Yeah,
hand
right
side.
here on the floor.
I don't know what happened, if Joe spilt a whole bottle of tequila or what.
He's spelled
but
Mountain
G
Dew.
Fuel, like G Fuel mixed with.
Alex is filling out job apps.
That's not
OJ
funny.
now sees Joe on his own monitor. There's no escape. Okay, now Joe, he's
Stop!
gonna go from making the most annoying sound in the world to somehow being even more annoying. He's now gonna
No.
slurp directly into the
No,
mic.
he's not.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You can join
At the
me.
very beginning of your stream, you're just
Is it
going
a
to start
Panera
eating it.
bread?
I'm gonna show Jay that on.
Promise to break my
Wellington's
promise.
not very good. You're not missing out.
What a hot take,
What
buddy.
did he say?
He doesn't think beef Wellington is very good. You f***ing donkey! You would know a beef Wellington from your own arsehole! Like, what? Joe's apparently had beef Wellington one time in his life and has therefore concluded it's garbage. I think he's too poor to afford it, to be honest. He's an uncultured swine.
Nope.
It's Gordon
I
Ramsay's
went out
signature
some
dish.
restaurant, It was awful.
It was awful.
How?
Wow, it was a really rough day for Alex and Joe.
Yeah.
Wow.
You must have spent like
It was a rough
$300
day
on
for
it.
them all.
This is
But like
No, you don't.
for the
You're a
spare.
limp
So
dick
OJ's
bitch, Joe.
Whoa! Joe's like trying to pretend like he likes the game, and Angry Joe just hits him with, "No, you don't. You don't like it. It's garbage." And then he calls him a limp dick bitch.
Wait,
for
what?
not liking the game.
You're a limp dick bitch, Joe.
Wow. Trouble in paradise.
my
It's pretty
God.
aggressive.
What the?
What did I do? I'm just trying to have fun.
You limp dick bitch.
I play to have fun and escape.
No, you play to have a limp dick, bitch. Stop. Take them all. Marble Rivals, and I get to play my Puerto Rican.
Yeah, we
What the fuck?
got
What?
The cringe is unreal, bro.
Hollow it out
French
and then
bread
fill it with
ones?
your spaghetti.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say French bread pizza. I was like, that's
Look how
what you
sad
do
Joe
you
is
make
there.
French bread pizza, and then you make a spaghetti sandwich with the French bread pizza.
Okay, they're sitting there talking about making
Of
a
course,
spaghetti
food.
sandwich.
God, I'm so tired of just how food is just the go-to thing when you don't know what to say as a streamer. Oh, let's talk about food.
You'll call
Like a couple of cavemen. I was watching a Nova stream, believe it or not. Checking in on like what a Nova stream actually is. And like the first half hour was just technical difficulties and Nova going, "God damn it! Motherfuffer!" Because he doesn't say fuck or shish or shit. He says shiss and fuff. Because he's so TikTok brained like that. So it was a half hour of technical difficulties, just actual minutes of dead air. And then he's like playing Pokemon on a mobile and there's like more just dead air. And it's like, wow, that's incredible. It's incrediable that people go live with this low standard.
content side.
What?
This was the stream for 3.5 hours. It was just completely nothing. It was just total crap.
Oh my god.
All right, hold up. As I load up Premiere, there's still more I want to add to the Jasper animation. After getting up and leaving the dead air, empty chair, he comes back and has like a really dumb restaurant analogy, and I want to include that too. I don't want to just stop here. I actually want to show him getting up out of the chair and then going to his computer and ordering a fight stick for like $400. I think that would be funny. Just to throw in that gag about where the money went instead of Jasper's blood work. Pretty cool. Pretty funny.
Clams? I love clams.
I don't care. I don't care. Don't fucking care about what food you like, bro. This isn't a cooking channel. This isn't a cooking show.
It's like he wants to die, bro. He looks so sad.
You watched 3.5 hours for that?
Needle. This is Timu Ralph. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I don't know if the Joe segment's making it. I think it's on life support.
That might be
All
over.
right, now.
That was a short clip. Not even the Kino Casino audience can stomach that much Angry Joe. Get a lot of short ones. Mostly long ones, medium-sized ones. Another video about the Felted Sheriff. I'm so glad we got a new locale. The Felted Sheriff.
You dumb? And why he has his taser out?
Taser,
oh my
taser,
gosh,
taser.
What the hell?
Why do you not have no pants on, you little pervert? What are you doing?
Why is he dressed like...
And why'd you just tase me?
Get in your vehicle and get out of here, boss.
Well, why does this dude not have pants on? You hired this? What the
This is
hell?
your last chance, otherwise you're going to be arrested for trespassing.
Let me know if I'll hit him again, sir. Let me know. Hey, now he's assaulting me.
He's assaulting me. Wow.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do can and will be used.
I hate the
against you in
fake
court of law.
accent.
What is that?
I hate the fake accent. I was watching Chainsmoker Cat, finally. I finally got around to Chainsmoker Cat. I was playing Power World and I had it on this side of the screen. The English dub, because I can't play and read at the same time. It's annoying. And there's a character there with like a bad southern accent. And it even like, I think at one point in the show she says that it sounds fake.
What is that?
And I'm like, that's rough.
Dick in your mouth.
But it's a fun show. I like it. It's very raunchy. It's very gross. It's very disgusting, but also very relatable.
Bro.
Especially the streamer character.
You sound like you're fucking you're like deep throwing something, dude.
Okay. Whatever.
Dude, why are you trying to touch me down there, you pervert?
Sorry.
You don't have to walk inside.
Why is he dressed like this?
Hang on a second, okay?
Is he trying to be like Deputy Dangle from Reno 911? Like, I don't think he's pulling it off.
Stay right there.
Lieutenant Dangle? Lieutenant Dangle?
Keep doing it. Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, it was accident. I'll go back in. Unlock it. Dude, this is a rocket show, man. What the hell?
I cuffed you through the bars, man. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's possible.
It is definitely possible. I could fit my hands through those bars easily.
Hey Ludwig, how you doing, buddy? Happy Frog Day, motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's a good one. Had a good day yesterday. Yesterday. Not bad. Not bad, not too bad. We got a lot of tabs here. Got a lot of good entertainment.
You know my friend?
All right, can you do me a favor and just stand here and then turn around for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, face. Here you go.
Why?
Yeah, there you go. No. Like, well, yeah, you go. Perfect. All right. Appreciate. No, yeah, if you could just face me. Face me, please.
I'm facing you right now.
No, you're not. You're facing the wall. Can you turn
like
around?
my body or my face?
Your face. I need your face to look at me.
Dude, oh my gosh.
You're being very difficult. You're making us take longer than it has to.
Bro. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Shit. Dude,
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god.
That was my takeaway too, watching the EDP documentary. It's grotesque. It's vile. There's something really weird about what Mike Klum is doing, and I don't like it.
Sorry, man. Those pants are just your shorts or whatever, your underwear. They're just making me go crazy, dude. My friend Ricky Dick.
Yeah, I've heard of that name before. I don't know where though.
That's like my cousin.
Okay.
Do you know his background? Did you like a background check?
Copy it? Yeah, he's kind of brand new.
He's just trying to talk nonsense. He has no idea what he's talking about.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. He's
What
trying to do it.
nonsense? I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to leave. Once you die, you gotta leave.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to look like Dr. Disrespect, which is on brand for him. What is that? What is this place?
Hello? How you guys doing?
Yeah, where's my car at?
I have no idea.
I've just been
Officer.
journalizing this officer here. His
Everything
name's
all
Duke
right?
Hazard.
What are you
He's
taking
taking
flicks of
pictures.
over there?
Dang.
Mad
Officer
flicks.
Duke Hazard.
Officer,
many
what?
His name's Duke Hazard. I've just been following him around all day.
Oh, you're doing a documentary?
Are you getting harassed,
Yeah.
officer?
Yeah,
Nope.
this guy keeps
It's not
harassing me.
harassment.
Yeah, this guy's harassing me.
It's not. You're a public servant, buddy. I'm just documenting you.
That's good. I'm glad you're
Could
enjoying
you take
yourself.
a picture with? Yeah, wait, go back a little bit. Back. Yeah.
All right. You guys have a good day.
All right, you have a good
Guess
one.
we're going.
Is this fun for you?
Hi, my name is Officer Duke Hazard at the LSPD. How you doing?
Sheriff?
I'm doing okay.
Awesome.
You all right?
Here's my identification for you, ma'am.
Why is he dressed like that?
What the heck? All right.
Damn, I thought I lost you.
I don't think that's...
Hello, ma'am. I'm basically just public
Certified
auditor. I just
uniform.
follow this
Yeah,
guy
no,
around.
I think the plot of Reno 911 is Danko had to, like, file for a special exemption to wear the uniform he was wearing.
Hey, you can go
I don't think you filed for that, Doc.
ahead and
The
leave,
document
man.
him.
Just be careful with your driving, please. I'm going to take care of this idiot in a minute.
I'm just a public
He's
auditor.
an idiot.
I have my freedom to do this.
Idiot.
Just collecting the evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Collecting the evidence. I'm just collecting evidence to get him banned. 806, postal code 725. I'm here with a downed individual, red vehicle, responded drug bust. Request 1032.
So what?
You want to say what happened?
I was recording these guys fighting.
All right. You don't have to talk to the
Sir,
cop,
get
by
out
the
of
way.
the way
You
from
have
the
your.
scene. Get away from the scene now. Get away from the scene or you're going
Damn,
to be
Sheriff
arrested for
Dangle's
obstruction of
fallen
justice.
off since
Where
was
can I go?
transferred to Los Santos.
Where can I go?
Leave
By the
the
sidewalk?
scene immediately. Do you understand what I'm telling you? All right. If you don't leave, I'm gonna place you under arrest. You understand? You understand?
Good lord, dude.
Where's the end of the scene?
Have
Where's the end of
fun.
the scene?
Go by your car over there. Wait there.
Okay.
Just run him over. Talk to me like that.
806. Is there anything I can do about a citizen that keeps following me everywhere I go?
No.
Stalking?
Yes.
Harassment?
Yes.
Those are technically things. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna do a 10-11 on this guy that's been stalking me and harassing me. I'm gonna arrest him.
Sounds like you got a fan, brother.
Suspect is location is 10. Okay, never mind. He stopped. Location is 727. Sir,
Why'd you pull me over?
so you're under arrest. Get
I'm
out of the
not
car. Yes, you are. You're under the arrest.
For what?
Get out of the vehicle now.
I'm not.
Suspect is refusing orders.
This is an unlawful arrest.
Request a 1032 to 727.
You can't tase me out of the car.
Yes, I can. Get out of the vehicle now.
No, that's unlawful.
Get out of the vehicle.
Dude, you're getting sued.
Get out of the vehicle.
You know how quickly the DA is
Give
going to
me a
drop this
reason.
shit?
Get out of the vehicle.
I'm a millionaire.
Or I'm going to tase you. Get out of the vehicle or I'm going to tase you. You're under arrest.
I'm a
Get out of the vehicle, or
multimillionaire.
I'm going
Call
to
your
tase you.
DA.
I feel threatened by you.
Get out
Put
of
the
the
taser
vehicle
away.
or I'm going to taser you.
Put the taser away.
It's she! She!
Taser, taser.
She!
That's threatening my life.
Taser, taser, taser.
Taser, taser, taser. Run him over.
You can't tase me again. You can't. That's 30 seconds, dude. You gotta wait 30 seconds.
What are you talking about?
I know the rules. I know the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta wait 1.
Whatever.
No, it's like 10, 11, 12.
Out of
Nope.
The vehicle. Out of the vehicle now.
I can't hear you.
Out of the vehicle.
You're not tasing me. I'm not letting you by the window that's open, buddy. Tase-
What the
Holy
fuck?
crap, dude.
Wait, what happened?
I've warned you 20 billion times, bro.
Crap, dude.
That was crazy.
Tase-
What in the world? I need a slow-mo on that one. Is he just like immune or something? He just gets straight up clipped. Bam! And then he's just fine. He's got like some exploit or something. Then he's back.
Tase-
And then he falls down and gets back up.
Holy crap, dude.
What a weird game.
I've warned you 20 billion times, bro.
20 billion times,
Don't get
bro.
back in your car.
I'm not leaving my car, dude. Getting arrested.
I'm gonna give you one more chance to comply. Vehicle. Taser, taser, taser. Going for
Taser,
cops.
taser, taser.
Yep,
You're under
yep.
arrest.
Hey, record this, dude. Record this. Yep. Straight bullshit.
Southbound Marathon
Hey, officer,
Way,
I'm
taking
back.
a right. Life invader.
You know,
taking a-
hey, are you higher up?
I guess that's why people don't run him over.
This
He's
guy's been stalking and harassing me.
got weird plot
all day.
armor.
I just searched it up before I got arrested. Following a police officer while conducting a First Amendment audit is generally considered a protected public observation rather than illegal stalking and harassment. So you just got debunked by the law. So let me go.
My bad. I was the one that.
No, you're not being let go.
This is my first time being arrested.
Jamal Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah. When are you gonna turn your life around?
What do you mean? This is my first time getting arrested.
When are you gonna turn your life around and stop
Rifle
harassing people?
around.
This is my first time getting arrested. You know my cousin Ricky Anderson, he got arrested a couple times.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
If he's man, that's crazy. Maybe your family should stop harassing people. Do something more useful with your lives, you know what I mean?
What harassing me?
No, this is perfectly fine. I like being an auditor and documenting stuff.
This is the city, sir.
Okay, your
That's not a thing.
charges are stalking, disorderly conduct, disobeying a peace officer, and harassment. How do you plead?
Of course, not guilty.
Would you like a
I
lawyer?
want Nope, I want a supervisor. I want a captain or something.
You don't want
Sir,
to.
you're not getting a captain for this.
All right. So in this case, he doesn't want to record. He doesn't want to plead guilty, but he doesn't want a lawyer. So
No, I do want a lawyer.
Probation
I do want a lawyer.
Individual has been stalking and harassing me, disobeying a police officer, and I arrested him for these charges. I have it all on body cam. He's requesting a lawyer.
So this is the description for stalking, because this one is pretty rare. So let's read it both together.
What?
The following.
What the fuck?
Harassing.
This shit is so goofy, man. Here's your GTA role-playing court-appointed lawyer. He's some dweeb who knows the GTA law, and he's here to represent the criminal.
Threatening of another person to the point where individual fears for his or her.
Why is he giving the riot act to sheriff?
Safety. This is definition of stalking.
I definitely do feel threatened and fearful for my life. I don't know what he could do. All right, so I'm going to take harassment off then.
Yeah.
Don't talk to the cops, man. Don't talk to the cops.
Yeah, let me talk to you, dude. These are some.
No.
So basically, no, it's not stalking. It's auditing.
Ready. He charged you with stalking and harassment. I already managed to get him to drop harassment. It's only stalking now.
Okay.
Cool.
And
thanks for the plea deal,
stalking,
buddy.
Let me see the final sentence. It is 10,000 and 30 months.
Yeah, that's too much.
You're just like recording and
yeah, I got a documentary on him.
Okay.
But those times he did not tell me to leave.
Fair enough. All right.
He just told me to leave on the last one.
This officer is a little bit of a hard ass. I don't think he's gonna actually drop the stalking charge. Let me see if I can actually get him to switch it up back to harassment and get rid of stalking, because harassment is only 3K.
A weird ass world.
How much
which
months?
is 10.
Or
I didn't
Duke
get
Hazard.
his name. Duke Hazard.
Yeah, my name's Duke. My name. Oh, his name is Jamal Anderson.
Okay, so Jamal Anderson, he's only getting stalking. Stalking, the description of it, it's not really given much. It's just if you
Wasn't
could
this
tell
the
me
guy
what
that was on the
exactly
scene, the shooting? Hasn't he been on like a hit him with obstruction of justice?
Yeah, and disobeying off work because it took him like 15 minutes for him to get out of his car, and we had to taser him to get him in handcuffs. Like he was
Obstruction
resisting
of
arrest.
Justice, we'll cover that. So we'll hit him with obstruction of justice and whatever else.
Holy
they hit
shit,
him
it's getting worse.
Do you understand? Do you understand him being at like every scene? Do you understand what that entails? Do you understand we should just put him away for a long time? Someone told me he was at another scene with a shootout too, and so that's a separate incident. Further showing you that he's literally at every single scene that he could possibly be at wherever he's at.
So we're gonna have to pick
obstruction
one.
of justice.
Are you able to do misdemeanor obstruction of justice?
He's making a documentary on GTA's most corrupt sheriff.
Here's the thing.
And you're just trying to cover up the truth.
Instead of stalking?
He can't just be out. Hear me out. He can't just be out in 10 minutes or he's just going to get right back there doing it again. He needs to learn his lesson. Can we jack that sentence up a little bit since this is a repeat offender?
Yeah, but they're all in the same
He's
title.
literally been here less than an hour. How is what does he look like? He's looking at us. I don't think he's been arrested before.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
His cousin was the other. Okay. All right.
Yeah. This guy's brand new. He's been here for. I'm assuming, guys. I'm assuming that he's been here less than an hour.
Look at him now.
Misdemeanor obstruction of justice?
Yes.
Please, thank you. All right, I'm gonna let him know.
As long as if he pleads guilty.
Tell him to plead guilty. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back. To drop stalking and instead you're getting misdemeanor obstruction of justice.
Shouldn't the
which
sheriff
is
know that it's not the police that
3,510
hand out the
months. If you
sentence?
plead guilty, they might. I think you're still getting 10 months. I don't think they're going to reduce it.
Sir, that's absolutely bullshit. I'm just saying. I understand the law's the law and all that, but damn, he's just gonna get out and do it again.
I'll take 10 months. That's pretty. I was getting like 90 earlier. Yeah.
Okay. We'll take it. We got ourselves a deal.
All right, perfect.
Dude, stop clapping. Stop clapping.
Stop being happy.
That's what she said.
You're not supposed to
Are
be
you in
happy.
cuffs? No, you're not.
You're supposed to be sad.
You don't know how to make it clap. Shut up.
Bro.
Do you keep breaking the cuffs, sir?
No.
I'm gonna do this one more time now.
Dude,
Let's go.
I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked.
If I see you around me again, you're gonna be arrested and your sentence is gonna be even bigger. Do you understand that?
If you don't show me them hands. Hurry up, put your hands up, son. Don't face me.
You could
Clear the scene, clear the
record, that's
scene.
fine. I don't care about y'all recording, but be on the side.
I'm moving my vehicle.
Get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk.
Yep, perfect. Just be there.
The one that you just detained.
Sir, you're told to leave the scene.
I was my friend.
Hey,
Okay.
leave the scene. or
Okay,
you'll
I
be
was just
tased
getting some
and
clothes,
handcuffed.
dude.
Leave the scene or you'll be tased and handcuffed.
Cigarette.
help with your muscle.
Whoa. He didn't say that. He said something else. He said bigger. He said bigger.
I guess I'm not.
No.
What's your name, man? Is it Bone?
What
is it? What did you?
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's right.
These cuffs are unbreakable.
What the fuck was that for?
Whoa.
Going for cuffs. Going for cuffs.
What was that for?
Cuffs.
What the hell?
I got you.
Imagine trying to maintain law and order in a place like this. Like, it's just like Mad Max universe, and you're like,
There we just have a lot of like he said, she said stuff. Unless somebody has body cam, or what happened?
Nobody.
Or what happened?
Oh my
Try
goodness.
running us over.
That's that Jamal
Shoot
Anderson.
him and we'll do it. I'll happily do it. Somebody shot him. He just got back up after getting shot.
Shots fired. Shots fired. 583.
Duke.
What the hell? Hey, get down.
Beanbag. Beanbag. Beanbag.
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
Guys, stop hitting
Hey.
people. Please, going for cuffs.
Dude,
Just let Peter be back.
Hey, I have it on body cam that you were ramming everybody with your car. All right, I think everybody else was clear now. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Oh, finally you killed that piece of shit. Finally.
Thank you for revealing the real reason why you're here, sir.
Oh, that's
Appreciate
freedom of
that.
speech, pussy.
Okay.
I can say what I want.
Well, no, you just said something that you don't realize what you just said, but it's okay.
No, I said finally.
You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn
finally,
something.
they
You're
killed
gonna
that
learn
piece of
something
shit.
today, son. Come to
Oh,
this
you're
city
gonna
and
learn
do some
something
dumb
today,
shit like
so.
you're doing. You ain't gonna
What
be
did
here
I-
long.
What did I do but to speak? I'm a public auditor.
You're a public fucking dickhead. Is what you
I
are.
come to every major scene and I take
Whoa.
pictures, dude.
Yeah, you're a
Walk
public
in the
dickhead.
middle of the
is
scene.
what-
more
yeah,
like
that's what you
a
are.
jerk.
In the
I'm a what?
entire
Say it
time, the
again?
sheriff has
I'll
been
play with
messing
the
with
chat.
this totally innocent photographer. 3 stores have been robbed, 5 people have been shot, and 1 grandma was illegally downloading Limp Bizkit albums. Priorities.
So many cars were GT'd.
Yes, buddy.
Dickhead.
Say it with your chest.
I just did 3 times.
So many A's got G's in their T's.
Just want to hear it
Yeah,
again.
and
Here.
you're whispering
I
that
got
shit,
you.
bro.
I got you. Ready? Public dickhead.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
You're very tough, little guy.
You're a
Thanks,
jerk.
buddy. I try hard.
And I don't
You're so
like
tough,
you.
dude.
Yeah, free the green leaf. Free the green leaf.
For a little individual too.
Why is Harry Potter?
Leave him alone.
Exactly. He
Yo,
cuffed
free-
for no reason.
Free the green leaf. Free the green leaf. I'm a green leaf advocate.
He's a Harry Potter.
Oh, what?
Free
All right.
I don't even know
Oh.
your name.
Yeah. You
That's
want me to free
fine.
him?
Yeah,
Okay,
free
going
it.
for
Free
cuffs.
the green leaf. Free the green leaf.
What the hell is this jackass doing?
And they're just like, okay.
And who's next? No one next.
So you had nothing on me or something?
your fucking job.
Shut up.
What happened? You had
Don't
nothing
bully the
on me?
green leaves. Don't bully the green leaves.
Yeah, buddy.
What in the world?
he is, looking thick as always.
What up, man?
How we doing?
Oh, you guys are arresting me. You guys were like, you had nothing on me or something?
Buddy, get a fucking life.
You have nothing on me?
You're role playing as a cop in GTA, and you're like, bro, get a life.
Nah, I'm good.
Don't you have anything better to do?
I'm, Sigma.
So ridiculous. You just get a life. Banned. Now he's gonna have to get a life, and you're gonna. I guess you're gonna be living the best life. Role playing on a GTA server. Really cool. That's the pinnacle of human achievement right there. If we're able to arrest 100 people in GTA roleplay, you get gifted a girlfriend. Rockstar reaches down from the heavens and just...
The man's brain doesn't fully function. He is, by all definition, mentally retarded.
Well, just my thoughts on EDP 445 and what he did. Just totally wrong. He deserves to go to jail.
So do you.
There will be bad karma coming his
There will be bad karma. Okay, the karma goddess is gonna sick karma on everybody. Just giving these actual pieces of shit a platform so they can shit on an even bigger piece of shit. It's gross. It's grotesque. It's not the way things should be. It's wrong. It's bad. Tell us all about it, Sam Hyde, you absolute lunatic.
I'm a nice enough guy. I'm a cool kind of guy.
What's the big idea? Where's the ice cream in this joint?
Then I get a little sugar in me and I start to go cuckoo.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find an internet figure who has had a bigger impact
Chris
on
Chan, a
online
literal
comedy
motherfucker
than
by
Sam
definition,
Hyde.
is
From
talking
being the
down
front
to
man of
And the
KW.
whole joke is like, well, look how bad you are when someone like Chris Chan can poo on you. And it's like, all of you, each and every one of you deserve to be bulldozed into a ditch. All of you together.
Of the comedy group MDE to feuding with fellow creators such as iDubbbz and Hassan Piker, this man has been around the block. But despite his lasting relevance, you'd be hard-pressed to find many in the mainstream willing to utter his name, let alone associate with him. This often gets summed up as him being controversial, but plenty of other comics make edgy comedy that haven't been blacklisted, and when you ask his critics to explain further, I notice they have trouble elaborating beyond accusing him of vague misconduct. So today I wanted to make a Sam Hyde video, but rather than simply looking at his entire career, I really focused research on digging deep into the many controversies surrounding him, to separate fact from fiction. And the further I got, this timeline of drama became so convoluted that I began to understand why people have trouble summing up why they feel the way they do about Sam. But before we go any further, I want to give a shout out.
Before we go any further, I need to make some money. Why don't you just beg for it like everyone else? Okay. It's RTU's box spring bed where he keeps his shotgun.
TGFM at checkout for an instant discount. Sam Hyde was born in Fall River, Massachusetts on April 16th, 1985. Little is known about Sam's early life, but his story truly begins at the Rhode Island School of Design, one of the most prestigious art and design universities in the United States. This is where Sam conceptualized $1 Million Extreme, which originally served as the title for his senior thesis.
Alright, it was real cool chilling with you bros, but now I have to get back to my home year of 2008. See you guys, laser!
OMG! He did not just say that! Dude, it's see you guys later!
Summed up as a compilation of short sketches and crudely edited commercials, Sam's thesis project served as the blueprint of what would become the MDE we know today, characterized by its surrealist humor, campy editing, and transgressive messaging. But RISD was more than just the birthplace of the MDE moniker, as it was also the place Sam met a fellow student named Brian Rochefort, who introduced Sam to his cousin Nick. Nick would team up with Sam to officially create a comedy sketch group that began uploading sketches to YouTube in 2010, eventually teaming up with Charles Carroll to become a trio. And there was likely no better time for their journey to begin, as online content creation was exploding in popularity. It's safe to say that they heavily benefited from being early adopters to the medium, although there's far more to their eventual success than just that. What needs to be understood is that $1 Million Extreme was more than your typical sketch comedy group. Their content output was more akin to directionless posting than a calculated formula. Nothing was too raw or unpolished to be uploaded. Some videos were high-effort skits, while others were mindless bits of Sam talking to himself in the mirror.
I go through my day pretty normal, like I'm a normal guy, I'm a swell guy, I'm a nice enough guy, I'm a cool kind of guy. I'm a pretty groovy guy.
What's more is they often blurred the lines of fiction and reality, taking to the streets and involving random passers-by, adding an element of improv and chaos to their pre-planned bits.
Blonde white man, please do not look at this nice Asian lady. Privilege. The privilege makes me sick. Anyone talk about Asian privilege? I don't think so. Peace.
This included open mic stand-up sets in which Sam would perform in extremely liberal cities, telling wildly offensive jokes that would often result in heckling, verbal confrontation, and even physical violence.
They say the crack of schools is more violent. They say the crack of schools more violent. I say it's the institution that societized the cracker to be violent. Hey, shut the You're done! You're done! You're done! You're done! You're f***ing done! Get the f*** out! You're
Their sketches oftentimes incorporated a prank-like dynamic, helping them stand out even further from their contemporaries. One of their best and most successful examples of this was a sketch simply titled Moms.
Get out of the car!
My mom touched my penis.
Your friends are waiting. Come on.
All my friends think I'm a gay fat.
Why?
Because of you.
This video follows 4 young men being confronted by their mothers who had recently discovered their online chat room discussions. As a form of punishment, the boys were sat down and forced to read the crude messages out loud, all of which referred to each other's mothers. The sketch consistently breaks the fourth wall as 4 male actors hurl real-world insults at the women, who do their best to remain in character.
Karush's mom doesn't smoke, right? I'm trying to figure out why her smells like an ashtray. I guess it's because she's the pass-around girl at a local dive bar. Is that why Karush looks like so many different races mixed into one?
This is crucial in understanding the $1 Million Extreme formula, frequently blurring the lines of what was real and what was not, in the most abrasive and offensive manner possible. MDE offered an experience online that couldn't be found anywhere else, and it's understandable why they were able to develop such a cult following. That said, one of their most notorious stunts was still on the horizon, a 2013 TEDx talk hosted by Drexel University. TED Talks have often been subject of mockery, regarded as elitist and pseudo-intellectual performances with little substance or merit. Of course, this was exactly the type of thing Sam was known for exploiting. Behind the scenes, the group had been workshopping various jokes about living in the distant year of 2070.
Grocery stores, forget it. 2070? Kiss the grocery store goodbye. It's going to be too expensive. People cook. Cookware is going to be like gold.
This short clip was the blueprint for what would become a 2070 paradigm shift. As the story goes, when the young provocateur became aware of the TED Talk, Sam sent an email to the event's organizer, Daria Pujara, claiming that he was a war photographer who documented a female trash cleaning group in Somalia. In spite of its clearly ridiculous premise, Daria was impressed and offered him a 20-minute speaking slot. When the day arrived, Sam took to the stage completely out of breath, in a maroon beanie and sweatsuit, including a party store Roman-style breastplate. Sam continued to break conventional speaking practices by sitting on the stairs and loudly chugging water. Once the actual speech began, Sam pointed to the 9/11 plane hijackers as a textbook example of overcoming obstacles and accomplishing massive feats in spite of the odds.
Look at what they accomplished with no weapons and just 11 guys who didn't even speak English. And that proves that sometimes great ideas are actually horrible ideas.
Sam went on to give a handful of various predictions that await the human race in the future. This includes underwater farming, a trash cube economy, $10 gallons of gas, milk shortages, human milking factories, and the complete destruction of Israel.
What else we got here? State-enforced homosexuality. I don't have a problem with that. It's equal.
It was clear to most in the audience that Sam was making a mockery of the event, yet the showrunners allowed him to complete his presentation without interruption.
What inspires me is teaching African refugees how to program JavaScript.
In my opinion, to this day, 2070 Paradigm Shift is one of his best bits. At the time, it even got mainstream coverage from organizations such as BuzzFeed, which would eventually prove to be extremely ironic, as we'll soon see. Despite this, MDE would continue to operate in relative obscurity for the next 2 years. One thing was for certain, there was an undeniable talent and creative vision that couldn't be ignored. And it was only a matter of time before Sam and his crew got their first big break. In May of 2015, $1 Million Extreme would officially be picked up by Adult Swim to film a pilot episode for a prospective 15-minute TV spot. It would take over 1 whole year before the show would be officially released, but a notable event would take place while they prepared for their television debut. In November of 2015, they released their John Oliver shoutout video, in which they can be seen brandishing and firing various guns, and discussing hypothetical scenarios in which they would need to defend themselves. It was during filming that a now iconic photo would be taken, which would be used by Sam-loving internet trolls to misidentify mass shooting suspects going forward.
It was reported to me that he's actually not.
And like the funniest thing is something that Sam Hyde doesn't do, other people do. They have to take something that he did and make it funny.
From this community, apparently his name was released as Sam Hyde.
To understand how the news stations could fall for this, seemingly every time there was a mass shooting, anonymous reports would flood in alleging that Sam Hyde was the culprit. Fast forwarding for a bit, this has turned into a long-standing tradition that has even managed to bleed into geopolitical affairs. Shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, reports came in that a lone ace fighter jet pilot was responsible for shooting down 6 Russian planes, nicknamed the Ghost of Kiev. This is now known to be a hoax, although many believe the mythical figure was in fact a real person, including former Republican House Representative Adam Kinzinger. The Ghost of Kiev has a name, and he has absolutely owned the Russian Air Force. Godspeed and more kills, Samuel Yill. This tweet was in response to a satirical claim that the ghost was Samuel Yill Hyde, accompanied with a poorly photoshopped image of Sam inside a fighter jet. Fortunately for Sam, the blunders of the mainstream media would not prevent the eventual release of $1 Million Extreme Presents World Peace, which premiered with over 1 million viewers on August 5th, 2016. As the following 2 episodes were released, they were met with glowing praise, and it was clear—
Like, the joke isn't even, like, Sam Hyde-centric. The joke is that journalists are all super-duper stupid. Like, that's the punchline.
That MDE—
You could do it with anyone, and they have, like with Wings. It's just a coincidence that it's Sam Hyde.
Would be a powerhouse at Adult Swim moving forward. At least that's how it seemed at first. Unbeknownst to the general public, a massive scandal was brewing behind the scenes, and its effects would be dire for Sam. On August 25, 2016, an article was published to BuzzFeed News titled "The Alt-Right Has Its Very Own TV Show on Adult Swim." The article's author, Joe Bernstein, points to Sam Hyde's now-deleted Twitter account as a shining example of alt-right ideology. There's really only one thing that separates At Night Afire, real name Sam Hyde, from the many other members of the angry, pro-Trump internet movement that grew out of Gamergate into a force capable of roiling American popular and political culture. Hyde has his own television show on Adult Swim. That might be the most 2016 sentence I've ever read. Sam was made aware of this article prior to its release, as he was asked to provide an interview with Joe himself. Smelling blood in the water, Sam filmed this interview and relentlessly trolled Joe until he hung up.
Do you consider yourself a member of the alt-right?
Of Adult Night?
Of the alt-right.
What is the alt-right? Is that some sort of indie bookstore?
The piece goes on to accuse the show of echoing similar sentiments, being a vessel of Sam Hyde's unsavory political ideology, and even goes on to claim that the show contained coded racist messages and swastikas that were removed by Adult Swim themselves. While there's no proof of this claim, it has been widely agreed on both sides that studio executives and employees had issues with the show and its creators. In the time since the program's cancellation, Sam has also posted rough sketches that never made it past the censors, with one of them being titled, "Thank You White People." The whole premise of the sketch was Sam rolling a boulder up a hill and panning over to minorities who thank the white race for all the things they accomplished.
Thank you, white man, for inventing the computer.
This
one's
adds
kind of
further
funny.
credence to the allegations of behind-the-scenes tension. Members of MDE claim
That
that
one
one
is kind of
disgruntled
funny.
female employee attempted to break into the production studio and pour water on the equipment in the hopes of destroying their footage. A follow-up article published by Joe interviewed anonymous employees who also claimed that there was a growing sentiment behind the scenes to have the show canceled. Mike Lazo, executive vice president of Adult Swim, makes every decision there. A lot of people at Adult Swim have been on him, trying to get it not renewed. I know at least one person who is very high up there who was furious about it before it came out. This high-up individual is likely Brett Gelman, the creator of the Adult Swim show Dinner with Friends with Brett Gelman and Friends. Brett announced that he had been stepping away from Adult Swim in protest, citing their lack of female representation, and pointed to Million Dollar Extreme as a final straw. Following this announcement, Tim Hedeker of the Tim and Eric Show showed his solidarity with Brett and denounced Million Dollar Extreme. There were then allegations that Tim tried to get the show off the air himself.
You're listening and you hate this thing and you think it's evil, or you think that it's spreading messages of hate, misogyny, anti-Semitism. You should speak out. You should go and let the advertisers know what you think.
This resulted in a heated confrontation in
The
which
moral of the
Sam
story,
would directly
be the
challenge
change
Tim on
you
his
want to
podcast.
see. Fuck off instead of attacking others.
Didn't you talk to people to tell them you didn't like the show?
Nope.
Sam,
I've talked about this
Unpopular
for the past
opinion,
3 weeks on the
Tim
show.
and
I've
Eric
been very
was never
honest
funny.
and forthright
That's pretty
about
popular.
my experience with the show
That's a popular opinion here, that's for sure.
and with your audience.
Like, I never gelled with the whole non-comedy, how, like, things not being funny are somehow supposed to be funny. No, it's not. It's still not funny.
You've been pretty supportive of the effort to get the show pulled down. Because I wore blackface, which Sarah Silverman does 10 times a year.
Separate news publications would pick up the story and signal boost it to a whole new level. This includes the news YouTube channel The Young Turks,
Oh, boy.
who discussed the
I'm not the biggest
situation with
fan of
little
Sam, but
understanding
Tim
of
and Eric
MDE
throwing
and
a
its
bitch
subject
fit to
matter,
keep Sam's
a
show off
recurring
Adult
theme
Swim
for
because
coverage
it was
of the
just
drama.
a better version of their show is some bitch shit.
Yeah, it was like a slightly better version of their show, and they got mad about that.
Co-host Anna Kasparian notably conflated a scripted sketch as a real-life prank, making her sound completely out of touch.
They like to do these ridiculous pranks where if they found a woman unattractive, they would purposely trip her into a glass table.
I'm getting more wine.
No, help yourself. $36 a bottle. Please enjoy it.
Ultimately, this wave of
It's a
backlash
skit,
was too
dum-dum.
much for Adult Swim to bear, and in spite of their initial intentions to renew
There's a show on Comedy Central called South Park where every episode they kill a little boy named Kenny.
Popular show.
How do people say this shit and then get taken seriously afterwards? How do they still have a career?
Million Dollar Extreme was canceled. This is where Sam Hyde's story could have ended. After years of climbing the ladder, he lost everything in an instant, and was now destined to be a complete obscurity. The prospect of finding a home on television was now completely off the table, meaning he had to return to online content creation as a means to sustain himself. While nowadays the mainstream media is kinda dead, back in this time period in the 2010s, this was seen as a death sentence. MDE was now stuck in a state of limbo for the next few years, although controversy would continue to follow Sam in spite of his dip in mainstream relevancy.
Jeff Foxworthy type thing. You might be a redneck if. You might be Mike Brown if. Okay? So here we go. If you think it's a good idea to reach for a cop's gun for street cred, You might be Mike Brown.
In October of 2017, the YouTube music critic Anthony Fantano would become the subject of a hit piece article, similar to that of Sam Hyde 1 year prior. The article discusses That Is the Plan, a comedy commentary-style YouTube channel that the article's publisher, Ezra Marcus, described as alt-right. He points to Anthony's 4chan rhetoric and usage of the word kek as examples of how he attempted to pander to bigoted racists. The article has been widely disregarded by online spectators, as it makes numerous claims that could only be viewed as bad faith. The reason I'm mentioning this here at all is because the article also points to the critics' association with Sam Hyde as a crucial example of how Fantano was appealing to the alt-right. In his response video to the situation, he seemingly distances himself from Sam, claiming that he was unaware of the scope of his political ideology until after their collaboration. What's more, he went on to remove his podcast episode featuring the provocateur, a decision that left Sam feeling betrayed. Hyde has since made his disdain for Fantano publicly known, and even released a diss track against him in 2021. Much has been made of Sam Hyde and the alt-right, but things would reach a new boiling point later on in 2017, after the provocateur donated $5,000 to the defense fund of Andrew Anglin, a neo-Nazi editor for the white supremacist news publication The Daily Stormer. When asked about the donation, Sam made no efforts to deny it. Don't worry so much about money. Worry about if people start deciding to kill reporters. That's a quote. For the reason why,
this is my favorite part.
I want reporters to know I make more.
I guess it says something about me. Not a big fan of his comedy. Big fan of his politics.
Money than them, especially Matt Pierce.
But I don't know if he even believes it or if it's even like part of the comedy or who knows.
You can play devil's advocate and argue this was done in an act of free speech absolutism.
Yes.
However, that doesn't entirely seem to be the case. More recently, a video was leaked that showed Sam Hyde attending a book burning, where they took turns throwing literature written by Jewish authors into a fire pit. Initially, journalists could only appeal to inflammatory tweets and subliminal messaging, both of which could be obfuscated by comedic intent. Later on down the road, this was far more difficult to excuse, and has been frequently pointed to as a key indication that Sam is a white supremacist. As I'll make a point to mention across this video, Sam typically prides himself on never truly breaking character, and always puts on a mask of irony to obfuscate his true beliefs. In the past, this was much more so the case, with Sam being characterized as a sort of genius by many of his fans. But as time has gone on, there have been quite a few mask-off moments that have led to his leanings and general personality to become much more easy to dissect. One of the most infamous of these followed in the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk in 2025. The tragedy caused a political firestorm on Twitter, and Kamala Harris, like many of her fellow politicians, took it upon herself to make a statement condemning the attack and attempting to find common ground. In response to this, Sam called her the N-word with a full hard R. This also coincided with him releasing several lengthy rants about the current state of politics. The quartering at the time stated, "Do not watch the close-up video of Charlie Kirk. I am begging you." Sam saw things differently, to say the least. "You're my boy, but I respectfully disagree. Everybody needs to watch this because it could have been you. It could have been me. It could have been any one of us exercising the First Amendment. You all need to know what our enemies want. They want this for all of us. They want children growing up with dead fathers and mothers. All the snark and word games, moral posturing, and linguistic this is what lies behind it. Bloodlust." As another example, he posted a tweet captioned, "5G got me acting different." Attached were several photos and videos of him doing Jew face. This resulted in some pushback from users who clearly felt like the bit was overdone and just not funny. Maybe once upon a time when he was much more discreet about these sorts of topics, one could make the argument that there wasn't a way we could know for sure what Sam believed. But these incidents, along with the ones I mentioned earlier, paint a very clear picture of what his beliefs are. I'm not one to morally grandstand about this stuff anyway, since I too laugh occasionally at Sam Hyde's comedy. But it's not exactly a secret when he is quite literally telling everybody point blank that these are his actual opinions, and if you're still questioning that, then you're probably in denial. Another incident of him going mask off revolves around his episode on the Harland Highway podcast. For context,
This one was
this
funny.
podcast
Like,
is hosted by the comedian Harland Williams.
Harland Williams is like, he really knew how to get under Sam's skin. He knew the kind of personality he is and just like made him so triggered. Which is such an embarrassing moment for Sam Hyde because it just shows like all this like grounded stoicism is such a thin facade.
He's been around for decades.
He really is desperately in need for validation.
Appearing in multiple movies, doing stand-up, and over the past few years has been featured on the Joe Rogan podcast and Kill Tony. All this to say that he's a comedy veteran who's been around the block a few times and knows how to roll with the punches, often messing with his guests in a very Norm Macdonald-esque way. Sam, of course, is very clearly someone who likes to be in control of the situation, with numerous MDE bits being built around him messing with normal people. With all this, it's not shocking that there would be a clash between the two comedians' personalities. Throughout the podcast, Harland picks up on Sam's shtick and starts to play along, clearly assuming that they would be bouncing off each other. Oddly, this just seemed to annoy Sam, and he very clearly grows more and more impatient as the show goes on. After a while, Williams begins to talk to Sam about great apes, saying he'd like to see Sam build a gorilla nest, with his assistant bringing in a collection of twigs and branches.
Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
That sounds disgusting.
I know.
This completely sets Sam off, and he proceeds to flip the studio desk and basically destroy Harland's entire setup. He tried to pass this off as a joke, though you can tell by the facial expressions of the MDE crew sitting behind him that they were extremely embarrassed by this display, awkwardly laughing in an attempt to smooth things over.
How many can you put in your mouth at once?
Nosy.
How big of a mess can you make with those cookies?
I'm gonna eat your face!
Make a big cookie mess!
When this was released, many observers were baffled by Sam's behavior, seeing it as extremely immature and petty. The comments for the episode are filled with people, even those who are clearly MDE fans, mocking Sam and praising Harland for holding his ground. I know I'm jumping ahead quite a bit here in the timeline, but I wanted to include it as these are examples of when audiences saw his post-ironic mask slipping later on. Going back to the 2010s, even without his more modern shenanigans, donating money to a white supremacist and being an overall edgelord would get him in hot water with social media platforms at the time. Following these controversies, the $1 Million Extreme YouTube channel and subreddit were banned for terms of service violations, likely a byproduct of the volatile and offensive rhetoric frequently found within Sam's content, and ostensibly through his community. Not only had Sam lost his TV show, he was losing central online hubs for his community to congregate. He had to start from scratch with his own personal social media accounts and completely divorce himself from the MDE brand. As if things couldn't get any worse for Sam, numerous allegations regarding private interactions he had with a handful of women would grow increasingly popular online. If you're familiar with Sam Hyde, it's likely you've seen this image floating around various forums and social media websites.
No.
It's meant to serve as an infographic documenting Sam's alleged contact with an underage girl. But this goal is obfuscated by its lack of conciseness. On top of that, it's typically compressed to such an extreme degree that it is impossible to read. There are many other infographics in this style created to demonstrate Sam Hyde's alleged pattern of abuse, which I have to point out is an extremely atypical method of distributing such serious claims. The creator of these pictures is not entirely certain either. Some have attributed them to Sam's ex-girlfriend, Channing Kriegler, an individual we'll be discussing more in depth shortly. While she has made a reputation for herself as one of Sam Hyde's biggest public enemies, it's unlikely she's responsible, as some of them predate her public campaign against Sam. Some of these graphics are innocuous, to say the least.
Oh.
One accuses...
Isn't that the one who showed up on Noel's podcast and was just completely just blitzed out of her mind? And he just got frustrated and hung up on her?
Sam of having sex with a transgender person, and another alleges that he likes to put various objects inside himself. But as previously mentioned, there are serious accusations that deserve a second look. So today, I want to do my best to break it down because no one else seemed to bother. The most notorious of these infographics begins with allegations made in April of 2015 by a woman named Charlotte on 4chan. She claimed that Sam had a propensity to walk the line in terms of legality, having a clear interest in girls in high school. What's more, she claimed that a separate woman reported Sam to the FBI for possessing CSAM. This also lines up with a story Sam himself told about a supposed crazy ex-girlfriend, though it should be noted he doesn't list names or get into specifics, so it's technically unconfirmed if this is the exact ex he's referring to.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m., I'm going to be interviewed by the FBI, and I don't know why, and this is not a joke. Now, I was planning on making a funny, silly video when the FBI was here. I was going to write killer on my forehead, but, at the end of the day, I decided it might not be a good idea, messing with the feds like that. So if I go missing, it's probably going to be Guantanamo or bust.
I assumed that it was because of the How to Bomb book title, roll up to the FBI place, and they're like, do you have any contact with children? Instantly, like the most fear I've ever felt. They meant like, are you talking to children?
Charlotte further elaborated on their alleged relationship on her personal Tumblr page, where she said, "We dated when I was a teenager. He was cheating on me with a teenager even younger, and who knows who else. He lied to us a lot, and we were both kind of like Stockholm Syndrome the out, and we were both a bit fragile and attached. I've spoken to several other girls Sam has been with, and he's done some really nasty to them, telling girls he wanted to meet up with them one day, then telling them their next husband should beat them again the next. I have a chat log of him threatening to ruin a girl's life if she didn't cut his name into her and send a picture. He got the picture, then posted it on his page telling his fans never to do anything crazy like that. At the very bottom, a separate single image tells the story of an alleged sexual encounter with Sam from an anonymous user known as The Box. When we got to my dorm room, it told me that I had a choice. Either I could give myself to him completely or he'd leave. He wouldn't let me kiss him as I stalled, asking if he'd respect that I don't want to lose my virginity. Eventually promised that he wouldn't f me yet, beta, and asked if I wanted to suck his dick, wrapped his belt around my neck, and to me as, "Yeah, you don't need details. There are marks on my neck from the buckle." While she does not name Sam directly, there are numerous contextual clues that indicate it was in fact him she was talking about. This includes Sam going on a live stream to deny the claim.
Did you f the box from XOXO/auto-admit? Uh-oh. Yeah, that girl is a fucking train wreck. I used to pick her up from the hospital after she attempted. It was probably a bad idea. It's probably a red flag right there, but yes, but she's mostly lying about all that shit.
Take note of Sam's flippant response to the allegations. Rather than thoroughly clarifying what had transpired and providing additional context, he simply poisons the well with an unverified claim of her mental instability and calls everything a lie before quickly changing the subject. This method of addressing serious claims is a particularly common one for Sam, as we'll see moving forward. That brings us to the most notable and infamous allegations, in regards to a girl named Marky. In a 4chan thread discussing $1 Million Extreme, one anonymous user alleged that they were a close friend of someone who knew an 18-year-old that Sam had been hooking up with. Through word of mouth, this user claimed that Sam would engage in emotional manipulation to get sex, and that the girl had recently moved into his apartment with him. That's when a second user jumped in to reveal their own personal recount of Sam's real-life behavior. Dude, are you me? I also knew a girl who lost her virginity to Sam. She told me he was really bad to her, but she still went out of her way to do things for him. She was also 16 years old, man. Attached to this comment is a screenshot depicting an alleged text message exchange between a 16-year-old girl and Sam. "I'm gonna be real hard on you tomorrow. No, just 'cause it's time. Time to start using you the way I really want to." The user continued to post additional text message screenshots that displayed Sam speaking sexually to the supposedly underage girl, before revealing even more troubling details. According to the anonymous poster, the young woman had severe trust issues, was dealing with her parents' divorce, and had a less than ideal situation at home, all of which culminated in taking medication to cope with depression. She was also a massive fan of MDE, further complicating the dynamic of their relationship. The following week, the user would return, this time on the R9K board, in a thread discussion about Sam Hyde. This time they uploaded a censored photograph of Sam unclothed with a girl, with her face visibly bloody. In spite of the attempts to conceal the girl's identity, those familiar with the thread would actually manage to identify her based on what little of her face was shown. She was known as Marky, who had become notable after visiting the R9K board, where she was compelled to post nude photos of herself at the risk of being doxxed. What's more, Marky had previously been known to have associated with Sam, making it all but certain that she was the girl in the photograph. Over the years, many have attempted to piece together all relevant evidence and clues to prove Sam Hyde's guilt. This includes backtracking old video and images to attempt and pinpoint an exact date and location, to determine the age of those involved, and potential legal implications. It has been determined that these pictures were taken sometime in early 2014. Taking a look on a side project YouTube channel called Bug Sports, we see Sam with a similar haircut and facial hair. What's more, his physical location matches perfectly to the environment in the photos, most notable being the power cage and barbell directly behind Sam and Marky. Because of all this, Marky would have been approximately 16 years old, while Sam was 29 during their interaction if the timeline posited is correct. Marky has since responded to these allegations, confirming their relationship and corroborating the narrative of the original 4chan post. I remember sending a message to the MDE Facebook page, something simple along the lines of, "I admire your work, keep it up." At the time, I stupidly had my place of employment and hometown as public information, and I suppose Sam saw that I was local and asked how I'd react if he showed up at my work to say hi. So that's how we met, and one thing led to the next, and we were dating. Sam has since addressed both of these allegations, albeit as vaguely as possible. He claimed that Marky was simply a girl who got nosebleeds a lot, and said that Charlotte was upset that he hadn't returned her phone calls. Notably, he does not address the allegations of sexually engaging with minors. More recently, Sam Hyde was confronted about the allegations with Marky by the YouTuber Lieutenant Corbis, aka Soph.
I hone in and say, were you with her though? And if so, how old was she? And he says, okay, well, I'm not getting into this because you're a minor and I don't know you that well. I would just say all that S about her being 15 and me punching her in the face is fake.
Sam's cryptic and sparse acknowledgments of the allegations only serve to make him look more sus. That being said, his ambiguity paired together with the ineffective messaging surrounding the allegations created an air of doubt. Because of that, most people went on to just say, who knows who to believe. That being said, there is one individual who has seemingly made it their life's work to hold Sam accountable for these claims, the aforementioned Channing. Sam's old ex met him all the way back in 2009 on the dating website OkCupid. While their relationship was short-lived, the two remained in touch for almost a decade, with Channing working for MDE for some time. However, after learning about the full scope of Sam's supposed wrongdoing sometime in 2018, she defected, frequently lambasting him on various forums afterward. Jumping ahead to 2023, Channing began frequently posting to Sam's Kiwi Farms thread, with the username Sam Hyde Pedo. She managed to create enough of a stir in the threads to be invited onto Mad at the Internet, a weekly live stream show hosted by the forum's owner, Null. Unfortunately, the woman was audibly intoxicated during her interview, incoherently giggling and mumbling to such an extreme degree that she was eventually kicked off the show for being annoying.
Well, there's no point continuing because you're obviously f***ed up on something. And what's really sad is that people are going to assume that this is like something that Sam Hyde put somebody up to. And I've seen your ID, I've seen your rental agreements, I've seen all your paperwork, so I know this is the real person. You come up completely f***ed up.
I'm not f***ed up on anything, bro.
This public appearance did far more harm than good for Channing's case. Things would only get more chaotic in 2024 during a stand-up show in Fort Worth, Texas, where Sam would physically assault Channing, resulting in his arrest. According to the police report, Channing disguised herself as a man in an attempt to get close to Sam without him knowing. She intended to take a photo with the controversial comedian while holding a sign saying, "Gay Child." But when she reached for the sign, Sam reacted by grabbing her by the neck and throwing her to the ground. Sam claims that Channing whispered that she had a knife, and argued that she put him in a self-defense situation. Officers on the scene took note that Channing was speaking slowly, and admitted to being, you guessed it, intoxicated. Regardless of how you feel about Sam, it is undeniable that Channing is an unreliable narrator, so her recount of events should be taken with a grain of salt as well. Her behavior both on and offline has created an air of doubt surrounding the accuser's claims. Because of her incompetence, people more sympathetic to Mr. Hyde were now free to hand-wave the allegations levied against him, claiming his detractor was a mentally unwell alcoholic who could hardly form a sentence, which was kinda right. As for the actual validity of any of the claims made by these women, it's ultimately uncertain since none of them went to the police. That being said, after looking at all the evidence and cutting through the nonsense, it doesn't look good for Sam. But unless some new information comes to light, nothing can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Still, with all of these infographics made by detractors, it was hard to imagine that Sam would ever recover. He was blacklisted from Hollywood, banned from social media sites, arrested for assault, and had multiple accusers claiming abuse on the fringe parts of the internet. This was truly the darkest time for Sam and the controversial comedy troupe, and setting serious allegations aside, things from the content creation perspective weren't exactly going well either. In the immediate aftermath of World Peace's cancellation, all the MDE crew members split off and went their separate ways, with Sam continuing on with content creation on his own. With the main $1 Million Extreme channel banned alongside his Twitter account, he basically had to rebuild much of his influence from scratch. The silver lining of the controversy and the ensuing cancellation was that there was now a defined core audience that was willing to follow Sam around no matter what. He leveraged this influence by creating content behind a paywall on Gumroad. This included several series as well as access to old material, including a PDF of their book How to Bomb the US Government, and his old internet show Kickstarter TV. Sam did able to hire a small crew.
Sorry, editing in the background is pretty intensive right now, because yeah, I did see this. RTU finally revealing the truth. The truth about his proclivities.
I also am sexually attracted to underage kids, so I go watch AI porn to satiate my fucking creepy urges.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Rich. Obviously, all of that is true, because, as we all know, Rich would never lie.
That assisted with the creative process. One of the more notable paywalled series that was created during this time, at least in my opinion, was Happy World Daddy. It was a bit more familiar in tone, with experimental graphics and comedy skits. It heavily involved Sam's new crew, with some of them even being prominently featured in sketches. It was also one of the first super notable appearances of the infamous troll from Castle, which I also made a video about a while back if you want to watch it. Most of the content they created was much less structured and more amateurish given the fact that they only had a fraction of the budget and resources compared to the Adult Swim days. They seem to make it work, with Sam slowly but surely accruing a cult following.
I see Rich is
Despite
trying to be
this,
the
in
next
grand
Mike
scheme of
Klumdock,
things, he's
thus completing the fat PDF trifecta.
Yeah, he wants to be the next subject.
Still had lost a significant amount of relevance. In a weird way, this added to his image.
That way he'll one-up Phil and be like, yeah, I got the Mike Klum documentary and you didn't. Ha ha ha, I win.
Though.
It's like, yeah,
the
be
gamer
sure.
from Mars says that being said one more time, I'm going to riot.
If you knew who he was, you were in the know, as if being a fan made you part of some niche club. His blacklisted status also added to the allure for many fans who characterized him as a free speech martyr, but it also had the consequence of burning many potential bridges. Over the years, there have been many people who have popped up that very clearly take at least some stylistic influence from MDE.
Yeah, I did see this. DSP very upset. In 2015, DSP is very concerned about what will happen with his precious Hogan in the mobile game WWE Immortals due to racism drama. So completely... God damn it! I hate Premiere. So... fucking much. You misclick one time and it starts opening up the Adobe Bridge, which is like another fucking 30 gigs of RAM being swallowed up in the background. So you're completely skipping Hogan, then due to the racism drama? What about for people who've already bought him? And apparently he spent like $210 on it. Not $220.
Kill the creature. And the creature is
mentioning
Adobe
them like the
product.
plague, most likely due to a fear that they will be
go into Task Manager and close it from the back end.
Been watching a video since 2014, and I've seen every podcast. I think you should have Sam Hyde on the podcast. He's hilarious, and I think you guys will work well together.
Who?
Sam Hyde.
Oh.
I'll check it out, dude. Thank you. I'm actually a fan of him. I think he's a really funny guy, but I'm not sure that I don't even think he's in LA anymore. But
all these fucking people just pretend not to know anybody. So goofy. Well, I actually know who. Do you know who he is? No, I don't know yet. Yeah, I actually know who he is.
Anyway, whatever.
In fairness, this has happened many times, where even just an offhand
so much
reference
feigned
to
ignorance.
Sam creates a controversy. It was during this era that fans began noticing a rift that had seemingly formed between Sam and Charles. As stated before, the MDE crew had gone on to do their own things after World Peace had been officially cancelled. While relations between Nick and Sam seemed to be okay publicly, Charles seemed to harbor some resentment about the show ending. This would later be confirmed in a documentary filmed by Brandon Buckingham, which we'll touch upon more later.
You know, it was still fucking fighting, you know, because people were like, oh, Sam should have never said anything to Joe Bernstein. That's what, and it really wasn't. It really actually wasn't. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't have a chance. We didn't have a fighter's chance. It was, I didn't blame Sam as much. Chuck was pretty bent out of shape about it. They were fucking mad at each other. And
the crew disbanded.
Yeah. And like, none of us talked, you know, like we really didn't, truth be told, we really didn't hang on much.
Charles pivoted mainly to live streaming afterwards, eking out an even more niche fan base. At first, the hostility between Hyde and Carroll was relegated to passive-aggressive social media replies from both parties. As an example, in 2018, Sam made a tweet with the caption, MDE Forever, with Charles being completely absent from the photo. A fan replied stating, I get this really odd feeling like something is missing here, but good luck. Sam's response was, yeah, your attitude. For his part, when people asked Charles about MDE on his social media pages, he tended to reply aggressively. At one point, a user criticized him for giving up on MDE in favor of live streaming. Charles replied, didn't give up anything. What's with all this? The very second I move out of a goddamned rat hole and get set up so I'm not on the streets, everyone's bitching at me. On another occasion, someone on Instagram asked, why would you not just work with Sam and make more stuff? Charles would respond by saying, rolling on floor laughing. My life before this new era was hell. Never been better, thank you legends. Finally have my life back. All of this suggests a serious falling out. In addition, Charles would at one point live stream himself drunkenly ranting about Sam and his continued attempts to revive world peace. To the dismay of hardcore fans, he made it perfectly clear he had absolutely no intention of working with Hyde ever again, even going so far as to claim Sam had sabotaged world peace.
You don't think World Peace 2, Season 1, Season 2 was sabotaged by Sam? You don't think it was sabotaged, huh? To make sure no one else could work with him for the rest of their f***ing lives? You think I'm lying, huh?
He also accused the comedian of being a sellout.
Oh, you're so persuasive.
Nick and having no talent of his own.
It makes me so mad how Nick is forced to sell out, take a paycheck from his paymaster, Sam. It makes me so mad because Nick is so valuable. He's such a brilliant writer. He's such a brilliant performer. He gave everything away.
James Price, a sound designer and musician that had closely worked with the MDE crew in the past, would also later react to Brandon's documentary and provide some of his own anecdotes regarding the beef between the two former colleagues.
There was a time after the show got canceled, it was in the winter of, probably at the beginning of 2017, when I went to go visit Sam. Channing was there, and Joel was there, trapped, who curiously isn't mentioned in this. He lived with Sam for a while, and he was talking about Charles, I think Andrew, and maybe Nick, and about how they were trying to get their own show on Adult Swim without Sam, and something about them stealing his talent, and he was pissed off and told us never to talk to Charles again, or something like that.
It seemed to longtime fans that they would never work together ever again, and this was a sentiment that remained in place for several years. Thankfully, as time went on and plans for a new iteration of World Peace became more realized, it seems Sam recognized it would be a disservice to continue without the original crew on board. Nick had already been on good terms with Hyde for a while at this point, collaborating on several sketches and having a podcast together called Perfect Guy Life. With that in mind, in 2023, Sam decided to make a public apology to Charles, owning up to his mistakes and asking him to return once again.
Okay, just to address the Charles thing, I will apologize to Charles. I will do whatever it takes to make it right. When I saw that stream, I reached out to him. I said, is there anything we can do to bury the hatchet and make sketches together? That's what I asked. That's where my heart is at. I do apologize for blowing up the show, for, not holding it together as strongly as I could have. That's all I can say about it, guys. That's it.
This actually did seem to work, and Charles relented, eventually being prominently featured in the second season of World Peace to great fanfare from their audience. Finally, after all these years, their prayers had been answered, with $1 Million Extreme now being officially reformed. But we're jumping a bit too far ahead here. Rewinding back a bit, post-Adult Swim and during his cult following era, many people were supporting him. He needed something bigger to happen to allow him to make World Peace Season 2 on his own. And interestingly enough, the catalyst for his second wind was originally intended to be the exact opposite. A hit piece meant to be the final nail in the coffin. This is where YouTube's very own Stoic Empath comes into play.
The Stoic Empath.
When Sam's career was at a low, Ian aka iDubbbz was at the top of his game and attempting to rebrand himself, particularly with his documentaries about Airsoft Fatty and Dax Flame, the former of which currently sits at the most popular video still live on his channel. Fans were eagerly anticipating his next documentary projects, although no one could have anticipated just how bizarre its release would become. In early 2022, Sam Hyde uploaded a video to his personal YouTube channel titled The Truth About iDubbbz, which reveals that Ian had filmed an entire documentary with Sam and his crew, but bizarrely never chose to upload it. Sam made numerous attempts to contact Ian about the project, and was ultimately ignored as the weeks turned into months. Having made immense investment into the project himself, Sam decided that he was no longer going to wait, and chose to release his own independent version instead with video recorded on his end.
But I think he kind of wanted to he wanted to come out here and see something depressing. Part of it was he was going to come out and see where was I in my career after having fallen off or whatever, and I wanted to be well, we're just rapping, we're just we're laying down tracks now.
The reasons why iDubbbz would ultimately choose not to publish his documentary would become apparent as Sam's video progressed, as by all accounts Ian did not get what he had bargained for. What needs to be understood is that Ian often chose dysfunctional and socially stunted individuals to feature in his documentaries. While he was friendly to the people he discussed, there was a clear presentation of the subjects that highlighted their lack of social intelligence. Ian entered the documentary about Sam with the same intentions, believing that he would shine a light on his maladaptive behavior and unsavory lifestyle. However, Sam was far too smart for this to work. Knowing Ian's MO, Sam created what he described as a gaslighting document, full of various bits and gags designed to portray him and his crew as socially unaware, and generally unpleasant to the visiting creator.
Stuff to buy, lots of alcohol, a bunch of Pokemon cards. Try to tell him what Pokemon is as if it's some new thing like crypto. Fill fridge with unbagged meat. A song with the hook, swag like iDubbbz. Stage fight over who gets to use the alias Cream Boy.
To summarize, Sam was now an up-and-coming rapper from the mean streets of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. To assist him in his endeavors, he hired young talent who would provide him fire trap beats and financial advice.
Get crypto and you hold crypto for a year and you forget you have it. And then you remember the password, and then 2 years later you're
I'm rich. Right. So the ideal strategy is just forget your passwords after you bought everything. Not forget your password, but put it somewhere where you're not always touching it. I get so you don't sell your XRP too early.
What's more, Sam had now found love with a drug addict named Danny, who frequently attempted to steal items from Ian's pockets and question him about the weight of his head. Perhaps hubris was the reason that iDubbbz thought he could actually get away with punking Sam. Ian continued to indulge the antics for some time before their eventual sit-down where he confronted Sam directly and made his intentions known. As it turns out, this documentary wasn't the first interaction between the two. That actually took place following an episode of Kickstarter Crap uploaded by iDubbbz in March of 2014. The video discusses Dark Skies, a brony dating simulator game which was attempting to crowdfund $7,500 on Kickstarter. What Ian didn't know is that this was an elaborate troll conducted by Sam Hyde, and his video poking fun at the project was quickly struck down by Sam himself. Shortly following this copyright claim, Sam emailed Ian, saying that he would reverse the takedown if he sent a video of himself squatting 200 pounds below parallel. This issue seems to have festered for years leading up until this point. Ian claimed that he mentioned this fact as a way to break the ice and find common ground, but the surrounding context makes this look like anything but. His decision to mention this at the beginning of their one-on-one rather than casually during their interactions the prior 2 days made it seem like Ian was trying to ambush Sam. What's more, the following questions were undeniably confrontational and scathing, further drawing his intentions into doubt. This issue is further exacerbated by Ian spending 5 minutes in his own video explaining what irony is, going on to accuse Sam of utilizing it to obfuscate his true beliefs and avoid all criticism.
After irony, we have post-irony. This is where you say something in a way that makes it sound like you don't mean it.
This
when you
was
actually do mean it.
so dumb.
In other words, you're using irony to make a joke about how
I don't
you're
like
joking.
your sense of
Meta-irony
humor.
is where this gets
This is like the beginning of the end for iDubbbz. I don't like Sam Hyde's sense of humor, so let me explain it in such a comedy-killing way as to make, like, being a fan of his unfun anymore. And I was like, that's how I'm going to get him. I'm going to explain his ironic humor, and then people won't laugh at his jokes anymore. Ha-ha.
This is where you're saying something sincere, but the context could imply that you're saying it ironically, yet the thing that you're saying is actually a sincere thought.
Sam's video was met with overwhelming praise from viewers, and it couldn't have come at a more perfect time. You see, iDubbbz's reputation was beginning to dwindle following his wife Lisa becoming a creator on OnlyFans. Ian made a video discussing the backlash, and while some of his points were reasonable, he clearly lacked the stoic demeanor he had been revered for in years past. The ever-growing negative reputation of iDubbbz reached a tipping point following Sam's upload. In an attempt to officially bury Sam in his career, he only managed to make things worse for himself. And in the present day, we can see he never was able to recover from this catastrophic failure. All of this being said, Sam claimed no ill will towards Ian following their interaction, at least initially. Members of the crew also reiterated that they were thankful to iDubbbz for visiting and that it was all in good fun. Ian did not feel this way though, and future interactions between the two would demonstrate that clearly.
I think it's time to call in the big guns. I just texted iDubbbz. Yo, got a serious prob. This is Julian from Sam's phone. Can you call? Something happened. Hey.
What's up?
Well, first of all, I wanted to just apologize and, you know what NFTs are, right?
Yeah.
Is there any way, and this is me coming to you, hat in hand, like totally apologetic, could you help promote our NFT project?
I mean, I could sort of hear the little snicker in your voice.
I'm just kidding. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright. At the gym right now. I gotta get back to squatting.
Despite this drama, in March of 2022, Ian announced his influencer boxing match, Creator Clash, which was marketed as a controversy-free charity event with a roster of over 20 different YouTubers. One of these individuals was Harley Morenstein of the legacy YouTube channel Epic Mealtime. Initially, Harley stated he wanted to match up against Sam Hyde, who shares a similar height and build. Despite this request, Ian and his wife Anissa decided to go with Aaron Hansen of Game Grumps instead, explaining that including Sam would cause too many problems. Perhaps this was because of lingering issues Ian had with Sam behind the scenes. Then again, it's undeniable that Sam was in fact a brand risk considering his past, and erring on the side of caution for their inaugural event might have truly been a pragmatic decision rather than a malicious one. However, things would prove to be far more personal following the event. In spite of its success, raising over $1 million for charity, Creator Clash was plagued by drama shortly after its conclusion.
Drama-free.
This is because, since Sam wasn't permitted to match up against Harley, he chose the next best thing and trained him for the event instead. Understandably, Sam intended to see the culmination of Harley's work in person, but when he arrived, Sam discovered that he was unexpectedly banned from attending. To clarify, I bought 5 front row tickets and found out a few hours before the event that I was banned. So out about 11,500. Also, security was walking around with pictures of my face and bothering some people about wearing my shirts. And the cameraman was told to avoid entire sections of the crowd rocking my shiz. LOL. And I'd still train iDubbbz for the revenge match if he apologized. Mercy and grace are high on the list nowadays. Just gotta ditch Yoko Ono. This slight seemed to be the final straw for Sam, who aside from the occasional jab here and there, had remained relatively cordial up until this point. Now he was committed to going scorched earth, doing and saying whatever he could to antagonize Ian and his wife Anissa. This included the ongoing joke of calling Anissa Yoko Ono in reference to John Lennon's wife, who many have accused of breaking up the Beatles.
The thing is, man, I was going to root for him.
Pretty definitive.
I mean, I did. Even watching him, even after being banned, like deep down, I want him to be uncucked. I want him to get the tattoos lasered off, get a normal haircut,
and
get rid of Yoko
semi-serious
Ono.
trolling.
That's poisonous.
Almighty T
that
does
relationship is poisonous. She's like his. She's like his entertainment handler. Like she's his fucking career manager now or something. She's got to go, man.
Whatever possible bridge that still remained was now thoroughly burned, and the two sides remained relatively insulated from each other. That was until the second Creator Clash, where Sam once again found a way.
It's like, if you're gonna make an OnlyFans, you really don't get to get mad about being called a whore. Like, you really can't have it both ways. Like, you should accept that once you made that decision. Okay, I guess I'm gonna get called a whore if I make this OnlyFans account. It's like, you just anticipate it. Don't get mad about it. That's what everyone's gonna say.
Himself to the chagrin of Ian and Anissa. This time he was training Froggy Fresh, formerly known as Krispy Kreme, for his upcoming match against YouTuber Chris Raygun. Sam's collaboration with Froggy didn't seem to be an issue at first. However, that would soon change when the participants—
It's like the Ding Dong guy from Oni Plays. Like, yeah, I have a tuba fart fetish, and everyone's just gonna be like, they're gonna make fun of him. No one's gonna be like, oh, that's cool. We'd make fun of it if it was anyone else, but this is you, so we're not gonna make fun of it.
Been uploaded a video of himself calling out his opponent and referencing Anissa's OnlyFans.
On April 15th, if I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, then I will subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans.
Tuba fart.
This video was uploaded to Twitter and was met with immediate backlash, most notably from Anissa's own mother, who posted a handful of insulting comments in the replies.
My mom's gonna get you!
In kind to the diatribe, only further fanning the flames of the issue.
Oh,
It's
you
safe
pissed
to
my
say
mom
that
off
both
now!
Parties were in the wrong and should have let the issue die then and there, but things would get even worse when Creator Clash announced that they would be removing Froggy from the card. This decision was universally panned, with many people believing that Froggy—
So, I don't just have the AI do everything. I go through and I typically make a first frame in Photoshop using a lot of different images, compositing together, and I can upload that into Grok and have it animated. But there's Phil at the computer buying his $400 fight stick after saying he didn't want to pay for Jasper's $300 blood work.
Froggy was given an unfair punishment. I'm really disappointed by this. Kicking him for Twitter controversy after months of training is brutal. I don't think any jokes here made were intended to be mean-spirited or anyone. Hopefully they reconsider this decision. The two event owners would eventually double down on their decision, releasing a lengthier statement that claimed Froggy committed multiple violations of their code of conduct policy, and attempts to reach out to him to resolve the issues were unsuccessful. However, many speculated that there was more to the situation than just that, pointing to Sam's involvement as a key factor. As it turns out, this theory was 100% accurate according to Froggy himself, who tried to reach out to me several times. And what are the several violations? Are you talking about when Ian called me the third time ever, 15 minutes after Sam Hyde retweeted me, to investigate my friendship with Sam Hyde, and then asking that I don't release any content with Sam Hyde until after the event? Haven't released any Sam Hyde content. Still kicked? I was never given any notice of violations. I got one email minutes before you went public about my termination. Justin Tracy called me while I was in Providence working with Sam. I asked that he could text or email me as I was busy training with Sam. He never texted or emailed. This was seemingly corroborated by none other than iDubbbz himself.
Because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that.
At every turn, iDubbbz had dug himself deeper and deeper into a hole he was likely to never get out of. Worst of all, he got the exact opposite of what he bargained for.
He fell in the hole, that's for sure.
Revived Sam Hyde's career with this drama, bringing millions of new eyes on his work. Early in iDubbbz's documentary, Sam concedes that he had fallen off. However, only 1 year later, he was the single most super chatted YouTube creator on the platform. His Twitter went from just under 50,000 followers to nearly 500,000 in current day. Ironically, it's likely that many former iDubbbz fans who were unsatisfied with his newer content found a new home in Sam's corner of the internet. iDubbbz and his wife later imploded Creator Clash 3 without Sam saying a word. After this, Ian began streaming political content out of his in-laws' basement while being voted Lolcow of the Year by Kiwi Farms. Sam has since capitalized on this growing popularity in numerous different ways. Unsatisfied with simply training people, Sam stepped into the ring for a boxing match against James Thompson. Sam won in convincing fashion, but what truly stood out was his post-match interview, in which he called out left-wing political live streamer Hassan Piker.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division? Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker! I'm coming to in Los Angeles at your house! Or in the ring? No, in real life!
Hassan would respond to this threat, rejecting the idea of a fight.
If you see a mentally ill Nazi, okay, on the internet,
oh
be
God.
like, I'm going to kill Hassan Piker. And you go, oh, this is some information that he should probably watch. Like, he should watch and address this.
He's a Nazi!
Then, honestly, just don't post and get the fuck out of the community. Just be normal, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you?
He has also been heavily involved with Fish Tank, a Big Brother-style 24/7 live stream that has been massively successful and generated hundreds of thousands of dollars. Diehard fans might be wondering why I haven't mentioned it at all
Hassan
until
is still
this
shook
point.
by that
And the truth
declaration
is,
to
it's
this
a
day.
topic I believe is best left for another video. While Sam certainly had a massive hand in its creation, the majority of the lore and drama surrounding it is related to his right-hand man, Jet Neptune. However, it is still an extremely important part of Hyde's history, as it provided yet another massive boost in popularity, even being covered by the mainstream media. As mentioned earlier though, the crowning jewel of Sam's comeback is undoubtedly the return of world peace. Almost immediately after the Adult Swim cancellation, he made it abundantly clear
Hassan
he
only
wanted to
fights
bring it
dogs
back.
with a
Several
taser,
tweets
not a
showed
man.
him asking fans for alternative names he could use.
He fights
Over the course of
self-awareness.
several years, there would be numerous ups and downs to this project. In a turn of events, after the iDubbbz situation occurred and Hyde got Charles back on board, things seemed to be headed in the right direction. According to Nick, they were able to create the series with a budget of $3 million due to a mystery investor that got in contact with him over
Gabe
Cameo.
Hoffman.
And then one of the cameos was this dude who was like, yo, I'm rich. I want to make world peace too. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Here's my phone number. Call me. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. He's like, yeah, I'm going to come up to Boston with my dad. I'm like, yeah, sure. Come up to Boston with your dad. Then like a day later, he's like, all right, I'm in Boston. Where are you? And I'm like, oh, shit. And I'm like, yo, Sam, we got to go meet this kid.
Brandon Buckingham would interview this investor, who went by the name of Robert, who got the funds after being hit by an 18-wheeler while he was riding his motorcycle in 2020. You can't make this stuff up. Production officially began after this point, and the crew worked hard on the new iteration of the series. Unfortunately, there was one glaring issue. As you might have expected, they weren't able to secure the rights to the use of the name World Peace from Adult Swim. Eventually, they were forced to update the title to Extreme Peace, with it being officially released in 2025. So, did it live up to the hype? Well, if you ask the average MDE fan, the answer is a resounding yes. It contained a lot of callbacks to the old series, with the same edgy brand of humor present alongside very impressive visual effects and editing. As you can expect though, it's a lot more unfiltered, sometimes to the point of being excessive. I'm not personally offended, but there's only so many times that Sam can do blackface before I start to roll my eyes. Part of the reason why the original series was so interesting and subversive was because it was basically Sam and company fighting with the Adult Swim censors, leading to them getting creative with their messaging to be able to air something like that on mainstream television. With that filter now gone, some of the initial magic and appeal of the show seems to have been...
The allegory is gone. There's no more metaphor. Like, it's not subversive anymore if you could just go right out and just say it.
Lost.
Being able to get through the censors is what makes it so, like, subversive, you know?
In exchange for all the scripts I wrote last month, I got a free BMW Z4. This thing's badass. Damn!
And with that, we are now in the present day. Somehow, through it all, Mr. Hyde has managed to come out of this with a fan base intact. So while many have wanted to take him down, he has positioned himself to get direct support from fans rather than advertisers, making him pretty uncancelable. On top of that, the people who do try to go after him often come across as annoying and don't do enough research to hit Sam where it would hurt, in terms of providing evidence to back up their claims. Others that could do damage don't want his hyperactive fanbase to attack them if put in a self-defense situation, leading them to just stay out of the conversation altogether. So I think this all leads to a very interesting dynamic. Sam knows all of the dirt I mentioned in this video is out there and will prevent him from ever going mainstream again, which I feel has made him even more extreme as he has no chance of returning to polite society. So why would he bother honing it in for a larger audience? And I think this is a shame because some of his best work was when he towed the line in the earlier part of his career. A lot of the time now, he gives political commentary where he's just racist. There's no joke really. Despite this, his most memorable bits and catchphrases will remain in the internet lexicon for the rest of time, and no one can take that away from him, even Sam himself.
Thank you, Gamer from Mars. I guess he just doesn't do outros. One of those guys who just doesn't do outros. He's made for playlists and second screen content. Okay, I got a BRB real quick. This is the Tofiachu update from this guy, Medusa de Sedusa. I watched a little bit. He seems cool.
Now she's been telling us, any day now.
Rewind.
What's up, boys, and welcome back to the channel. Hope you guys are having a great day, night, week, month, whatever, because today you're probably doing a lot better than Tofiachu. I'll be honest. You're probably doing a lot better than Big Toph right now. Reason being is for a while now, she's been telling us, any day now, any moment now, any second, she's going to be getting a free house from the government. That's correct, ladies and gentlemen. One is just going to be dropped on her like the house from the Wizard of Oz. Her little legs are going to curl up right underneath of it. She's going to have plenty of places to get DoorDash and shop for expensive goods online and play her Xbox all day long. But unfortunately for her, as she revealed in one of her more recent live streams, that's not happening, Doc. It's just not going to happen. It's probably never going to happen, which, I mean, who could have seen that coming? Just everybody in the room, really, except her. As you probably already know, Tofia and her mom have been living in a shelter ever since Brother Chu passed away last year. Not in the same shelter, but they've both been living in shelters since that happened last year. And in that time, she has tried to gain housing by scamming people on GoFundMe, trying to literally get money off the sympathy of strangers from Brother Chu's passing. She has told her audience that they owe her housing. You owe her housing, okay? You need to pay for her house based off what, she's been through. And of course, she's also gone through this program that helps set up stable housing for people who do not have it. But you know what she hasn't done? One job application, not a single job application, at least none that I've seen. If you happen to have seen it, good on you. I would love to see it myself. But yeah, no looking for actual work, okay? However, she has been doing a lot of productive things like ordering DoorDash to the homeless shelter and buying herself an Xbox and more than likely a TV to play said Xbox instead of squirreling away that money, possibly, I don't know, saving up for housing. And of course, you got to buy a few new outfits just in case. Don't want to visit your mom, though. She hasn't been visiting Mama Chew. It's been a big point of contention, but she's just too busy and it's too expensive to go see her own mother. But getting a Caniac combo delivered? Now that's a price I'm willing to pay any day. I don't even need to look at the machine when I swipe my card. I'll pay whatever they're asking, okay? Or I guess when she orders through DoorDash, because again, she could not be bothered to go pick that up herself. But enough of me rambling, enough of me yapping. Let's get into the video today. I will say I am gonna chop up the video quite a bit, so we're really only getting the important bits. If you do want to check out the entire live stream, and I advise you do on Tofia Archives channel, I'll post the link down below in the description. So make sure to check that out if you're interested. And without further ado, let's see why Tofia Chew deserves a house more than you do.
The person that's helping me, I have to talk to them. But now housing, this is the shitty part, and I don't know if I have to figure out about my thing, because housing is now saying that they're backed up years. So they're so backed up by so many years, they're not even taking any new people. None. That's what someone said. They went to try to help someone. Not only that, the last place I was at.
Like, ever since Brother Chew died, she's been expecting them to give her a free house because of that. And they're eventually just like, no, you're not, like, disabled. As far as we can see, you can work a job. I mean, you're fat and gross and dumb, but a lot of fat, gross, dumb people have jobs. Like, you're not completely invalid. Get at your own place. Like, these homes are for people who need them, not people who just want them.
Was considered me being housed. How am I housed? I'm homeless. What? If I'm housed, then that must mean, how come I don't have a place?
What?
I don't know what to do anymore. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I gotta get up. I gotta go. Get up and go. Get up and go. I want rest. I want peace. Anyways.
I want world peace.
Well, I don't mean to pause so soon. I think it's important to note that she is genuinely trying to act shocked that Albuquerque, a place with an incredibly high homeless population, an incredibly high crime rate, high poverty rate, Tofia Chew is legitimately trying to act shocked that they are so backed up that it might be years before they're able to find her any sort of stable housing whatsoever. First, I would say there's no way she didn't know this information right from the start. Like there is no shot that when she went in there the first time, they weren't like, hey, just so you know, you're already living at least in a shelter. So that's something. It's going to be a long time before you see anything. And so Tofia Chew immediately took that and was like, oh, I can't wait to get my housing next week when I for sure am going to get it. I'm probably going to get it any day now. Like, she expects us to act as shocked as she is pretending to be in this moment. And I just think it's funny. She's trying to sympathy farm this issue that I'm sure she has known about for quite a while now.
Okay, so let's talk about Miss Ash, because she has welfare fraud. Not only is she going to court. Oh, someone. I don't know if I can say it on here. They've been talking about Ash Trevino. 75 inmates is the number that she's been with. Inmates that have been charged with murder. She has gotten with 50 to 75 inmates. What the
what do you care?
TMZ posted it, so I just let people kill me on Fortnite. Isn't that crazy? I just didn't shoot back, and that's how. Man, I've just been not feeling it today. I was playing, and then I was like, you know
what? What do you mean there is no housing for me? What?
I don't know. Today is just.
Is this America?
I was like looking forward
home
to
of the free housing, almighty
cap. There
cap.
was no sour cream. And then,
but my brother died. I should get a free house.
Confirmed exactly what I said. I knew it. We had a talk, right? And then she was like, I think what's his name likes you. And I was like, yeah, I think that too. I don't need that now. Help. And the thing is like, this guy is old enough to be my dad. I'm like, no. I told you that was okay, so that was the one that like grabbed me, like he was gonna kiss me, and then he grabbed me. I can't even demonstrate because it'll look weird because it's just one person. But he pulled me closer to tell me something, and then I was caught off guard. So I was like, you didn't need to do that. Like, I am very sad. I'm mentally
just so
exhausted.
eager to try and cancel people.
Okay, so first of all, I come home. You know, I was doing pretty good, and then I was playing Fortnite, and I just didn't have the motivation to play it anymore. And then I really wanted a taco salad, ordered that. No sour cream. So I was like, hey,
oh
taco
no!
salad, meat,
The whole world's
cheese,
against you.
Lettuce. The cheese was melted at the bottom. There wasn't really that much cheese. I think there was onions in there.
Love that Toph has these long-ass conversations and the words "I applied for X and Y job" never come out of her mouth.
A healthy taco salad. And then, I don't know, it feels like
I wanted to order a taco salad.
Now I'm exhausted. I'm worn out. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. And I got so much stuff I gotta do that I haven't done because I'm tired. Well, here's the thing. When I told them that I was tired, this was years back. So, Goodwill, when I was doing training for Goodwill, I told them that I was tired a lot, that I wanted to sleep a lot. And sleeping a lot pertains to depression. My depression, if it's really bad, I will want to sleep a lot. But I have talked to them. They did a thyroid test. So they tested my thyroids. I don't have any issues with my thyroids. My mom has thyroid issues. Thank God I don't have issues with my thyroids because thyroid issues are very painful. I have another relative that has issues with their thyroids. But my mom, mainly, I talked to them. I'm healthy. There's nothing wrong with me. They don't find anything wrong. I'm tired of going to the doctors for them to say there's nothing wrong. And then they're going to give me some pill to stay awake. I don't need to stay awake. It's not that. I am drained, but I am very tired mentally. Mentally, I just want to check out because it's too much. I don't even know about the housing, to be honest with you. Working, I'm too tired to work.
Ditch maxing.
This is
Andy
a
ditch.
lot, and I don't even know. I'm just...
Well, let's think about it for a second, Tophia. I wonder why you're so tired all the time. Is it because you just get DoorDash delivered and then play Fortnite, which, you know, you don't even actually play Fortnite. You just spawn into the map and then I guess let people kill you is kind of how you like to play Fortnite. You know, not even in a video game where you're supposed to be, you know, enjoying yourself. You just kind of stand there and you're like, you know what? I loaded it up. I don't really feel like playing. I'm just going to let other people, you know, dispose of me, do whatever they want. I'm going to go take a nap, actually. I'm just going to, you know, make sure that I have the controller next to me so I can hit return to lobby and then start new game, you know, every time it pops up. That's really the fun for Tofiachu and when it comes to Fortnite. But to say you can't work just because you're tired all the time is just that's the worst excuse I've ever heard in my entire life. People with depression still have jobs. People with depression still go to work. And also, I want to point out, Tophia is the first person to always say, oh, T channels are bad. Gossip channels are bad. Gossip channels ruin people's lives. We can't be having these commentary or gossip channels out here. Like, you shouldn't be worrying about who's sleeping with who or who's doing what or anybody's business. Except Ash Trevino. She is always the first person. If there's Ash Trevino drama, she is ready to go at her. And really not even just Ash Trevino, but anybody. She will say she is ready to die on the hill that gossip channels and commentary channels and T channels, T pages that talk about streamers and TikTokers and YouTubers, they're bad. They're bad people, they're bad content, you know, whatever. But if she thinks she can make a dime on it, she's saying, move over, everybody. It's time. Mama's coming in. Tofiachu's got to talk about how many men that Ash Trevino's sleeping with right now. But, you know, Ash Trevino's not the only person with a little harem of lovers over there. You know, Tofia's got her male lovers in waiting that she, you know, is constantly having to push away. You know, she's too pure of heart to fall into the trap of a male lover. It's like every single time she goes live, there's another man who just cannot wait to get into that bunk next to her in the homeless shelter. There's just men circling the block, just waiting, just waiting to get a glimpse of Tophia in her majesty. And I mean, also, my God, my kingdom for some sour cream. Can this homeless queen, this queen over here, can she get some sour cream on her taco bowl, please? But I mean, my God, she's been through some very traumatic things. There's no arguing that. But I mean, it's like you forget some sour cream on your taco bowl and you're like, this is where it all falls apart. I'm going to eat it anyway. And it's got onions in it. I hate onions unless they're sauteed. Like, I'm sorry, you're not a point in your life where you can really be choosy on basically anything.
Do you have another plan besides waiting years for housing? Well, I'm not waiting years for housing. They needed this notarized document. We're going to go see about that, and I think we need to go see. I'm not waiting years because for me, one of the things to help with housing, they do this assessment and you have to score, and I didn't score very high. And it's not even that. It's the fact that they're going to say that the last place I was at, I was housed. So it has nothing to do with waiting years for housing because at the end of the day, they're not taking new people anyways. But even if they was taking people, we've already been on housing way back. When I was a teenager, I don't think that. So anyways.
What?
I'm just trying to figure out what I can do. So I'm going to keep trying to find some programs. At this point,
I need them programs.
Going, I guess. I don't know. I really don't have a choice. To be honest, the place that I'm at, people really don't believe me, but I cannot work because if I go to work, they're going to just eventually tell me, hey, you got to leave or you got to pay rent here. And I'm not going to pay rent here when I could go pay rent somewhere else and have my own place. It doesn't make sense to get rushing to go get a job and I'm exhausted. Then I gotta go to work.
Man, she is just so mentally fucked by probably her dad. Her dad just spoiled her rotten. And he's like, oh, honey, we have a bank. I have a bank with $1 billion gazillion. And the only reason we're not eating caviar every night is because of the white man. The white man's holding me back and keeping the money from my bank out of our hands. And then she just grew up with that and then just completely poisoned her mind. She feels like she's a rich person and she deserves to retire.
I gotta get up and go to a job when I'm tired. I have all of these issues and then I can't function at work. It's not logical. I don't know. It's really something every day. It's the soda. I need my cream soda, Dr. Pepper. That was good. This lady bought it, and then I got hooked.
Perpetual teenager.
It was crazy. So, if you look it up, you can see. I'm jealous of what? You shouldn't have to get.
What am I jealous?
So you should. Who said I have to get employment because I'm tired? I literally just explained why I can't work. Why do I have to explain again? I can't work. If I get a job where I'm at, they're going to tell me to leave or pay rent. I cannot pay rent. I'm not going to stay here and pay rent at a place where I can go pay rent somewhere else. I'm not going to go get a job to be told that I have to leave. I cannot work. I don't know how much more I need to explain that to you. They will not allow me to have a job. You will get a job.
You get a job. What a comeback.
I'm tired of moving from one place to another. Then I have to rush to go look for a place because I'm out of luck. So then I'm going to have to live out of a motel by myself because I chose to go get a job. I'm not going to go pay for a motel. I'm literally not going to go pay the amount that I would have to pay to live in an apartment. Then I wouldn't be able to sustainably keep payments in a motel that I eventually become homeless and live under a bridge. And then when I have to live under a bridge, how am I supposed to get anywhere to get to work to shower? And then what's going to happen if I'm living under a bridge? Someone's going to see me and say that I'm living under a bridge and that I'm a hazard, that I'm not cleansely, that I'm...
What?
Whatever, because they'll try to...
So someone will see her under a bridge. They'll say,
well,
you're
work
a hazard.
Isn't meant to be optional, Toph. Work is a part of life.
Right.
Stop trying to drain the economy because you're lazy.
And if she's under a bridge, people will be like, you're not cleansely. And then she'll be, I don't know, eaten by dogs.
That excuse, even though I can get to a shower, and then try to say my hygiene is bad or whatever and try to get me fired. I cannot do that. You don't know how tiring and exhausting it is. It's a lot to be able to afford to live. It's a lot. I cannot afford to live.
Okay.
The only way I can afford to live is if I live with someone, right?
Okay, whatever. I believe you. Just keep spinning your wheels. You can't do anything. There's nothing you can do. Good luck figuring it out.
A roommate to live with, but
I guess, like, get a job is just, like, not even on the table. It's not even an option, so I guess just, like, hang around then.
I said I'm not going to
hang out at the shelter, make everyone hate you, and to the point that you'll end up like your brother, I guess.
Toph is the reason social programs fail.
I know, her and Shani and all these just people who completely are products of their own choices, but for some reason feel entitled to other people's labor.
With some rando, right? If I knew someone that
It's like she's ordering DoorDash, just buying Xboxes, buying TVs. It's like you're not making the best choices for your problem. So you know what? Deal with it.
I was like, hey, let's live together. Of course, help pitch in and pay rent. It would be okay. The only way to live nowadays is if you're living with a roommate, and I don't know anybody to live with. It's a lot. Unless you really want to survive in this economy, you have to live with a roommate. Otherwise, you can't do it on your own. My mom could be my roommate, right? And we could pitch in to pay the rent together, but she doesn't have an income coming in, nor do I have an income. The only income I have comes from TikTok, and I am very blessed that people send gifts, but it is exhausting. It is very expensive for a lot of things that people can't afford. I'm watching large content creators, right? Just because they have a large following doesn't mean they make all this money. They're struggling. Everyone is struggling. And the only people that are making money are racist people. I
Hell
saw
yeah.
people raise $200,000 for Nolan Wells' friend. Are you kidding me?
Who?
They unalived Nolan Wells and made $200,000 on that racist app that's supposed to be GoFundMe.
So I'll admit I'm a little uncultured.
What?
You know, I don't necessarily know everything that goes on the internet, but I have no idea what racist app is trying to be GoFundMe or the fake GoFundMe that is racist. I don't know what she's talking about there. But here's my thing, right? If somebody wants to give somebody else money that they earned, that's their prerogative. That is their right to give money to, you know, whatever they want. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to like it, but I'm never going to tell somebody what they can and cannot do with their money. I can make fun of you. I can say that's a dumb thing to give money to, in the same way that I think it's dumb to spend money on DoorDash when you're literally living in a homeless shelter. In the same way, I could say it's a dumb idea for someone to give money to a GoFundMe for a random person who's like looking to buy a new car or something. But I can't tell you what you can and cannot do with your money, right? But to me, I think it's crazy that she's not spending money to get herself a place to live. She's complaining and saying, oh, I can't get a job because if I get a job, then I'll have to pay rent here. And why would I want to pay rent here when I could go pay rent somewhere else? But if I pay rent somewhere else, I'm not going to have enough money to save up for a house. Then I don't know, newsflash, pay the rent at the shelter. I can't imagine it's that crazy. I'm sure it's some sort of program where they, you know, subsidize your rent based off of, you know, how much you make or something like that. I can't imagine the shelter's like, hey, you got to pay us first month, last month, and $1,800 a month. And she's going through possibly one of the hardest things a person can go through, right? She's homeless, and she's saying, well, I could get a place, but then I'd have to get a random roommate. Like, yeah, it's no fun. You might have to have a couple awkward conversations because they don't do the dishes or they leave their clothes out, or they, you know, maybe they invite people over without you know, talking to you first. And it's kind of an inconvenience. Maybe they eat your food once in a while. But hey, living with one roommate is better than living with 60 in a shelter. And if you're working a minimum wage job, yeah, you're probably going to have to get like 2 or 3 other roommates. But again, this is a sacrifice you're going to have to make because unfortunately, you put yourself in this situation. You decided not to work. You decided not to have a job. That's on nobody else. You have to start over in your 30s from literally zero. You're starting from nothing right now. And that's on you, Big Toph. I don't think it should be on the taxpayers to give you housing, you know, to buy you a house.
Work
because
harder. People like Tofi and need a free house.
Are too sleepy to go to work.
I'm tired. I don't wanna. Give me a house. I'm tired.
Nolan Wells' targeted friends. I'm here struggling. I'm a victim of a violent crime, and I can't obtain safe housing. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. People don't understand how hard it is because they're making excuses because they don't want to help anybody. This city, my state government, got millions of dollars to house people, to help fund for housing, and they're talking about how they're backed up years and they're not taking anybody new for housing. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What are people supposed to fucking do? Now there's no housing program for people? How are people supposed to obtain housing? Much less
I don't know, man. It's a mystery.
Live. You cannot expect people to live in this economy. Fuck, man. That's crazy. Sorry, guys. We're not accepting new people for housing because we're backed up. How do you get backed up? Because Trump fucked us over big time.
Oh, yeah. Everyone had houses until Trump.
Voting for him. When COVID hit, that screwed everything
You're a
up. Everything
moron.
was shut down. Because everything shut down, that caused everything to be backed up. So now that's probably why the housing program is backed up, because
Yeah,
they
because
couldn't
of
work
Trump.
for however long. Why? Because Trump didn't do anything to try to figure out a vaccine or how to cure COVID faster or come up with a vaccine.
There is no cure for a virus, dipshit. And also, Operation Lightspeed put out a vaccine in no time.
faster.
It was about the shutdowns. It wasn't about the vaccine.
He was too busy hate criming people, spewing hatred, talking about blaming us.
He was too busy hate criming people. Sometimes you think, you know what, I'm glad Tofia is homeless. You really do deserve to be here with your misinformation and your just absolute boneheaded ignorance.
China developed COVID during the Obama administration.
Right. You won't believe what she says next.
Certain race for COVID when it came from a laboratory in the United States of America.
No, it didn't. Like, she's so fucking stupid. Like, there's so much wrong that she thinks is true. And there's just no saving it. There's no way you could tell her that, like, 90% of the things she believes is absolute bullshit. She'll just get mad at you and say, no, you're dumb.
That's how it was spread.
No one says that. Not even Fauci, you fucking dipshit.
Can't even begin.
COVID came from an American lab. Sure. Hey, Toph, what do you think the 19 in COVID-19 stands for? Take your time.
And to tell you just how frustrated I am. You've got 1% of rich people not giving a fuck. You got
1% of rich people?
Billionaire to give a fuck. All that money with all the rich people combined could pay to house every single person that is homeless in America. They could buy people.
No, wrong. And also, like, so you take all of the rich people's money and you spend it all in one lump sum on houses for everybody. And then what are you going to do? Don't you need to do it again next year? Like, you already took all their money. You can only do that once. You do it for 1 year and then everything falls apart because there's no rich people and all the poor people are just like, hey, where's that money you gave me again? And they're like, you already took it all.
And house them, but they don't even give a fuck about
Sure.
the economy. Fuck
Sure,
everybody
moron.
else. Every man for himself. We're at the bottom of the food chain.
Yeah, that's what they're saying when they're saying you should just get a job.
Toph, you could take all the wealthy's money and house the homeless and somehow you'd still be unemployed.
Right?
Don't have any connections.
She'd be like, I have a house now. I don't need a job now. I have a house. Like, it would just be unemployed either way.
So if you don't have connections, then you gotta stay poor as fuck. Man, this is fucking... The world we live in is crazy. People think that I'm talking crazy. Okay, whatever. This is
Okay, whatever.
This is the world we live in. I don't understand why people has to be rude.
Why do people has to be
It takes
rude?
2 seconds to be kind to someone. Literally having
Literally.
a username like that and your profile picture being and the caption says smoking on that brother Tupac is crazy. Family, I can't stay with
Crazy
them.
funny.
I don't have anyone to stay with. Like, you think I have family to stay with? I don't have family to stay with. First of all, I can't get into other people's... I'm not going to talk about some of my family members. 'Cause I don't,
Shut up.
It's not talking about them. They've got their stuff they're dealing with. One of my uncles has health problems right now. He can't take us in. You know, there's a lot of things going on with my mom's side of the family that financially, you know, and also they can't. Like, it's not like that. And the one uncle that went online and tried to say that he offered us a place to live, he didn't even know he was living out of our car. I can't stay with him because, first of all, that's not even a good environment to be in. If you really want to be in a toxic environment, then you go live with that.
What?
I'm not
How
gonna
is
go
he
live
toxic?
Like that in a toxic environment.
He offered you a home and you're like, you're toxic.
All the time. Like, no.
No, I'm not gonna. I'd rather be homeless.
Nightmares. I don't know if it's unresolved issues. I don't know what it is, but it's been a lot of dreams of me being at my grandma's house, and my grandma's house is very evil. In a sense of, in my dreams, there's an evil spirit that haunts the house, and every time we stay there...
I know you offered me a place to stay, but you don't understand, Uncle. I had a dream. And the dream scared me, so I'm gonna be homeless, okay?
We're attacked by whatever this...
whatever.
Is, and these are
Stay
actual
poor.
dreams that I really have.
This
And
is the
these are
most important
sometimes
thing to
reoccurring dreams of,
understand.
I go to my grandma's house, we're staying there, my cousin's staying there, and my uncle, and he tries to throw us out. I don't know. All I know is this evil spirit takes over my grandma's house, and then I have dreams where we try to go there because we need a place to stay, and he chases us off and says, "Go get." So then we have to walk. I just.
Oh, I'm sorry you had that dream. My bad.
Walking down the road and having to travel on foot somewhere because I don't have a place to go, and trying to figure out where I'm going to go because my uncle didn't allow us to stay at the house. And I don't know. These are just really weird dreams. It's either dreams about my grandma's house or my old house.
What do you expect them to do about your stupid dreams?
And we're living there. We're not supposed
How
to
annoying.
be living in the house because they were selling the house, but we
I had a
slept
dream
there,
you were
somehow
going to be
all of
mean
our
to me,
stuff
so
was there.
no.
Beds, everything, and we were living there. And the landlord finally said you could live there. And what was weird is someone had, I don't know if they were squatting or what it was, but they ended up sneaking, they broke into the house and they were staying there. So we were staying with some random person, and everything was, my bed was there, all my stuff was there. We never left the house. I don't even know. It's really weird dreams.
Weird dreams.
Besides the point of that, my dad's family is not here.
So just in case you guys got a little confused there, I'll sum up why she can't live with her family. She had a dream that the house was haunted. So, there's no getting over that. And believe me, I understand not wanting to live in a toxic environment, but at the same time, you have to think, like, is it worse than living in the shelter? Because if it's something like, oh, he's going to yell at me because I don't have a job, it's like, okay, then yeah, but then go get a job. Like, this is what this is where the whole issue stems from, is you not being employed. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but she's legitimately trying to rationalize not wanting to live with her uncle because he might yell at her. And also she had a dream that the house is haunted. And she's trying to use that emotional tie-in of, the house is haunted, I get bad energy from it, to be an excuse to not wanting to live there. And if you remember, too, the biggest issue with this uncle wasn't even necessarily that Tofia and her mom didn't have an income at the time. It was that he didn't want to be harassed or doxxed or bothered by any of the people online because he knows that Tofia was going to try and live stream from the house or make content from the house. So even if Tofia wanted to take a year break from quote unquote making content and just go get a job, establish some sort of residency, get an apartment somewhere, just even live in a motel for a little while, then move up to an apartment, and then she wanted to go back to making TikToks, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But hopping on live every single day and then dry begging for donations is not going to win you any favors. And it's especially not going to get you housing.
They're all over. They're Atlanta, New York, North Carolina. They're sprawled out everywhere. The only family that he has here is his cousin. And we haven't had contact with his cousin because in the past, when he tried to have contact with his cousin wants $2,000 for the time that he was staying with her when he had mental health issues. So for the time that he was staying there, the only reason that she contacts him is for money. So yeah, that's the only reason. When she contacts him for $2,000. So we don't have family.
Aww. I had a dream your house was haunted, so I have no family anymore. Time to cry. The crying time is now. Don't you feel sorry for me?
It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. But just, it sucks. It's overwhelming. It's very overwhelming.
Well, whelm it. Get whelmed.
I don't even know. I can't even process.
My brain is not functioning.
Emotional drunk. I'm not even drunk. Do you even know what a drunk person looks like?
It's her uncle under a bed sheet trying to scare her off so he doesn't have to deal with her.
How can I can't even afford to drink every day. Are you crazy? Well, you could get cheap alcohol, but even still then, I couldn't afford that. Like, people don't understand. I have major depression, and it's not even from doing nothing. When you do something and you get defeated, it just really takes a toll on you, especially because I'm struggling. I have to go live every day to maintain because I got bills I got to pay. I got a storage I got to pay every month. So I don't have no choice but to go live. I enjoy going live, but it's just like, the thing is like, the videos that I make on TikTok, I don't even know what's going up with TikTok creator funds thing, because one of my videos hit over 1 million views. My videos are consistently hitting high views. Why am I only making $2 or $3 on them? That makes literal no sense. I know that best place to make
because it's
money
TikTok,
is YouTube,
I guess,
but I can't film YouTube videos yet. You know what I mean? Instagram and Facebook, I'm in this creator program, but what's the point of posting videos if I haven't even made no money? I haven't even been making anything. What, $1 here? That is so frustrating. Then I gotta hit 10 million views just to even crack the surface to make money. Like, do it. Anyways, it's just so tiring. I've been going every single day, every single Tuesday to try to get housing for them to tell me I do not qualify because I'm housed. That makes literal no fucking sense considering the fact that I'm not housed. If I was housed, I would be paying rent. I can't live there forever. So how am I housed?
Guys, I have depression and it's cause I fail at stuff. Send me monies. Money now.
Money please. Money now.
And they told me that they were going to say that I was housed and that they will not help me with no housing. It is frustrating to go do what I have to do only to be told I don't fucking qualify.
I just don't even understand how this is different from a real job. From how she's describing it, she hops on live every single day. You know, she clocks in every single day, the old ball crushing factory that is TikTok Live, and she sits there and dry bags. I don't understand how that's different from just regular employment, except you're getting paid like, I guess, 10% of what you normally would be getting paid. So if that's the case, then start writing up those applications to McDonald's, buddy boy. Like, what are we still doing here? Also, I really hate how she always makes, mental health and depression her kind of scapegoat for everything. Oh, I can't do this because I have depression. I can't do this because I have anxiety. I can't do this because I have a mental health issue. The amount of people I know in my life that have legitimate mental health issues don't want to talk about it or make it as an excuse. A lot of people personally that I know are trying to live their life in spite of that or in a way to defy that. They're going to therapy. They're seeing what medications work. But I'll be damned if there's anybody that I know who's just sitting there and going, yeah, I mean, I can't go to work because, the old brain's just not feeling good today. Like, it's just not an excuse that I hear people use who legitimately have those issues. Or if they do have a day where they're particularly struggling with it, maybe they do need to take some time off. They don't monologue about it for hours and hours on TikTok Live, talking about how they just can't do it today, guys, because they're not feeling it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not diagnosing her or saying that she doesn't have depression or anxiety or anything like that. I'm just saying that using it as an excuse all the time to kind of get out of doing things or taking responsibility for your actions is pretty gross to me. And again, I don't know anything about the particular program that she's applying through or even the shelter that she's in. Based on the information that I've heard from her, again, this is just an assumption. I would think that what they're qualifying as housing is a place that will give you some sort of permanent residence through, paying rent or because you don't meet a certain income threshold. So when they get Tofia's application, they're looking at it and they're going, okay, you are at this one shelter. You're not paying rent there yet. The next step is for you to get employment and then you'll pay rent there. Okay, so you'll have a roof over your head while you're paying rent. And then eventually you'll be able to work up until you can support yourself. That is what I would assume the program is kind of leaning towards when they're talking about her being housed. They're not seeing her as she said earlier, living under a bridge. So they're not trying to get her into some sort of safe housing because she's not in a critical need right now. Also, I can't tell. I'm having a hard time telling if she is living in if her room is like her own private room, like she has her own place to stay, or maybe she has maybe a couple roommates that live in the room with her, like maybe it's a room with 2 or 4 beds, because it's not like she's living in a shelter where she just puts everything under her bunk and she's in a gym full of 60 beds. So in a way, she's more than likely already moved up in her housing just based on the fact that she's not living in a room with 60 people. She's now got a more private place for her to live and sleep and feel safe. That, or when she does TikTok lives, she's just in a room full of a bunch of people blasting music and screaming loudly into her phone. Either way, not under a bridge.
You don't know what I've been fucking doing. I've been putting effort. Why do you think I go from one place to another, hoping maybe I would get some help? Maybe eventually I would get a place to live because I'm.
Why do you think I'm going around asking people for free stuff? Why do you think I want people to give me things for free?
What?
Calling me lazy? I go around all the places asking for free stuff. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
I can't.
Wham, wham, wham.
Anymore. I can't. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm worn
I'm
out.
tired.
Mentally, I'm checked out.
Take a nap.
Consistently.
And get up. Get a job.
Going to not get help. No one knows. I would love to come see you do this. It's not easy because you couldn't last a day in someone's shoes. You couldn't last a day in a homeless person's shoes. You really couldn't survive. You don't know what it's like. It's tiring and exhausting. Imagine having all the stuff you have in your place and having to carry it with you in a shopping cart and lug that shopping cart everywhere because you have nowhere to put all of your personal belongings or your physical things. What's going to happen when you need the restroom, right? You're going to leave all your personal belongings behind to go to the restroom, come out, and your whole cart is stolen. You don't even know what that's like because you've never even lived in a homeless person's shoes to understand what it's like. All these years, I've struggled to even get a place. I've already explained that. I'm not putting my name on a lease to turn around and have to face an eviction because all of a sudden someone called.
That's the
and
thing.
Here they are saying,
You
well,
don't
you're
either,
calling the
Toph.
place, so we're going to have to ask you to leave and then find a reason to evict us. And then if I have an eviction on my
You're
name,
right, Toph.
that makes it a lot harder
I
for
couldn't
me
live
to
a
get a
life
place
in
to
a
live.
homeless person's
And I really
shoes.
can't get a place to live.
That's why I
I'm
got a
thankful I
job.
have no evictions
Mhm.
because if I had an
I mean,
eviction
people
on
have
my
been
name,
there.
I wouldn't be able to get a place to live. I would have 10 times.
I mean,
You don't know what's that like. Most homeless people aren't playing
Yeah,
on
right?
Xbox and ordering DoorDash.
yeah, plenty of people get out of this situation. They just have to work really hard at it.
Times a lot. It would be 10 times.
You literally just don't want to. You just have this overwhelming block in your brain, just a sense of entitlement.
It's harder for me
Probably put in there by her dad, telling her that their family is rich and it's just the white man keeping them down.
to get an apartment. I'm tired. Why can't people just leave me
I'm
alone?
tired. Give me a
I'm doing the
house.
best that I can't. There is nothing more that I can do.
I'm number 10 on the sleepy schedule, so give me a house now.
I can only do what I can with my limitations. And I'm trying. You
Okay.
think it's so easy? Why don't you come?
Go find like some guy with really, really low standards. I know it's really, really tough for you, but just lower your standards to rock bottom if you really want a place to live that much.
Do it.
You have an option, Toph.
Oh, I have a place to live. I can pay for my stuff. Nobody cares. You're
Oh,
renting. You're not owning a place to live.
How do you know?
There's a difference. Life is not easy. It's not a joke.
Oh, I thought it was
It's not a
easy.
game. It's someone's real life that you're messing with when you constantly harass someone. I'm tired. I've been dealing with idiots for years. I've been dealing
Idiots.
with harassment for years. It had nothing to do with motherfucking social media. I was off social media for a whole month when I was living in a car, and people still harassed me. What the fuck? Making excuses to continuously harass someone is crazy. And then saying it's their
Harass.
fucking fault. Maybe
your live stream.
Maybe I should go target someone and call them a slur, and
Whoa.
I'll get $1 million because that's what works, I guess.
Okay,
Hey,
go for
you're a
it.
Bigot, you make money.
Go ahead.
Right? Oh.
I want to see the Bigot Toph arc.
She called a 5-year-old
The villain arc.
boy the N-word, so let's raise her $1 million.
Yeah, call someone the N-word and you'll get $1 million.
Kill a mother, a mother that has kids, all because she was doing what he asked her to do, and he's still unalived her, and no justice was served. But let's help him raise some money. I didn't know murderers get paid for their crimes. I heard their lives. It's on my.
What about Carmelo Anthony, you dumb bitch?
She performed for free.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse too much longer, but I will say she keeps saying people on social media are bothering me. They're bothering me. Why can't people just leave me alone? Toph, if people are bothering you on social media, then don't get onto social media. Just don't post. Don't get on the app. Maybe even just make a burner and just use it to watch. If you want to watch TikToks, just watch TikToks on your burner. Also, her saying that she's doing all that she can do to get housing when that's going
Know what
to
the difference between you and that
you
lady
go to an
who got
office
paid
for
was
an
Toph.
hour a week. That's what
She
you're
was
doing to get
employed.
housing. You're not, you're not
Yeah,
filling
right.
out job applications. You're not boots to the ground
Love the
out there
Kermit voice.
punching the concrete, trying to,
does kinda sound like
find
her.
work. No. You're sitting in an office for an hour, going in and going, have you found me a house yet? No? Okay, I'm going to go back to playing Fortnite, eating taco bowls, and sleeping in my bunk. Call me crazy. I don't think you're doing everything that you can do to get yourself housed. And I will say, I do think it's funny that she's saying, oh, well, I should just go online and start calling people slurs because that's how you make money, right? You just be a bigot online. Tophia, you have been a hateful, spiteful person on the internet for years now, and it's only made you a little bit of money. Why do you think it's going to start paying you out now?
I can't spell my own state. NEWMEXICO. Like, it has nothing to do with being an adult when the government is fucking corrupt. So why are you talking about welcome to being an adult? I'm 32 years old. I've been an adult for how long, dumbass?
That's not a flex.
I bought the Switch months ago. It's been like for 5 months I've had
That was
the
forever
Switch.
ago.
I believe. No, actually, I bought the Switch last year. So why are we mentioning a Switch that I bought last year? I bought the Switch
Because he
last
couldn't
year.
afford
Why are
it.
we still talking about that? Oh, well, you bought an Xbox. $100 is not going to sustain rent. Are we stupid? Like,
It could
Why don't
go
you sell
towards
for
it.
cash?
oh, well, you could do this, you could do that. You're pocket watching people. There are people that are struggling right now to financially survive. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, you got your hair braided, but you're saying you can't afford. Stop pocket watching people.
Crazy, I have to interrupt again so soon. Tophia, you literally pocket watch every single person you talk about online. Literally, earlier in this live stream, you're talking about how, like, Elon Musk spends his money. Even just a few labored breaths ago, you were talking about how people were donating to racist people online. But it's not okay if you do it to Tophia. She can do it to anybody she likes, but you can't do it to her. Those pockets aren't that deep anyway. They're very tight, but they're not that deep.
You don't pocket watch nobody else. You ain't saying
Yes, you
that
do.
shit to nobody else. It's overconsumption.
Yes, I do.
I'm
How do you know
sick and tired. It's unnecessary
And yet
bullshit.
here you are pocketing
People
watching
be
the
sitting here
government,
defending
i.e. the
Michaela,
US
And
taxpayers.
Michaela's out here talking about remodeling my makeup room, building a $50,000 makeup room. Why do you need to announce how much your makeup room is going to cost to remodel it? There's no point, especially in this day
Stop
and age.
it. You're making me
in this time where
mad.
people can't afford to feed themselves. They can't afford to live. They're struggling. And you're out here talking about your $40,000 Chanel bag.
That's
hauls.
pocket watching.
I can't believe it, but she's doing it right now. She's like a coin the way she keeps flipping sides.
I wish I could afford all those Chanel bags. I wish I lived a rich life.
Her
There was a
pocket
point
full
in
of sour
time
cream.
where we were doing really well for ourselves, and we're no longer doing well for ourselves. And it's so crazy. These people are so out of touch. I don't have anything in common with influencers that are blowing money. It's nothing. How am I going to relate to you when I got major depression, I'm homeless, and I can't even afford my bills
Okay.
sometimes? What the fuck?
Well, yeah. If you're homeless and you can't pay your bills, you should probably not like look at social media influencers and to begin with. You should have more important things you should be doing than watching your stupid little drama channel.
My mom literally said,
Get to
how are you
work.
feeling today, or how are you doing today? And I responded with good, because that's what she always
Whoa.
asks me every day. So I'm like, I'm good, right? I didn't remember. And she said, I'm sorry,
What?
I didn't tell you it was your brother's birthday today because I thought you remembered. No, I don't know what to do with my hair, so I'm just gonna do it this way. We have to pay for movies. I wanted to watch that movie and it was free on TV and now it's gone. And now I gotta pay for it. That's stupid, man. And I'm like, I don't even have money. There's a movie I want to watch. I think I have enough to pay for it. My arms are huge because I did heavy lifting.
It's all muscles, you guys. Look at all the muscles. Because of all the heavy lifting I do.
It's muscle. I need
Used to be a good country until they started letting people like you do whatever you want.
Muscle. Why? I'm not mad.
Okay, I know I said that about the mansions trying to rage bait herself. Now she's trying to rage bait me. She's trying to rage bait everybody in her audience right now, and it's succeeding. Apparently, the homeless shelter that she's in right now is actually just the Diamond Gym with the amount
All
of
the saggy
intense
muscle.
workout and training that she's getting right now. Her regimen is crazy. The cut about to be wild, dude.
Do you even know what dry baking is? I have not once asked for gifts, nor have I told anyone to send gifts. Oh, I don't
I
know
mean,
what
I'd
it is
really
about
like
people
it.
that
I mean, I'm not going to
survive
stop you if you want
literally
to.
proving her point. First of all, to be rude to her and then be fat phobic, it is so crazy. When you're talking about, oh, you're skinny phobic and then proceed to be fat phobic, do you not? Like, it's crazy because they were like, someone was like, oh, she's just skinny phobic. And someone was like, no, she's not. And they were like, it's all the big back. People in the comment sections defending her or something like that. Big back is literally a fat phobic term. When she was talking about the Cheesecake Factory's menu, she is not trying to say, some of you guys really don't know, you don't know. It's fat phobic. And for you to sit there and be arguing and say, what about Thin Mints? Is Thin Mints fat phobic? What about low calorie skinny pop? Or you missed the whole point. You are purposefully taking it out of context so you can have a reason to be fat phobic. Everyone is
God. Imagine everybody else at the shelter just like stressing out, trying to pay their bills, and you just got this fat lump in the corner yelling at her phone angrily. Just making herself angry. Just yelling at people who are just there to make fun of her. And if you're like, hey, where have you applied to today? She's like, I don't have to apply anywhere. I was doing my job just now.
As a damn excuse to be fat phobic. You don't give a fuck what she's doing or what she's saying. It's just a reason to target a fat person. Because why are fat people always targeted?
Why are fat people always targeted? I don't know, because you're big targets. You're easy to hit.
Fat people. Fat
You can't hide.
Greasy substance. Why are we sitting here referring to someone as a greasy substance? I sure as heck am not a greasy substance.
I'll hold my comments.
Neither are you, so I don't understand why you're referring to someone as
Autistic literalism.
You look at someone in front of you. Are you looking at a greasy substance? I don't
Yeah,
think so. We took
I am.
words from other words and made no sense out of them. There are a lot of words that do not mean what we say they mean. They do not mean that. Fat comes from another word. Look up where fat comes from.
I think I do know where fat comes from, Tofia. It comes from the Caniac combo that you're taking down, and the slices of cake, and the 2 liters of cola, and the taco bowl. Unfortunately, without any sour cream. Like, I'm not even trying to be rude. If I had to describe her diet, it would be that. It would be fat. Not even really trying to be disrespectful, especially to any of my bigger, people in chat, not trying to be disrespectful. But I don't think that any, normal person would describe Tofia's diet as healthy in any regard whatsoever. It just blows me away that she will sit there with a bag of chips and a soda and talk about how she doesn't eat that much or she eats relatively healthy, and yet she is downing a metric ton of empty calories. And I know this doesn't particularly pertain to the housing or lack thereof that she's receiving, but I wanted to include this from the live stream because it is kind of funny. She just goes on this whole rant about how she's better than you for being able to eat whatever she wants.
There are a lot of words that we use that derive from other words that mean something totally different than what we're using it for. What are you even talking about a drunk rant for? It's not a drunk
I'm sure you're going to call somebody else fat without getting mad at how, I'm not literally a greasy substance.
To be fucking hateful any chance you get.
You're stupid.
Is talking about fat phobia, and you continue to be fat phobic in the comment sections. It makes no damn sense. Considering the fact you're fat phobic to me all the time.
Hell yeah.
How much food I eat. I don't even eat a lot of my food. And even if I do,
look at you.
Some damn good food you wish you could eat because you're probably eating a bland ass salad. No one gives a You mad at someone because they eating good? Why do we gotta be fat phobic?
Yeah, I'm just jealous.
Why do we gotta argue with somebody that's literally fighting fat phobia?
They all are like, oh, you're jealous. You're jealous of the DoorDash I eat.
A reason to be hateful any chance you get because you don't know nothing else than to be hateful and negative all the fucking time.
Like if DSP was homeless, he'd be talking the exact same way. You're all jealous. You're just jealous of me.
Everybody has to be
Literally doesn't matter. All the lolcows, just like they have no way of dealing with being made fun of.
hateful and negative in people's comments.
It's all too dumb.
I follow Samira, and all I see is people in the comments such as, what do you think about Thin Mints? What do you think? I've never met someone so stupid in my life to literally mention that. That's not what the she meant. And you know what the she meant. You just want to find a reason to take it out of context because you want to be fat phobic. Then you sit here and skates and then try to say, oh, she's skinny phobic. People are so stupid. Skinny is the standard. Being skinny is being pushed onto people.
May I suggest a heavy dose of lead for your next meal, sir? Sorry,
I literally want to
ma'am.
starve myself and not eat sometimes because my old habits. I lost 100 pounds doing that, and I lost it quickly. I don't have to go to the gym consistently and see no results except losing 81 pounds. I went to the gym consistently for almost 2 months and didn't see no results. And on top of that, I wasn't eating a lot of foods. I was eating what I was supposed to eat on top of going to the gym. I was drinking water every time I went to the gym. I wasn't seeing no results. I saw results faster when I didn't eat for a whole week than I did going to the gym consistently for 2 months. And sometimes I tell myself, hey, maybe I should not eat. That's just my thought process. Sometimes I see people and I wish I had that body because then maybe I wouldn't get as much hate as I'm getting.
So you're jealous.
Hate for people being fat phobic, being ageist and all kinds of stuff, saying you're 32. What has 32 gotta do with defending myself about adult issues? I'm so sick and tired.
Because you're immature.
32. Well, whatever age you are, shut the fuck up. Because
shut
you
up.
shouldn't be talking at your age. That makes literal no sense to be sitting here telling me I have no right to talk at 32. I'm 32 years old. I can talk however I want. It's my page, not yours. It's my name on this page.
That was water weight, Toph, and yet 2 weeks at the gym isn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
I'm just going to chime in here again just because,
She's probably
unfortunately,
eating
as some
more.
of you probably know, this is my weird little special interest. There's kind of a pretty well understood rule in fitness or just in dieting in general that your diet makes up the majority of your weight loss. Like, sure, you can go to the gym as much as you want, but if you're eating like shit, then you're not going to lose any weight. Like, there's a reason why people bulk up. They consume more calories than are actually needed and then go to the gym. And then when you're trying to lose weight, you cut down. You cut your amount of calories. You try to keep your exertion in high gear because you're trying to get rid of the excess calories in your body. I don't understand this like confusion where people think that they can just eat whatever they want if they go to the gym 2 or 3 times a week for 30 minutes a day. There's a guy that I used to watch on YouTube called Shredded Sports Science, and he actually has a really good quote. I don't know if he's quoting somebody else or he just made this up himself, but he says, you know, physiology is not that hard. Like, there's a lot of lies and a lot of confusion and a lot of, you know, haziness in the fitness industry, diet industry, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, calories in, calories out. That's what truly matters. Anyway, I just kind of wanted to include that here at the end just because it is something she talks about all the time. She's constantly talking about how she's, you know, actually in such good shape or she could lose weight if she really wanted to. And at the end of the day, like, we all know she's lying. It drives me crazy to hear her say that all the time because in reality, she should be able to right now. This is the peak time. Again, the cut would go crazy right now. Like, if there's any time to cut back on eating junk food or fast food or drinking soda, it's right now when you are living in the shelter, potentially eating the meals they pack there for you for free. Anyway, that's going to do it for today's video, guys. If you liked the video, make sure to leave a like and comment down below. And of course, subscribe if you're feeling it. You know, I always appreciate it. We just hit 7,000 subscribers by...
Yeah, he's muted. It's a pretty good video. I liked it. I'll give it a like. I won't give it a sub yet. Maybe on the next one I will. Doki Bird having fun in Armored Core. What's she doing?
I don't remember how to play. I don't remember how to play the game. Oh, 100%. It does not feel like it's in my favor. Guys, how do I heal? I don't remember how. Oh my god, wrong button again. How heal? How heal? It's already not looking good. I'm trying. No, not the third. Please, I'm not ready. Oh, I'm not ready. Okay, wait, I have a plan. I'm shooting everything I have on him, Captain. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I'm getting jiggled everywhere. Ah, that's a Gundam. Who am I fighting, Milena? Jesus, what? Like, how? Yeah, no shit. Your parents don't love you and you'll never find a husband. That took so much out of me. Oh my god. I'm so tired.
Maybe someday I'll make content about content creators that I do like. But it is not this day. Not this day. We're still in the vortex. Whether we like it or not. Mr. Interesting put out 2 videos. One about this guy, a furry lolcow. I don't know anything about him. Nothing about him. And then he made another video on his other channel. You can take a look at too. The Obscure Internet Strange Cryptid Files.
Hello and welcome to the Obscure Internet Strange Cryptid Files. Today we'll be poking around the dirty little corners of the Pokemon community. Pokemon has a proud tradition of having lolcows interested in it. From Chris Chan to Sonichu
to
through
DSP.
to the degenerate life of Pampachu. But normally Pokemon is just an aspect of their life, a side story, an interesting little detail. But today we are going to be looking at a fixture of the competitive Pokemon community. Someone that has been plaguing the Pokemon world for well over a decade now. Verlisify. He's an interesting fellow for many different reasons, one of which is that he's really good at spinning signs. It's a strange skill to have developed, so I'm guessing that this was his job at some point, and he's actually pretty good at it, I suppose. Verlisify is kind of a self-styled policeman of internet children's games, and seems to be on a lifelong mission to stop cheating, which has led to countless dramas, and basically the whole Pokemon community turning against him. He does really seem to be obsessed with people cheating and talks about it a lot.
Cheating, cheating, cheated, cheating, dude's a cheater, cheating is wrong.
Verlisify is a furry whose animal persona is a wolf with red hair. He sometimes appears in his videos wearing a dog collar, which is kind of odd because wolves don't wear collars. Kind of goes against their whole wild animal thing that they've got going on. And he has a little catchphrase that he likes to open up all of his videos with.
Welcome back, Wolfpack. Verlis here.
He first appeared on YouTube playing Minecraft, but after only a few videos he turned his eyes to Pokemon and started to pump out many videos. Things like guides on how to use Pokemons correctly or team compositions for his battles. At the start he was seen as a fairly knowledgeable, okay kind of person, I guess. But as time went by, people started to notice some strange things about him, like he would create and promote the most annoying teams possible to win battles, and then brag about winning with these annoying teams. One of the most infamous sets that he made was for a Pokemon called Wailord, which had 3 of its 4 moves dedicated to making it unkillable and as defensive as possible, then having 1 weak attacking move. The aim of this was to make the matches go on a lot longer than they needed to, and to make it very boring for the opponent, as what's happening is each Pokemon is hitting each other and not really doing much damage.
I think that Verlisify is probably one of the most stupid people I've ever encountered. The reason I have a problem with this little fucker, Verlisify, is some of the comments he's left on my videos in the past. Have you seen a Verlisify strategy? Here's one for Wailord. Straight from one of his videos, that's a screenshot, completely unedited. Fucking curse amnesia Wailord with heavy slam. No waterfall, no stab, just heavy slam because it's a big fat fuck and he assumes, oh, it's big and heavy. Heavy slam's a good idea. What a stupid, worthless moveset that is.
His main playstyle seems to be to make it impossible to hit him and drag the match out as long as he can.
At the VGC Regionals, I went undefeated with this very team, and this team is just hilarious, and it really complements the way I play the game, and it shows exactly how I do it. First, what you want to do is just open up with Drifblim and Ambipom. This is what I came up with, and a lot of people didn't expect it, so it ended up doing really well. Ambipom fakes out the biggest threat, and then Drifblim starts stockpiling or using Minimize. Oh, this already sounds filthy, huh? I don't play nice when I want to win Pokemon. That's how I do it.
Being that his whole strategy seems to be centered around making the match last as long as he can, in order to make it quite boring and frustrating to play against him, he doesn't really like it when people do the same back to him. So some players at tournaments would start to play him at his own game, and take a long time to take their moves running the timer out, which isn't against the rules but is frowned upon as it makes the games very long and boring. This was something that Verlisify saw as cheating, so would call the judges over to try and get these people in trouble.
But as you can see, the strategy takes a bit to set up, and if people are like playing a really heavy protect game or just trying to dance around some other shenanigans like I am, it can counter me out pretty well, but that's not fair. Like, the only way you can win is if you take a minute and a half to choose a move. And a lot of people were, so I was calling over judges, and the judges didn't know how to handle the situation. They didn't do anything to progress the game flow. And that's the only reason why I lost 2 battles, but I still had a Dunsparce Snorlax combo against 2 or 3 Pokemon. So I would be winning within the next 1 to 2 turns, but the problem is with the timeout and the long battle sequences, I didn't stand a chance against it. So that is the flaw, is if you're in a regionals and you see this, just take 10 minutes to choose your turn and be a jerk like that, I guess.
Smogon is a fan-created Pokemon game and website that has been adopted by players who want quick battles. This is used by players to develop tactics or teams that can be then taken into the real game. As you don't need to breed the perfect Pokemon but instead just create it in the game, this saves people a lot of time and effort. Smogon has its own set of rules for the website, which have mainly been adopted by the Pokemon community as a whole, but not the Pokemon Company, so their tournaments do not follow these rules. The Smogon rules are designed to take the luck out of the game and make it more about skill, plus make the games a lot more interesting, quick and attacking. As Velisifier's whole strategy seems to go against the Smogon rules, he really hates this website and has made many videos calling it out, saying it's cheating, and he even once blamed the website for breaking up his relationship.
I'm not sure where to end this because I also wanted to say that my girlfriend broke up with me this morning, and it's another blow to my life in Pokemon. But she just decided that I wasn't for her. And it's probably because, my attitude has been a lot more sour since Smogon has come out. That I never really did anything wrong, but, she just, there's so much wrong right now that nothing's right.
Velicifier quickly got a name for himself for not being very sportsmanlike and playing the victim any time that he lost in a tournament. He claims that people that work for the Pokemon Company have manipulated the rules in tournaments to make him lose, which has led to people calling him the DSP of the Pokemon world, except DSP is actually good at some games. Despite all this, some people still saw him as a knowledgeable player, and the sheer amount of clickbait titles
DSP's
and
good at
videos
some
that he
games
would
according to
pump out
what?
grew his YouTube channel to be
Citation
one of the
needed.
largest in the competitive Pokemon scene. Gimmicks like playing battles while blindfolded or speaking his mind about the bad things in the Pokemon community would only get him more attention, but his activity on Twitter, bad sportsmanship, whining and blaming others for him losing soon started to get him attention for all the wrong reasons, with more and more people making videos about his bad behaviour.
I've heard multiple stories. He's causing controversy. Okay, so now I'm a bit creeped out. His hair's a weird color. And is that a dog color? Oh boy.
I sent Velisify an apology message on Skype actually because, he felt like my video was ruining his reputation. And that wasn't really the goal of the video. The goal of the video was to kind of clarify some misconceptions, but he was clearly not very happy about it.
This is low. And I quote Velisify, "Another hater that needs to drink base liquids. How can anyone be this dumb?" End quote.
People saying, get out of VGC, stop talking VGC, you don't play it. That's funny. This is a VGC trophy. This shows that those people are wrong, but the people they tell will never know this. That the people that they tell to say, fuck Velisify, don't watch him, they're never going to see this video, they're never going to see this trophy, they're just going to believe him. They're going to believe the lies that Cybertron has said, they're going to believe the lies that many other PokeTubers have said against me, because for some reason they just don't like me.
Velicifier would leave comments on other creators' videos, calling them out for giving bad advice and linking to one of his own videos where he gives better advice. And over time, his content started to turn more and more towards the drama side of YouTube, with him doing call-out videos or replies to people that had called him out. One of these people was called Wolf Glick, who is a Pokemon World Champion. Wolf had been trying his hand at YouTube, so at this stage still had a very small channel of only 4,000 subscribers, while Velicifier had well over 100,000 subscribers. Velicifier started to claim that Wolf was a cheater who was hacking his Pokemon into the game. Now, if you follow my channel, you may be able to guess that I'm not a professional Pokemon player, so I don't really know or care if he's hacking and cheating, but it does appear to some extent that what Velicifier was saying is true.
This is an impossible VGC Pokemon. There you go, you can now dislike the video and click off knowing that Wolf Glick has used a Pokemon that can only exist through cheating. So that's a Dream Ball Pikachu or Dream Ball Pikachu / Raichu. At some point, hacking had to have happened for this Raichu to exist, and he's using it.
So words like hacking and cheating can be a little misleading in this circumstance, I'd say, as the Pokemon didn't have some kind of superpower, but instead it was just kept in something called a Dream Ball, which is a special Pokemon ball. And instead of spending the time to breed the perfect Pokemon, this can just be generated and put into the game. But in the end, they are the same Pokemon that do the same things. Velicifier's argument is that the time spent breeding is time you could be spending recommending improving your game, so the hackers have an inherent advantage. Wolf did say that this Pokemon had been bred, but that the parents could have been hacked, but he wasn't the one that hacked them. The pair then went back and forth against each other, with each one making call-out videos against the other.
And so I was a little surprised, not too surprised, of course, but I was a little surprised the other day, it might have been yesterday, when I found myself the subject of a video by Verlisify. And the description of the video said, a lot of these comments shown in this video are taken from WolfClick, a VGC player who supports cheating. If you're someone who values integrity, if you're someone who loves Pokemon, if you're someone who values treating people well and looking for the best in people and treating people fundamentally with kindness, I don't recommend you interact with Verlisify. And that's the truth of it.
But the biggest thing about this is I don't think that this person deserves to be taken seriously. He lies throughout this entire video. I'm about to prove a lot of lies. And like his personality just doesn't seem like a person that you should respect or follow. That we made him feel bad since he has bad arguments. I mean, literally, he has fallacies. He has fallacy in his video. He has straw man and ad hominem arguments. He makes it into attacks, and he has bad analogies, and his subjective morality does not hold up when you look at it from a philosophical way.
Just remember, all the things we're going to see in this video are to do with
Looks
a children's
like Dollar
game.
Store
The
as
Pokemon
Mongol.
community didn't really seem to care about the accusations
Fallacy
of
is alive
cheating
and
made
well.
against Wolf, and sided with him, as I'm guessing he was a more likeable guy than Verlisify. The feud between the pair has been ongoing for many years now, but over time has more become a feud just for Verlisify, as his channel has been declining while Wolf's has been growing from strength to strength, him now having over 2 million subscribers. Here's a quick compilation of all the highlights of their feud that I could find.
And Wolf got exposed for cheating even earlier in Generation 8, that for the 25th anniversary invitational, Wolf disgraced the event by bringing hacked Pokemon. Thousands of Wolfie VGC fans have commented on my video, but none of them can answer the question. If there's nothing wrong with cheating, then why does Wolfie lie?
Long story short, there is another YouTuber out there who recently accused me of hacking my Mons in the Players' Cup 2 Global Finals. That's pretty bad, obviously. Did WolfClick hack his Mons? Stay tuned to find out. I'll give you a brief answer to this. No. I didn't hack my Mons. Because of the way that they've behaved, because of all this drama mongering, they actually, they kind of killed their channel. They have like over 400k subscribers, I believe, and last I checked, yeah, they have over 450k subscribers, and most of their videos get significantly less than 10k views. Yeah, they're like averaging between 2,000 and 6,000 and 8,000 views per video. So despite having such a large number of subscribers, all this drama and all this like kind of hate that they've spewed online has overall tanked their channel. Oops.
Wolf said, "I'm really proud of you." So Wolf praised and supported an abuser to enabling the attacking and harassment of others. That doesn't go away because his fans wanted some cake. It also doesn't change the fact that he is evil. Wolf has maliciously cheated and lied about it to steal prize money and opportunity from others for over a decade. He's reaping what he has sown, except for the groping part. But I just find it so weird that he's deliberately evil to make millions of dollars off of exploiting and manipulating the Pokemon community, and then it backlashes on him, and now he's making a video crying about it. So yeah, Pokemon community only knows hate and evil. Almost all of it is coming from Wolf's audience. No wonder things don't improve. Wow.
Wolf did announce that he was going to stop playing in tournaments due to him getting groped while he's at these tournaments, with Verlisify taking this as a win, as a cheater was going to stop playing in tournaments. It's not just Wolfie that he's had some conflicts with over the years, and honestly there's far too many for me to list in this video, but let's just look at a few of the prime examples that I could find. Two PokeTubers called Hoodlum Scrafty and Duncan Can't Die started to claim that Verlisify was actually hacking Pokemon himself.
And it's clearly just for drama. I don't know what else to say. It's clearly just a drama, and it is hypocritical because, first of all, he mentions that Jethro's video that's a top 10 is over 10 minutes long, which he's doing just for ad revenue, and then Verlis's video, where literally he's just attacking somebody's video, is literally just over 10 minutes. We actually have screenshots from a Skype conversation that Verlis had with friends where he literally admits why he does this. And the reason he does this is for views and for publicity. So there is a screenshot here that talks about the Smogon drama, and how he admitted that the Smogon drama was a publicity stunt. Then we've got another screenshot from a personal Skype message he sent where he talks about somebody else doing something, and somebody suggests that he makes a video on it, and he says they don't have enough subs to make it worth it. And he's admitted before that he only really attacks people if they're a well-known VGC player or if they have enough subs that it will generate enough drama that it will popularize him. This is another screenshot where he literally asks somebody who sent him a hacked Mon if he can lie to his fans so that his fans will not realize that the Mon he is using is hacked, because he doesn't want people to know that he's a hypocrite.
Duncan Can't Die seems like an interesting guy in himself, to be honest, that I may make a video about at some point, but I haven't done a deep dive on him, so I'll stay away from the more interesting parts of his story. Felicify and Duncan now seem to be bitter enemies, with each making exposed videos on each other, and then rebutting each other's exposed videos. Felicify would have differing degrees of success with these rebuttals.
Bullshit.
Saying that it was hypocritical, as you implied during the Jathotex video, that doing something just for views was bad, and yet you are doing it with your drama videos here and admitting to it yourself.
So
I'm not though. I'm not. So 2 minutes of my video. Wow, they are literally going through every single timestamp. Duncan Deep saying that I only make my videos for publicity, and I've even admitted to it. Well, let's go. Wait. What? Go find out.
Literally admits why he does this, and the reason he does views, publicity. So there is.
Well, I mean, literally every video. What the fuck?
So as we're about to see, the PokeTuber world can be a bit of a degenerate rabbit hole to fall down. And the things we're about to go into are just accusations, and I have absolutely no idea if they're true or not. I'm just recounting them for the sake of this story. So Felicify made a video about Duncan, implying that he once doxed a minor, with Duncan rebutting this by saying that he was going to bring a slander case against a minor, as this minor claimed that Duncan had sent someone to force themselves upon her.
So we go to Twitter and we type Felicify, and oh, there it is. Duncan MacLeod, the true evil in the Pokemon community. I like the way that you ripped off our title, a real problem in the Pokemon community. He's really trying to get those views. 4.1k views in 5 hours. Good job, Verlis. Better than your average video, I guess. But you don't live off drama. I like how Duncan threatened to dox a minor. No, I threatened to bring a slander case against a minor for taking something I talked about here several times. For talking about something I talked about here several times. There is her admitting that she's made up this lie that I sent somebody to rape her in an event. It all comes down to one screenshot that we used in the problem with the Pokemon community video. Where we used a screenshot that proved that Verlis hacked Mons, and that was sent to us by somebody named Dylan. Now, apparently, Dylan threatened to generate another occasion, but how was I supposed to know that? I had never met Dylan. I'd never spoken to Dylan before he sent us the screenshot. He sent Callum the screenshot, not me, and we used the screenshot. That's it. That's the whole interaction.
Another one of these allegations was against a PokeTuber called Weedle Twin Needle, who Felicify claimed liked children a little too much. Now again, I have no clue how true any of this is, but Weedle Twin Needle claims that he is not a child predator, but that he did troll and harass a 16-year-old girl, as she was pretending to be one of his fans, but would then go on Felicify's Discord and speak badly about him.
A PokeTuber most of you are familiar with, Felicify, has made false accusations of me and my channel. He's accusing me of being a pedophile, which is something that has to be taken seriously, even from the likes of someone like Felicify. As much as I want to make a top quality shitpost response video, now is not the time for memes, okay? I will say that I did say some creepy and off-putting things to Neve, and Felicify was just trying to defend someone in his community, and honestly, I can respect him for that, and I definitely deserve some sort of exposed video for the stuff I did.
Of course, Felicify has also accused many other players of being hackers and cheaters, with one of these people being called Pimp Knight, who in his response video did admit that he accidentally used a hacked Pokemon, but this was a mistake as he didn't know that it was hacked. Pimp Knight's channel is not really a competitive channel, but really just tries to get weak or unknown Pokemon to do something fun for his viewers to watch. So it's a little hard to know why Felicify cares so much about this.
Now, Felicify has done a video about me recently, Hacker Exposed, which is quite funny because that's the Pokemon title that I made up for a series, and he's done other videos concerning me in them as well. So I want to abolish all of the claims he's made about me and provide evidence, of course, and provide some other information as well that could be helpful too.
Verlisify has pretty much attacked every PokeTuber that you can think of, with one of his more recent targets being someone called Game Boy Luke, who cheated with the wife of another YouTuber.
Another one of Nappy's friends ended up being a terrible person, and it's Game Boy Luke. Who could have guessed? Oh wait, me. So I missed this news a few days ago when it came out because everyone in the Pokemon community has me blocked for some reason, even though I've never done anything wrong.
Even though Verlisify is a soldier of moral virtue, he has been exposed a few times for stealing other people's video ideas or thumbnail designs. One of these people was called PokeTips, that basically claims that Verlisify copied one of his videos and pretended that the idea was his.
His thumbnail for his shiny hunting guide consists of the thumbnails of my shiny hunting guide, as well as A-Drives, HDVs, and Austin John Plays. He puts the words all wrong in big bold letters on top of all of our thumbnails. So let's see, is Verlisify going to bring some revolutionary new information to the table? That's a big claim saying that all of our videos are wrong. But this raises a very interesting point. He says my content is trash, but then in the same video, he copies my content and tries to spin it like it's his own original invention. Go back over here, and since I was over there for a little while, all the Pokemon that were originally over here have despawned. They've gone away, and now when I come back, it gives us more chances for more new Pokemon to show up, and all those Pokemon can also be shiny.
Flying with Pokemon is going to give you even better numbers than running, so now we can run back over here.
Wait a second, that sounds familiar. Now watch here as Verlisify goes off and says that this is his method.
Pretty much my method with this is after about 4 or 5 Pokemon spawn, that's when you start getting close to the cap, so you might as well free it up by just leaving.
Wow, dude, I have never felt so much deja vu in my whole entire life. Maybe that's because I said the same exact things that you are now copying and trying to present as yours. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. About 2 months ago, I made a video calling out Verlisify for stealing my content and using me for clickbait in the same video. Ever since I put out my video, Verlisify has not been able to get me out of his head. He first made a response video almost immediately after I put out my video, but he deleted it only an hour after he published it on YouTube. I unfortunately did not get to see it, but I'm assuming it was garbage, which is why he deleted it.
Him always being at the center of some new drama with another PokeTuber, and him getting so much online hate and criticism for his style of playing, meant that his channel went into a steep decline, and even though that he had hundreds of thousands of subscribers, he would only get a few thousand views on each video. Everything he did and everywhere he went on the internet, he would be flooded with bad comments. But even though everyone in the Pokemon community hated him, he would just double and triple down, blaming them and never taking responsibility for his own actions. He has tried to branch out to some other games as well, like a game called Animal Crossing, which is a non-competitive children's game. As soon as he started to play this game, he then went on a moral crusade to find cheaters. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I understand this game at all, but there was some kind of tree that gave you some kind of star that wasn't meant to be in the game, but as it's not a competitive game, no one really cared about it, except Verlisify, who would turn up on people's islands, search for the trees, then report them to try and get them banned for cheating.
Well, welcome back, Wolfpack. Verlis here, and today we're gonna go hunting for hacked Dream Islands in Animal Crossing New Horizons. So to report, all I have to do is hit the minus button, and then it says, do you want to report this dream? Yeah, I do. That's cheating. Oh, it even takes the picture. You go cheating. Yeah. Reporting someone's island is the biggest Karen move ever. Getting tons of attention. They, them, of course. And then it's like, no. You're the Karen if you think that that's something that, like, if you think that being against cheating is a Karen thing, that makes you the Karen.
If he turned up onto one of these islands and couldn't find this cheating tree, he would look for any other way to report them, reporting these children for harassment over lame insults that weren't even really directed at him.
Oh, get wrecked, noob. I did it. Woo. Wait, is it fenced off? Ooh, you got him. You got him, boys. Actually, that's probably reportable for harassment. Yeah, this is actually just, this dude is so deranged and so ill They have now wrecked themselves. This is bullying.
All of this soon got a whole new community to hate him.
Attention, Animal Crossing community. Beware, not the Pokemon, but beware of this pariah, this mentally ill inferiority complex with a wolf-crying agenda called Publicify.
I thought that it was absolutely hilarious for this creator to take the moral high ground on something like hacking when his island flag was a lewd image of Isabelle from Animal Crossing. Absolute class act.
Over the years, Velisify has threatened to sue people that make
It's the
videos
circle
about
of
him,
cancel
done
culture.
fake takedown requests on people bad-mouthing his gameplay, called for people to be doxxed, and once played the game Smash or Pass with Pokemon, with him seeming to really like the baby Pokemon.
First baby Pokemon. Smash.
Whoa.
Smash. Smash. Smash.
Over the years, Velisify has become a meme within the Pokemon community, and I'm pretty sure if you ask any competitive Pokemon player who the most hated person in that community is, they would tell you Velisify. He is so hated that he has his own thread on the official Pokemon forums.
It's honestly a pretty fun time right now because we're in the middle of the Velisify Always Right tour, and there's all kinds of insanity going on. Korean champions getting caught cheating and getting lifetime bans for cheating. We also had the Pokemon forums opening up and then becoming worse than 4chan, and that's kind of what this is about, but I want to read the mean tweets and see where the Velisify sentiment is. So yeah, the first thing you see on the official Pokemon forums is a Velisify hate thread, and this was the one where we're just like, thoughts on Velisify and why he sucks.
Due to him being so disliked, his videos would regularly get more dislikes than likes on them. So when YouTube rolled out the feature to remove the dislike button, he was jumping with joy as he blamed dislike botting for the decline of his channel.
It's impossible for me to describe the amount of joy I experienced when I first saw this announcement. In response to creator feedback around well-being and targeted dislike campaigns, we're testing a few new designs that don't show the public dislike count. The thing that killed my channel, it's not like, oh, Velisify, he's slipping or he dropped off or the decay or the decline of Velisify. No, it is 100% dislike botting.
Velisify is still making Pokemon content, although his videos don't really get any views anymore and he's pretty much been forgotten. And now, my fellow YouTube friends, we have reached the end. Bye.
Guy causes so much drama, plays victim every time when it comes back to bite him. All these years later and he's never changed. Because I've never started drama ever. Stating facts of someone being a cheater is not drama. Being fairly critical of something, in this case Smogon, is not starting drama, but that's where we are with the younger generation of idiots.
Idiots! Locals really love that word, because they get called idiots all the time, so they're just gonna call everybody else idiots. That was another abrupt ending. And as always, remember. Just remember.
Interesting.
Just in general.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? You alright? I've got a little bit of a different video for you today. So I recently made a video about a YouTuber named DJE Media. And I've been having a few problems with this video. Now I've made many videos about many different types of people. And normally once I've finished the video, I just move on to the next one and kind of forget about the last one. But not when it comes to DJE Media. With this video, I've had to have discussions with YouTube legal departments and private solicitors. I've also been getting a lot of comments asking what's happened to that video, so I thought I'd just make a quick video to give you guys an update on what's going on, really, clear up any misunderstandings and hopefully answer any questions that you had. So let's start the story at the beginning. I had just finished what some had referred to as the best YouTube video ever made, a video that was sure to go down in the history books as one of the greatest works of art made this century. This masterpiece was doing well in the algorithm and was growing from strength to strength. The work of art in question was, of course, Britain's most hated auditor, DJE Media documentary, a truly evocative title, worthy of a thought-provoking work of art. This video was about a convicted sex offender who goes around filming people in the street. One of the convictions that this person has was for taking an indecent image of an underage girl. Now, for reasons that will become clearer as the video goes on, I'm going to be careful with the words I choose and the things I say, and I'm not going to use any footage from anyone else, just things that I've created here and now. So it is a factual statement to say that DJE Media is a convicted sex offender. This has been reported in the mainstream press for years now in Britain. We have court transcripts from this case, and he has even admitted to this himself in a now deleted video that he made. Just in case anyone from YouTube is forced to watch this video, I am not defaming anyone by making these statements. These are just matters of public record. This is just a matter of fact, a factual statement, a truism, an undeniable truth, something that has actually happened and is in no way defamatory. I don't even know if defamatory is a real word, to be honest. Anyway, back to the story. A few days after the video was first released, I woke up in the morning one day, as I'm forced to do by life. I then went through my morning ritual of regretting ever waking up, then honouring my ancestors by drinking a cup of tea. I then checked on my YouTube app to see how the video was doing, and noticed a very strong drop-off in the views, a fall that seemed quite unnatural. I then noticed a strange comment someone had left, saying that the DJE Media video can still be viewed using a VPN. This struck me as a strange thing to say, but I do get some peculiar comments on videos, so just kind of ignored it really. Maybe it was just a VPN salesman trying to drum up some business, who knows. I then started to notice more and more comments asking what happened to the DJE Media video, asking where it had gone. So I decided to start a little investigation to get to the bottom of this mystery. I first checked on the video itself, as any restrictions should show in this little part that says notices. So if you get like a copyright claim or advertisers don't want to advertise on it, so it's demonetized, just shows in that little section. But there was nothing in there, it was blank. Then I checked my emails to see that I had been contacted by YouTube, who informed me that a privacy complaint had been made against the video, and they gave me a timestamp for the offending part of the video. I won't go into details into exactly who was in this part of the video, but it was a shot of 4 YouTubers with no one else in the shot. My suspicion was that the other 3 people in this shot wouldn't really care about being in the video, as their channels are them filming themselves going around in public anyway. So that left one person, who I'm sure you can probably guess. I then blurred this section of the video to remove this privacy complaint and thought that that would be the end of that. Oh, what a fool I was. I then got another email from YouTube to say that there'd been a defamation complaint on the video. And as YouTube are super duper helpful, they didn't tell me what this complaint was or who it was made by, or any way for me to rectify the situation at all. Then upon further investigation, I noticed a big box on my home screen on my YouTube studio to inform me that the video had been geographically restricted. Again, YouTube being super duper helpful, it doesn't really tell me which areas it's geographically restricted in, but after some testing myself I can see that it's restricted in Britain. So if you're a British viewer, when you go onto my home screen or search for the video, you just won't see it. It will be as if it never existed. But as far as I can tell, everywhere else in the world, the video is fine to see. Unfortunately, the target demographic for this video would be people in Britain. So someone had put a defamation complaint in on the video. I wonder who that could be. I don't think we need Sherlock Holmes to solve this mystery, but just to be clear and fair, I don't know for sure who did this, although I do have my suspicions. So to make one of these complaints, you have to give YouTube quite a bit of information, including your full name, the country/region that the complaint is in, the exact statement that is defamatory, plus a load of other stuff. So this isn't something that you can just do willy-nilly. You would need to comb through the original video multiple times, taking notes, etc, etc. Now going through YouTube to rectify this matter seems to be a bit of a dead end for me, as the discussions I've had with their legal department doesn't seem very fruitful, so this would only really leave me with the option of legal action against the person that made the complaint. A case for malicious falsehood could be brought, if I could prove that the person making the complaint lied to YouTube in order to financially hurt me. As we can see from this graph, it's quite clear the impact that it had on my revenue there. There's a very sharp and obvious drop in viewership there, so I'm currently investigating this avenue to see where it leads. In this particular video, I'm just trying to stay away from anything that could be considered non-factual, so I'm not even using DJE Media's real name, as he has changed it, and I'm guessing this is a vector of attack for him. It is strange that out of all of the people that I've covered and all of the communities that I've looked into, it's the auditors/citizen journalist people that have made a privacy complaint against me. Their whole business model, the very essence of their content, is them filming people in public because they have the right to. Seems like a strange Pandora's box to start opening when that's the basis of your business, and it also seems strange to be so worried about your privacy when you're the one filming it and uploading it to the internet? I can only assume that there's some other nefarious reason for this privacy complaint, but who knows what that could be. I will just say, please don't contact or harass anyone. This is just internet drama, and I may have lost some money and some views, but I'm sure I'll survive. So let's all try not to take internet drama too personally. I would say that a more important issue would be public safety though. Given the specific details of the previous convictions, I would say that it's in the public interest to allow people to know that someone with this past is filming them. Then they can make up their own mind whether they're happy with that or not. And the same would go for people that follow his content. They should be able to make an informed choice, be presented with the relevant facts, then make up their own mind about it. For a full breakdown on his crimes, if you're unaware, go and watch my original video if you can. If you can't, I'd recommend a channel called Street Video Reviewer, who has a video called DJE Media The Sentence. This video hasn't been hit with any kind of claims and is still viewable to people in Britain, and it gives a very good breakdown as to what his crimes actually were. I don't normally ask people to share my videos or anything like that. I think in this case it will be helpful if you share it around. Kind of feel like there's some other things I wanted to say in this video, but I can't really remember them now. So I'm sure they weren't that important. One last thing I guess I'll mention is that I have a second YouTube channel. I keep getting comments from people that stumble across it asking me why I've never promoted it before. So here we are, I'm promoting it. I'm currently doing a pretty interesting series over there at the moment about obscure people on the internet. People you've never really heard of before, I'd imagine. The last video I released on there was about E. Dobbin, who is TikTok's latest predator lolcow.
I watched that video offline to see if it was worth watching on stream. It wasn't. It's not that it's a bad video. It's just a bad person, a bad subject. He's a really bad person, and it'll make you sick watching him.
Delightful.
I was like, I'll pass that one.
Go over and check that out if you fancy.
This guy makes plenty of good videos. We don't have to watch them all. Rev talking about a game. DSP crashing out. New advances in the Nova timeline. How about the Blade one?
Mom, lit.
I know this guy's a tough watch, but his downfall is well deserved.
Mom, lit.
Ew.
Mommy. Mom.
That's my mom. This is Only Two Blade's mom. And this is Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, dear.
I love you.
I love you too. Anyway, this guy is the greatest guy in the world. He is genuine.
Oh man, it's so sad. Back when his mom was lucid and functional and just a person, and now she's just a prop.
Real sweetheart.
I love her. That's Mother's Day with Mama Blade.
We're only going to get that one, and then we're going. It's still early, dude. Jesus Christ, man. What? No, that's not how that works. You can't turn off life. You can't turn off life. I'm literally providing life for you.
I just want to remind you all that he's doing this for his mother, alright? Everything that he does out here, it's for his mom. It's not for his own self-gratification. It's not because he's in this endless spiral into a abyss, into the deep end, aka buried 6 feet under. He somehow has reached this point where he is incessantly hotel hopping with his elderly mother, who is constantly going through different health problems, including having seizures, and he is forced, according to him, to live stream himself drinking in order to keep that possible. And it is just so bleak looking back at some of the content that's out there and just seeing who Blade used to be, how he used to behave, and that old clip with his mom just really strikes a dagger into your heart. Just like the reality of like looking back 15 years ago and being like, wow, you literally could not predict this outcome. There are, the multiverse is expanding ever further into the future, yet this particular scenario, you are blessed with the witness. And so we're going to catch up with what Blade's been up to. Basically, he's decided to do one final big drinking stream, which is just an absolute non-tent snore fest. He gets in a fight with his mom over how he's doing it for his mom. She misses her content son, you know, all these big things. And then ultimately, we've reached this point where Blade appears to have gotten air quote long-term housing. A lot of people are speculating what exactly that means. It appears that he might have been able to finagle some sort of government subsidized housing in one way or another, but we're just gonna take this nice and slow. Take a deep breath, guys, and just prepare for the despair.
You can't donate to yourself. I've heard that before. There's no reason. Why would I donate? And that just doesn't make sense, dude. There's no benefit to fake donating. I am blessed enough that people literally donate money all the time when I stream. Make up your mind. Do I fake drink or am I a fucking alcoholic piece of shit? I definitely fucking drink, dude. The amount of mattresses I've had to pay for, the amount of hangovers I've had to fucking deal with. I mean, lately, all it's been is just been hotel hopping, dude, and I want to change that. I want to change that. I want to get my own place, and Jake can take care of my mom. And if we do something where if we travel and do like a Vegas trip, that's one thing. But for the most part, I'll do like KPP and Kicks better, especially for my health. But yeah, no, I take care of my mom full time. So does Jake.
The idea that this is taking care of his mother is just an absolute lie. Like, let's just face reality at this point. Before Blade showed up, right? I've been deep in the Blade lore for several years at this point, and basically leading up to him returning home, everybody was speculating, myself included, that he was going back to his mom, not because she couldn't find a good caregiver, not because, he was concerned about her health. In actuality, it seemed like he was just looking for a place to be able to stay at. And granted, for a year or so, he was pretty low-key chill, staying off, appearing to take care of his mother. And he claims she's this horrible person who just, pushes everybody away in their life. Meanwhile, before Blade came around, she lived in a care-assisted facility with her own apartment and her own necessary equipment in order to sustain a more comfortable lifestyle in her remaining years, including things like her wheelchair, pulleys to get out of bed, a specialized hospital type of bed. She had all these assets that, she could utilize for herself, and Blade comes and causes chaos, and now all of a sudden she is having health complications. She's in and out of a different hotel every single night, and all he can say is, well, I'm just trying to do it for her. Me and Jake are looking out for her. And, this whole situation is a little bit weird. It's a bit confusing because, to my knowledge, this particular room that they're in only has 2 beds, so how does the sleeping situation work out? We know that she doesn't have a specialized bed either at this point, so Jake's back there trying to make her as comfortable as possible, I suppose, and Blade's over here, he's working. He's working, guys, but don't worry, because he's planning on really milking that Kick Partner Program money, and we'll see how far that really gets him, because he's living in an expensive-ass state. Now, he might have found a way to get some help from good old Uncle Sam, but $16 an hour playing Call of Duty to 200 viewers is not really going to work out for him. He's tried this multiple times in the past, but, he's focused on the future. He's focused on his health, guys. I know his entire foot is literally decaying and falling off, but he's making a turnaround this time.
Be honest, Kim was way hotter than Jill. Nice chest and body in general, plus great attitude. Do you miss Kim? You should have gotten her number.
You guys don't like you guys don't like Jill. That's fine. The thing that sucks though is that whenever I have people on stream, I want them to fucking let loose. But no one can ever let loose.
Perhaps.
Dude. I will say this though. Most of the time when people are
It says I'm streaming on Kick, but this is all I get when I pull it up. Like the guess it's just slow.
Oh, she's yelling at him. This guy's
Oh,
getting
okay,
yelled
cool. I was wondering how long he was going to be quiet.
Half the chat loves him, half the chat hates him, right? Maybe because she's looking out for my best interest or whatever, and you guys in the chat doesn't want me to like not be the best interest. She just wants me to be happy. And I don't know, dude.
Does this look like a happy man to you, Jill? I know you're not watching this video out there. You're in between sleeping at your mother's house, you know, trying to find stable pay, some type of job out there, letting Brian come in and piss all over your bed, doing things like that. I mean, grown-up adult things. I understand that. I get the complexities involved in that. But Blade can't possibly comprehend the fact that normal people out there have, you know, this thing called boundaries, right? Their entire life, their life and death in the future is not being live streamed to the world to see, as your utter demise just literally diminishes you into stump man, falling over, pissing yourself, eating burgers with no teeth, balding. I mean, it's getting really concerning. You can see by his hat. Now, he claims during the stream that, don't worry guys, my hat just doesn't fit me because I shaved my head last time. You didn't have a ton of hair on your head to begin with, buddy. All right, let's get that straight. It seems like you're thinning out because the alcohol is really starting to take a toll on yourself. And a lot of people are concerned with his belief that he can transform and have a healthier lifestyle, that it's only going to lead to more extreme fallout. Because if you recall, when he took his break previously and he claimed he wasn't drinking anymore, whether or not that's true or not, that's left up for Brian Rizzo to actually understand. But he came back and coincidentally, his toes were gone and his foot is rotting and juices are just pouring out there. So even if he was hypothetically going cold turkey and getting off the booze and doing whatever, he still was falling apart. And it can only get worse from here, in my personal opinion.
I do. Well, I gotta go smoke cigarettes, so you gotta like solve this. Hey, Mom, you wanna like babysit the stream? Huh? Or
you want to babysit the stream, Mom, while I go and get more alcohol? Kill myself quicker?
I can't.
You want that, right?
Oh, all of a sudden he can't participate.
Can't participate.
Well, hey, Mom, can you babysit the stream so I can smoke a cig?
No.
Well, shit.
Figure it out, little bruises.
Figure it out, little bruises.
Dude, I can't get like a little relief for like 2 minutes, dude.
Bro, I'm on care duty. Do you not understand that? Just go, look, there's a shortcut right by the door. You'll see it.
I'll be right back, guys. 3 minutes. I'll be fast, dude. I'll be fast, dude.
Hey.
Oh, shit. Can you help me out here for a minute, dude?
And this entire live stream is just an absolute disaster fest waiting to happen. Mind you, he pins up his green screen with some thumbtacks into the drywall, so that's really just gonna keep it up there the entire time. He's also going in and out of the room constantly. He leaks his location yet again, and people find out where he is, so he has to leave yet again. It's this whole song and dance that we just keep repeating, because Brian at this point in his life is kind of like a toddler, where he has these tendencies that he has to follow. He needs to have a couple drinks, he needs to put on a song, and he needs to go have a smoke. And he just repeats those 3 steps over and over and over again for 2 hours and then passes out in his piss. Like, that is the reality of Only Use Me Blade at this point. Now, he's trying to reinvent himself, and it's just like, how are we supposed to take you seriously when the shocking reality that you are doing this in the hotel sink as your elderly mother and her caregiver are in the background behind the green screen, hiding away from the world as you're trying to make a prosperous life for them. I mean, this is some like Black Mirror dark reality shit, right? Like some dystopian writer from 100 years ago would predict something like this, but not something this graphic and this extreme. Being forced to live inside your pod, being forced to live inside, tight squalor, finding any way to nickel and dime your lifestyle. We just didn't actually understand that it would be a 300-pound alcoholic, stumpless, man baby leading the charge into this bleak future that we're witnessing right before our very eyes.
I think that's lit, dude. Jan and Judy. Dude, I got money that I need to make.
I've got money that I need to make.
But I stream for it. I don't make a GoFundMe about it. But that's lit, dude.
That's lit, dude.
Calm down, dude. Just life on Military Road, dude. Just life on Military Road.
You're not in the military, though.
It might be the time to end it. Not my life.
If only.
Can I get some help, dude? I guess we're ending it, dude.
Can I get some help, dude?
Are we ending it, dude? Apparently.
How you feeling it, dude?
Of course it doesn't feel it.
I need to end that frame. And
Will you pay me the $100 then? Okay. Well, let me talk to him, Mom. Mom, I'm still gonna be there for you.
not go to jail.
How would I go to jail? I don't think you know how things work, Mom.
Mama Blaine is always just so unbecoming of the hype. How dare she tell her son to turn off the stream? Are you going to pay the $100 hotel fee for the night? Are you going to do that, Mommy? I know I got you kicked out of your home, and now you're living like a vagrant in your final remaining years of poor health. But don't worry, your son's going to be in the coffin right next to you. You know, we're digging the ditch right next to your burial site, and Blade will be there maybe a month after you're gone. So maybe we should just have one last hoorah. Who cares at this point? Because eventually Blade gets up and he goes behind the green screen and he's talking to his mom and he's arguing with Jake. He wants to take the lack out, not actually the lack, his mom's car, but it's more fun to say the lack. And he wants to go do some IRL content because he is sick and tired of sitting here just, you know, crying and complaining about how people are refunding their super chats and how he can't find a hotel that won't get doxxed and all the viewers hate him and yada yada yada. I mean, it's just a tough life for Blade out there. And meanwhile, it's unfortunate because we're trying to hear in the background what this conversation's all about, but donations are still coming in, so part of the conversations get chopped up here and there, but it is just, it's bleak, dude. Like, I don't know how you reach this point in life and still think that you're winning over your trolls, you're winning over other people in life. Like, it's just, I don't know, like, my enthusiasm for the saga has really dissipated over the last couple months. It just gets sadder and sadder the more you sit back and realize that, like, the complacency has taken over. It's donezo for Blade. There's no redemption arc, not even like in any form of potential returning at this point. This is the reality that we're actually stuck with.
Come on, Jake, let's go. Where are we going? We're going to the store.
I don't. Where? How you want to walk?
Mine.
I just told you.
May not.
I'm not driving.
I can't either.
You're crawling. You're not trying to get in the car. You done already.
I'm not driving.
Don't care.
Come on, Jake.
I don't have the keys. What do you want me to do?
He's sober.
I don't care, Brian.
This is so we can stay at places.
And we can pick out this person.
I'm not going anywhere. Jake's going.
God. Having all this streamed live
He didn't
is
drink anything.
Yeah.
pretty shameful.
He did not drink anything. This is so... Okay, God damn it, Mom.
Ruining everything, Mom!
Do you think that I want to do this shit? I don't want to do this shit.
I hate my audience. I hate my streams. Don't tell them that.
I'm doing this so that we can have places to stay. Allow Jake to go get it.
Why?
What do you mean why? So we can stay places. Please give Jake the keys.
No way. No way.
What do you mean no way?
No way.
Why?
Means what I said.
I'm not going nowhere. I'm risking my health so you can stay places. Please give Jake the keys.
Why don't you get one like DoorDash or something? Like, is there a way to do that?
I can't do DoorDash.
Can't you get it? Yeah, can't you just give it delivered?
Time out, Mom. Did you take the keys from Jake? Why? He's not drunk. What do you mean leave me alone?
God damn it.
I'm
Leave me alone.
While you're away. Come on. You can't be serious, Mom.
You can't be serious, Brian.
You can't be serious.
I'm literally making it so you can be comfortable.
I'm not very comfortable.
And I just want to reiterate to all of you, he's doing this for his mom. All right, now he's somehow parlayed the situation into him and Jake are both not leaving. It's just Jake that wants the car keys to go buy him liquor or something and then come back, and Blade will just keep sitting there streaming or something or other. And, you know, he's doing it for his mom. I'm just trying to make you comfortable. I'm trying to, you know, this is the American dream we're witnessing right before our very eyes, going out into the unknown and conquering things that, you know, deep dark monsters that we never could have unsurfaced are coming to light right now, and Blade's gonna fend him off, and he's gonna be victorious and lead his family into a more prosperous lifestyle. That's the reality that we're trying to get to, right? Meanwhile, he's living donation to donation because it might as well just bring it up now. Blade, ever since he's moved over to doing these video game streams or whatever he's doing, there have been people that have been tracking how much money he's been making, and comparatively now, he's not actually making a ton of money from these drinking live streams. I mean, for how much he has to pay for pissing himself and getting new sheets, new beds, new hotel rooms, all these things, the money just disappears quickly. And he's even talked about how his it has like an $8,000 transmission issue that he can't afford. All these monetary issues, but he's literally making less than like $100 in donations on Kick every single day, and he's streaming for a couple hours doing COD. Nobody cares. We're so far past that point. It's like insane that he still thinks that this is the path forward for him. I'm trying to give you a better life. I'm going to drink a little bit here, and then we're going to go to some government subsidized housing somewhere so I can play COD all day. Like, the Peter Pan syndrome never left. Truthfully, it is never left.
Please hurry, dude.
Please hurry, dude. I'm fainting. I need that.
I have to pee, dude. Please hurry, dude. I don't want to pee.
There you go, Your Highness.
Thank you, dude. Hey.
He really hates him. There you go, Your Highness.
I'm doing this so that we can have a place to stay. You don't want to have a place to stay? Then that's cool. Cool. Hey, you want to sleep in a fucking dungeon or something?
A dungeon?
Like, what are you talking about?
What are the prices like?
I'm literally only doing this so that you can have a safe place to. You shush.
You shush.
How did you get up?
Hold on a sec.
How did you get up and steal the keys?
Hold on a sec. Listen, Brian, listen for a sec. There's a kid next door. Just keep your voice down a little bit at least. Okay. So I'm not trying to like take sides. I'm trying to tell you that like I kind of understand where she's coming from right now, and I get it. And I don't think
I get it too, but I'm gonna make it right.
Can't get someone to deliver it, huh?
First off, she can't even drive, so who cares?
And remind us again, Blade. Why doesn't your mother have a place to stay in the first place?
I know, right? It's like, why can't they get just like a room in a house? I guess that's asking a lot.
This is fucked up, dude.
So Jake ruins the hype stream, turns it off, no more streaming. Peggy's all pissed off. Blade wandered away. He did the thing that he tried to do in the past where, Jill was saying, turn off the stream. And he's like, I'll do it, don't worry, but I'll just turn it right back on. they're both saying, just go turn off the stream and leave. And he pretends like he turned it off, and now Jake has to come over and save the day. We're missing out on valuable, non-tense streams inside of the hotel room. What a disappointment. But Jake and Blade can just snuggle up a little bit later in the second bed. That's going to be a nice, relaxing sleep for both of them. And it's just like, the fact that Blade still hasn't been able to process, obviously in this particular moment, like right in this instance, he's absolutely intoxicated.
Like, they don't get a free ride. Like, they have to make a bunch of money to pay for that hotel room. That shit isn't cheap.
So it's not like rational thinking is going to come his way, but to have some self-reflection and look back and be like, man, I really am just like the most childish, obnoxious drunk in the entire world. Like, I'm trying to dunk on my 80-year-old mother. You know, like, Mom, I'm doing it for the content. I'm doing it to save our lives. Come on, you have to show some respect to me. And, you know, I'm doing it for you. Look out for you. It just, I don't know, man.
It's all for you, Mom.
And like, obviously, they end up having to move again to a different motel, hotel, Holiday Inn, whatever. And Blade gives an update as to what the actual living situation is going to be.
It's done. It's a one-way relationship.
Are you moving into a house or an apartment? Where are Mama Blade and Jake?
It's all three of us, dude. It's all three of us. And we got long-term staying, so... Yeah, so pretty much that's it. We secured some more permanent housing. I will be streaming the Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2 gaming, reaction, chill, maybe not weed streams. Weed streams are fucking lame, but we got to take a fucking break from the from this, because I've been doing this way too much and too often, and I got to give my body a break. So do that. Definitely cleanse up.
Oh yeah,
and not be on.
People are gonna love the sober Call of Duty content. That's what you're known for.
Couple months when we've just been having to like pay for hotel room after hotel room after hotel room, and the whole saga getting kicked out of not this debauchery anymore, you know. Then we're peeing on floors, getting kicked out of hotels, losing deposits, you know, because this is starting to become not fun, dude. And when you're drinking, it should be fun.
It's the life you made for yourself.
So I guess this is just the ceremonial ending of Blade's drinking streams. Maybe it's all over from here. He's currently, you know, playing his games over on Kick, doing edibles or something. I guess that's the whole shtick, even though he says that the weed streams are boring, which is true. But part of the problem is he's trying to leech off of the success that nobody remembers him for, right? Like, Call of Duty is so far in the gutter at this point anyway as a franchise, but he's trying to harken back to the times that the game was good and hope that people like me who watched him during that time period are going to reflect and be like, man, I really wish I could watch Blade play Call of Duty 42. You know, I'm really looking forward to that. I need to turn into that right now. It's just like, there is no market for that, and he's hoping that like GTA 6 is gonna revitalize his gaming career. It's just like, that train has passed so long ago, and the donations, and like, honestly, it's like, I think the reality is...
Good belated birthday, Good Roberts. Hope you had a good one.
That Blade always will try and do something like this. He'll say, I need to take a break. I need to look out for my health. Whether or not he's actually following through with that, I mean, it's pretty clear based on the lack of teeth, hair, and toes. Like, it's not working out too well, but he'll say he wants to do that. And then once the money starts drying up...
And him, like every locale, would be like, you guys are jealous.
Because the people aren't going to donate for boring ass streams, he's forced to go back to drinking. We're left in this never-ending spiral. It's so it's just so depressing to watch at this point, dude. I don't know. And like, maybe I'll take a break for a little bit on the Blade content. We'll wait and see where exactly this new housing situation moves on, and I thought I would end this video off with a nice conclusion as to how the stream actually went, because surprise, surprise, he blacks out before 2 hours and passes out in the motel bed. Shocker. Big shocker. So enjoy this, and until next time, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
If you give me another,
I'm starting to see why GTA 6 is $80. Rockstar must have known so many streamers are relying on it to revive their careers.
No shit. $100. Like their primary day one buyers are going to be people who are just wanting to make content out of it. With that kind of selective buyer base, you'd think it wouldn't do very well at launch, but chances are it's going to just blow the roof off anyways, because India or something, India or China, doesn't matter who boycotts it, there's always going to be a gigantic group of millions of gamers who are just like, oh my god, I have to have it now. When it's like, either people you don't know and will never see, or content creators. DSP, that's the reason he bought the PS5. Like, he doesn't use it for anything. He doesn't even use it for video games. He uses his PC for everything.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Even when it's like, oh, the PS5 version of Marvel Tokon runs slightly better, it's like, fuck that, I'm not buying it on console. I already bought it on PC.
Here. So I want to start off this video by declaring total chud victory. Yesterday we witnessed one of the greatest mess around and find out moments we've seen in quite some time, where a woke VTuber merch company fired one of their talents over problematic statements they made, and this is completely blown up in their face. As you can see, they deleted their post announcing that this VTuber upset their values, and now they have gone private. Now, this is a follow-up to the video I made yesterday, and I think the first follow-up I want to do is a very important one, and that is looking at the VTuber that was targeted. Yukiwaru has gone from a few hundred followers to over 7,500 in just 24 hours. And it was my pleasure to be a part of that transition there. That is a very great thing to see. People are rallying behind her. And now we look at the aftermath. All of the people who are trying to cancel her, they are deleting posts, they're locking replies, they're shutting down their Twitter accounts, they're self-deporting to Blue Sky, crashing out, or all the above. And it is amazing to see. Now, before we get into the updates, the further ones, let me just give you a quick rundown. If you want the full rundown, you can check out my video from yesterday, but here is a very quick version of yesterday's episode of Dragon Ball here. So we have this VTuber merch company named Waifu Wears, and they, well, worked with Yukiwaru, and they should be very thankful because her latest drop with them, a small company, was completely sold out. But instead of saying thank you, they listened to virtue signalers like Kat here, who made this post sharing a video stating that Yuki is transphobic and is no longer their friend. Now, to sum up the clip that we watched yesterday, basically Yukiwaru said very contentious things like, men can't get periods, men can't get pregnant, and that it's offensive for biological men to cosplay as biological women and the experiences they go through. She also stated that it's wrong to bring children to sexual events in pride parades and things like that, and that it's also
no one can tolerate that
grooming for teachers and other trusted adults to try to transition minors.
Why can't we say this?
Just pure common sense, but to wackadoos like this, it was earth-shattering. Not only did they end their friendship with Yuki over this clip, they went out and completely tried to cancel her. And when they confronted her in private DMs, not only would Kat leak the DMs, but we can see Yuki stood by what she said and was called disgusting by this Kat individual. Also, the artist responsible for the model that Yuki uses very heavily implied that they're going to revoke her rights to the model over this set of wrong think.
Can't do that.
On top of that, Senko, the artist, would then urge people to spread kindness and awareness while promoting a charity called Mermaids that heavily targets minors as young as 13, giving them binders without their parents' permission. Now, of course, Waifu Wears wouldn't listen to common sense. Instead, they listened to the mob on Twitter and dropped Yukiwaru as a result. They also had a bunch of other virtue signaling posts talking about how they want to be an inclusive and supportive community, and that they don't harbor ill will to anyone, and that everyone has their own views and that they respect that, except of course the views of people like Yuki. Now, of course, you know how this story ends if you saw the previous video. They deleted all their posts and then went private. And this all happened within like an hour of getting even the smallest amount of backlash on their decision, which led to some very funny interactions. The virtue signalers saying, "Waifu Wares is the absolute GOAT. W Waifu Wares," over a now deleted post from a now private account. But of course, the first update that I already talked about is Yukiwaru and how so many people have rallied behind her. We have seen this happen before, and I'm so happy to see it happen again. Before we get into the updates of all the people involved with the cancellation campaign, let me have my little after-school special wholesome Chungus moment right here. I always enjoy the content that I make, but my favorite type of content is this right here. When a small content creator is getting canceled by the woke mob, and we can shed some light on the truth and just be part of the help that goes her way to help build a new audience and to expand on their existing audience. And we've seen this VTuber go from a few hundred followers to 7,500. And I'm sure by the time this video is live, since I'm recording in the morning, she'll be in the 8,000 or 9,000s by then. But Yukiwaru did something that a lot of these virtue signalers, these V-tweeters, don't do. And she went out and made content. She was immediately at work reacting to my video. And there's a lot of great clips coming out of it. But I want to start with this one because it shows that she is doubling down and even sticking through with this if lawyers have to get involved.
Everyone should know other pieces of the story. You should know both sides to the story. You should know other details that are important. You want to know something else? They sent me an email, which I'm not sure what I should say it directly is at this time, but they sent me an email trying to take my rights away from using my model, pretty much. Okay? Where I've now had to get my lawyer involved. Okay, I've reached out to my lawyer who's looked over my merch contracts and everything. I've gotten them involved.
Yeah, I know, right?
Which is ridiculous.
This is why you shouldn't compromise your values. You shouldn't compromise your views. If you believe something, you should believe it with all your heart and say it. Because even if there's a woke mob that comes after you, there is a chance that it'll end up in your favor. Probably not likely, but it's possible.
Obviously, that's a great response. And looking through her content and her reaction to everything going on, I'm not even surprised that she's standing her ground. I still want to commend her for doing so. But yeah, if this artist really wants to go that length of revoking her rights, this is becoming a legal issue.
Well, it's such a shame because, like, this is the new frontier of free expression, but nobody wants to promote it because they're just gay about VTubers. You know what I'm talking about?
This is something
this is something that Kiwi Farms people should get behind. Is someone standing up for their values and exercising their free expression. But then they pull up their clip and they're like, "Oh my god, girl voice, ew."
I don't think this Senko
and then they go back to accusing everybody of being pedophiles.
Understands when it comes to how serious this is, the gravity of what she's attempting to do. And I am very happy to see Yuki saying, okay, if you want to go that route, I am willing to fight. And I don't think Senko wants that fight. Ladies and gentlemen, if they weren't already cooked, it's going to get a lot worse for them. But of course, this is all over the comments that came from this video. And much like everything else in this situation, the tides have turned on this clip, where it's now getting dislike ratioed. What began as a hug box for all of these virtue signalers, including some of the people involved in the cancellation campaign, it's now turned into this. You can see the latest comments shredding everyone involved, saying this, "Ain't going the way you wanted, huh? Thank you for showing me this VTuber. I'm gonna super chat a ton. That's the most normal take ever. Most people in the world have this opinion. Seems like a great channel. She is stating fact after fact. Everyone should go support her and applaud her. transphobic, and it's just common sense. Oh my God, I'm literally shaking and pissing myself with anger right now. Of course, the person who shared this clip is that VTuber
thank you for the follow.
Cats, and how are they doing? Well, they're crashing out, okay? They're quoting people like Chibi Reviews, who called out the situation, calling him a veteran grifter who's trying to come to the aid of a newbie grifter. Again, this word has no meaning whatsoever on social media. Everyone who has a different opinion than someone gets called a grifter. I will inform this individual because I'm feeling charitable today. I'll educate you on what a grifter is. That's someone who publicly states opinions that don't reflect their actual opinions, all to swindle people out of money. Can you please show how anyone involved...
Well, they can't even imagine someone having opinions that are different than theirs, so they just pretend like you don't actually believe what you're saying, because only an idiot would believe that.
Doing that. Otherwise, you're just misusing a word, watering it down, and looking like an absolute fool. And the comments are destroying her, saying, what does grifter even mean to you? The definition of the word you're using, since you have no effing idea what it means, you regard. Protect children from trans. Someone you supposedly once called friend says something you don't like, and they're immediately a grifter. The way scum like you operate is so freaking disrespectful, disgraceful. I'll add them both because they're both very on point here. Grifter to you means people who speak the truth. He'll abandon her once she realized, oh my, these people are absolutely direct. Why is that on your mind? Literally, why is that your reaction to the situation? These people are absolutely sick and they're projecting as they always do. But of course, they're still crashing out. Saying this in response to all the backlash. Getting botted on every single social I have because I decided to speak up against hate. It's the same list of 5 sentences copied and pasted over and over until further notice, limiting my replies because they're literally spammed by an army of nobodies. Ooh. Yes, this VTuber
You're not
right
even
here,
a somebody.
with 2,000 followers is calling everybody criticizing them a nobody. The narcissism, okay? I've said this before. I wish I had the delusional level of confidence some of these people have because they must go through life thinking they are the main character or something and nothing can ever bother them. And there's no accountability ever on the horizon for them. But of course, they're coping and saying everyone's botting. No, you just lost the narrative. You were in your little echo chamber in the hug box, and that got out of your hug box. The post left your target audience, and you met normal people who do not support your crazy beliefs. Okay? Normal people with common sense know that men can't get periods. They know that men can't get pregnant, and they have a very, very strong problem with children being manipulated into changing their bodies. That's what normal people think. Unfortunately, you encountered normal people, and now you think it must be the product of botting. But also, you remember this interaction right here, where they were talking to Senko, the artist. Well, where's Senko? What happened? Well, they're not having a very good time. They have privated their Twitter accounts, and in case you didn't see the original interaction here, they were talking about how they're literally crying over this nightmare scenario of their model being used by this former friend who's now saying all these heinous things. And when asked, they heavily imply they're going to revoke Yuki's rights to use the model, which is a very, very serious thing to say. And boy, I suggest not doing that. That would be really bad. But we did get this woman to follow through on their word. This person saying, also, at least I'm a man of my word. How about you F off? That was, of course, when Senko told this user to F off when they tried to respectfully tell them to take a break from social media. And pointing out that Senko's pin tweet at the time was saying that they're quitting the platform entirely, referring to Twitter, and that they're on Blue Sky. Well, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. We helped them fulfill the prophecy, their words, and they have shut down their Twitter account and gone to the insane asylum that is Blue Sky. And what are they doing on Blue Sky? Well, crashing out. saying I don't give a F about the opinion of who else but grifters, saying I know what I stand for, nothing they say will change that, and I will never feel bad for cutting a transphobe from my life. Just because flies flock to piles of crap doesn't mean the crap is valuable. I've lost nothing of value. Remember, this is the person who's saying, I want to spread kindness in this situation, and now they're calling everyone grifters and pieces of crap that have no value. Yeah, you got completely owned here. I'm sorry. And now you're facing real backlash, deserved criticism, probably for the first time ever, and you can't handle it. And you fled to Blue Sky. But here's the worst part. We're learning more about this individual because during her stream reacting to my video, Yuki shared some information about this individual, showcasing how unwell and narcissistic they are.
There's so much backstory to this, but the thing is, I started taking my distance from them because on my birthday, I had a collab and my friend referred to them as the incorrect pronouns, and they literally interrupted the entire collab to talk about it and correct them and continue to do it.
Cringe.
They took a good
So they
chunk
pull an
out of my
RTU.
collab. We were in the middle of like a Yuki themed Jeopardy for my birthday collab. It was on my birthday. They took a whole chunk to direct the attention to them getting the pronouns wrong. And they apologized. They like corrected themselves, but they just kept going. And then there was just a good amount of awkward silence after it. And after that moment, I just realized if they were like my friend and really treasured me as a friend, why would they do that? Stan, thank you for gifting a subby. Why would they interrupt my birthday collab on my birthday, a special event where I would never do this to them? I would never do this to them. And make it about themselves. And someone accidentally using the incorrect pronouns. They didn't do it purposely. They didn't do it maliciously. They just forgot. Okay? Which is part of being human. People forget. People
Yeah, I just have a really
make
bad memory.
mistakes. It's literally a part of being human. And they made a mistake and it turned into this whole
I just
thing.
mess it up each and every time because of my bad memory.
So I started distancing myself from Senko, okay? I talked to them less. I just started taking steps to distance myself from them because I didn't like how they made me make me feel. And they did things
As
that
Evolved
made me feel
Sage
more like a
once said,
cash
fucking
cow than an
pronouns.
actual
You're
friend.
I cannot imagine having the main character syndrome where someone misgenders you accidentally in a birthday stream and you interrupt it and make it all about yourself because you're so emotionally fragile that someone misgendering you, even by accident, is that life crushing for you. I'm glad that Yuki is sharing this. It adds up. And like, I look at this Senko person's account. I don't know what their pronouns are. Like, it's not even listed on here. So like, you know, heaven forbid someone misgender you. You're not even like making it publicly known. Like, you're just another person on the internet at this point. Like, even in my video, I'm not trying to misgender you. I don't even know what your pronouns are. I'm just referring to you by what I think is a woman, but there's no other signal for me right now. And to crash out and ruin someone's birthday stream over something like that, especially when it was done by accident, is crazy. But there's one more cog in the wheel here. This Captain Dandyfloss, this VTuber, again, with a massive ego, completely undeserved, was one of the people joining in on the harassment campaign, saying that their new merch partner was talking about how they don't stand for transphobia and cut ties with someone. And then they saw the awful transphobic rant made by Yuki. And then they said, that's how you get blacklisted. Yep, they determine whether or not someone's going to get blacklisted in the VTubing scene. But as you might notice, that was a screenshot because the post is deleted. And this reply from Madam Savvy to a deleted post regarding the situation is just chef's kiss. But of course, they're crashing out as well, saying the number of dumb people claiming that I got their sponsorship canceled can't read that I said I saw Waifu Wares posted about not supporting transphobia first, then I made this post. I did not contact them. I woke up to seeing their post. Yeah, no one's saying you're the reason why. You're just part of the hate brigade, and you just look dumb. I hope that clarifies something. But then they follow up that post with this next one. That's why I included it in the same screenshot. Man, I hate what the internet has become. You're right, I do too. I hate that a bunch of people cannot live in a world where people with different opinions, and in this case, common sense, exist. So instead of disagreeing with them, you try to cancel them or try to publicly shame them, among other things. And it blew up in your face and everyone else's faces here. And again, I think it goes without saying, we're going to promote Yukiwaru again. Let's up those numbers in the words of Ludwig. Okay? Let's up those numbers. I'm going to put a link to her Twitter account. You can find her relevant links from there in my pinned comment and description. Good on her for handling the situation so well. And thanks to all these wackadoos for introducing so many people, thousands of people, to a new ChudTuber that we've helped create here. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, hold on. Almost done with this animation again. But the new part I wanted to add, I'm making good progress on the new part so far. It's pretty good. Let's keep on the Rev train.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So in this video, I'll be talking about...
This does look like a great game. I do want to play this game, but it's like it's been in development for years. They need to put out a demo or something.
The upcoming release of an action roguelike titled Swords and Slippers. Now, it's a great day for the development team behind this upcoming release, but it's a horrible day for the modern audience who is crashing out over the...
Let's look at Rat Timber. Looking good, Timber.
I'm ready. Fuck! No! I hate this! Yay. Who said that? I don't know, no memory.
Pretty cool.
This game, as some of the previews have gone viral, where they're accusing the development team of not only trampling on women's rights, appealing to incels, but even offering players...
You're appealing to gamers? Oh, shit. The AAA game development wing chose not to do that wisely.
Guess virtual...
Stop pandering to gamers, game developers. It's working out so great for you.
Ladies of the Nights, or however else I could say that and be safe on YouTube. But people are upset about this, but there's also a lot of hype. This game has consistently gotten a lot of attention as the previews have rolled out. It's not just the gameplay that people are interested in, but also the character designs. They're clearly not afraid to give players what they want, and we'll talk about that more in just a second.
I like the look of it.
Here's the description on the Steam page. A character action roguelike set in a twisted fairy tale. These princesses don't want a rescue, they want the heads of the evil stepmothers who stole their happily ever after. Which personally I think sounds really interesting. I'd be interested to see what you guys think about this concept, but I personally think it's a pretty good one. But in only 100 hours since its Steam page release, there's been over 100,000
I hope it comes out eventually.
People are very excited about this game, but also a lot of people are very angry, and some people are concerned. On the discussion page, you can see various posts like this saying, I love the woke LGBTQI blah 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 community for basically making them know about this game. Thanks, DEI gremlins. And down here, how much time until those people arrive here? and of course try to put pressure on the developers to censor this game and to neuter it to basically appeal to the outrage mob. Now, the reason there's so much recent attention is because of this clip right here. This is a promotional piece for the game featuring Rapunzel, where she lets down her hair, which is a sort of monster that extends out and eats its enemies, which is pretty cool. It's a really fascinating animation. And, well, you can see it's gone viral, like insanely viral. 170,000 likes and 22 million views. This is a developer's dream when it comes to promoting their game. Now, of course, people are extremely excited. I'll just scroll through. People are wish listing. They're interacting with the development team. There's people even trying to get voice roles, comparing Rapunzel to other characters like Bayonetta, etc., etc. People are really excited, but some people are really mad. You can see quotes like this saying, "I thought it was cool, then I read the bio." So what's in the bio that's making them so upset? Well, come for the curves, stay for the combos.
No!
So again, as I stated earlier, the developers are definitely not afraid to make their characters curvy and more appealing. That is unapologetic for them. They have been promoting the game based on that, but they also want to promote appealing gameplay as well. So people, even looking at that animation, are like, wow, yeah, there's a lot more to this game than just appealing character designs, but that is a pretty smart form of marketing. I think this sort of marketing has worked really well. If you can catch people with the character designs and make them stay for the actual gameplay, that'll work out really well for you. And it seems like it's working out well for them. But of course, the modern audience is screeching over this. You can see replies like this saying, "Woman equals no rights. Know your place, disgusting piece of trash." What? I don't even know if this person's angry at them or angry at women or angry at both. I'm very confused, but clearly nobody seems to agree with them. 2 likes on 5,600 views for this reply, but good on Sword and Slippers through their official account, replying and giving, I think, the best response. "You are not the audience we're building for. Nobody here is interested in your agenda," which reminds me of other development teams like Knight's Path, for example, saying, "You're not the target audience. We don't want your agenda. We're just going to give an enjoyable experience." It's very refreshing to see. But then that previous poster responded by doing the most predictable crash out ever, saying, "Your audience is just incels and virgin people. Go get a real job instead of being a failure in your family."
What?
I'm
Making video games isn't a real job.
About this game.
That this is projection.
Go play a game with ugly MCS like the new Dragon Age game. It is made for you. Let us enjoy games we like and you enjoy what you like.
Yeah, enjoy what you like, and you can play with your 4 live viewers, your 4 live players.
Okay, I have
and we can play games that the majority of people enjoy because the majority of people don't hate beauty. It's just a weird, mentally ill subsect of people who, for some reason, cannot stand good-looking things.
Suspicion, this sort of random.
If you look good, that means you have no rights.
At all to what's being said, crash out is projection. Okay, this is a miserable individual, but. Speaking of miserable individuals, they also didn't like the reply from Sword and Slippers. This individual right here saying, "You are supporting that. Women are literally ladies of the night in your game.
No, they're not.
LOL. Don't even act righteous. What a shame." Dude, it's a video game. Relax. What do you think? They're running some sort of like a market here? Doing stuff like that? This is deranged. Where are these people even coming up with this stuff? But another user says, "Stop using words you don't know the meaning of." And the previous user from the other interaction comes back to this one and adds in and confirms what this user's saying about saying words you have no understanding of, saying, "Dude, you are Asian and also Genshin Impact player. You should be in jail. Predator." Ah, yes. Really showing someone who's saying you don't know the words or the meaning of words wrong by saying words that they don't know the meaning of whatsoever. Also being incredibly racist besides being unable to separate fiction from reality, but hey, many such cases. But here's some more saying, feel free to play video games without constantly having your hand down your pants. This individual is seeing this and they just can't
that's
think
impressive.
of anything else. And again, must be pure.
I mean, that would be pretty impressive if you can play it with one hand.
For projection. But here's another quote saying, why is this animated exactly like a Gooner Rivals highlight intro? Oh, yes. They brought out the big G word on this one. You knew that was going to happen after you saw Incel, right? But yes, I guess their only point of comparison with attractive designs or curvy designs is, well, Marvel Rivals, which is the absolute state of these sorts of modern audience type. That's like their only reference for appealing characters.
Yeah, like there's going to be prostitutes in GTA 6, but yeah, you're definitely going to boycott that, aren't you?
Character designs
and
curvy animations and stuff like that. Kind of sad if you think about it.
Actual prostitutes.
But then you have another quote here saying, the design is freaking awesome until you go to the Steam page and realize that the game is literally sexualizing Disney princesses to the max, which is kind of weird.
What do you think Fables is?
Get a job. Is this really that concerning to you? Is that really the problem here? Besides being unable to separate fiction from reality once again. But here's another one saying to turn Rapunzel into a baddie who eats men with her hair. The developers must be so gay. Now, they're not even saying this to try to be offensive. This is like TikTok language here. Yeah, there's a lot of that in the quotes because you have a female character devouring men with her hair, and they're like, oh, girl boss. Now, they might be disappointed that that sort of crowd, maybe not the best fit for this, but they're eating this one up, and this is the sort of responses. I don't really know what to say about this one. It's a little weird, but okay. But of course, this has gone incredibly viral, and this is going to be a topic of conversation for some time to come because this game is yet to be released, and I'm sure they are going to give a lot more previews like this, and it's going to get a lot of attention like it is right now, and we're going to see a lot more discourse surrounding this game, and also I cannot wait for the journalists, the games journalists like Jason Schreier over here to weigh in on this, and what a great choice for this joke here because he's the one who
I hope it's not a scam. That would be really sucky.
Excuse me. Disney princess?
Yeah.
Rapunzel is original from a German fairy tale long before Disney.
Yeah.
They can make their own Rapunzel. Disney don't own the concept of Rapunzel.
And the original Grimm's fairy tales were way darker than what people are typically used to. So it's, if anything, it's just a return to what the root of the fables were to begin with.
Gamers who enjoy extremely busty characters, predators. So he might have a hard time giving a review without reducing himself to that. But then again, Jason Schreier these days needs a distraction from the whole Activision Blizzard allegation fiasco in his book, spreading lies about that. But
God, it just makes me want Wolf Among Us 2 to come out now. Probably going to play that on stream.
Topic for another day.
If it plays well enough, if it runs well enough.
But anyways, if this game seems appealing to you, you can check out their Twitter page and also their Steam page, and I look forward to the continued discourse surrounding this game. But for now, that's going to do it for this video.
I should actually play the first one before the second one comes out,
Fun
just to
fact
refresh
about
my memory.
The original Rapunzel story. The reason the witch cut her hair after the prince went to visit is cause they had sex.
It's analogous.
If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Oh, they're based in Poland, so that makes sense why they're very delayed in their development. I can see why it's taken a while. Remember how long it took for Witcher 3? Oh god, what is this? The Nova update, and then we'll check in on Philly boy having a crash out over being exposed for talking to other women other than his wife online. Yes, believe it or not. Oh my god. Extra Emily has been named one of Twitch's new brand ambassadors. Of course. Dan's getting that sloppy toppy.
Alright, so Nova Online has a new love interest. That's right, Nova Online himself has actually found love. Okay? This time time, it's not some e-girl, some, Discord kitten, some literal child that he's talking to. Okay, no, it is another lolcow. A lolcow by the name of Christian Berger. Now, if you guys have never heard of him, I'm going to go into it a little bit, but basically he's another lolcow on TikTok, just like Nova Online. TikTok predators together forever, I suppose.
What the hell is with TikTok?
There's a whole relationship aspect going on with this. I don't really know what to call it in general, but you'll see as the video goes on. Basically, they're flirting back and forth. They want to be a thing so bad. They just love each other, all right?
They love each other.
In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at multiple clips, including Christian Berger and Nova Online, including their love life and everything you need to know about it. So this video is also going to include some random clips, some random things. There's a lot of Nova Online related things that I'm going to cover. So starting off with this Circle of Life video, he said was lost media. The only reason this was lost is because he didn't want to post it due to all the people making fun of him for exactly what he's doing on screen now. Filling up his reusable bottle, his, save the environment metal cup with plastic water bottles. He got dissed in every single video that he was doing this with, so that's the obvious reason he didn't post this. Now moving on, we have a couple videos of Nova Online doing these cameos. Alright, he loves doing cameos. That's where I think most of his money's coming from nowadays. Except these ones are a little different. They're not just cringe as fuck. They're him crying so damn bad, he cannot physically get the words out. I mean, he can barely even speak. He's crying so bad. I have no clue why he decided to make these cameos within the time that he was in this horrible mental state, horribly emotional. I can't understand it at all, but he must have really needed money that day or something. He must have really wanted it, because you'll see in these videos, he is bawling his eyes out.
What's going on, Amy? It's Ian Avocadry. I'm sorry if I sound off. I just got done breaking down and letting it all out, but hey, I still want to wish you a very happy belated birthday, and I hope you had a good one. And while I'm still here, I personally wanted to thank you for being a fan. It really helps out in tough times like this, and I wanted to extend my gratitude out to you and thank you.
Oh my god.
Also, enjoy playing Adventure Soup today.
Bro.
I'm sorry I'm not my usual
Instead of being here apologizing, I'm sorry, I guess I'm trying. Just man up. Nut up. You weird fuck.
Self, I just...
Be a pro. You're on stage. You have to put your past behind you when you're on stage. Or a performer, right? How many people do you think want to show up and just start crying about their personal life? But no one wants to hear that. No one wants to see that. Nobody wants that.
Anyways, once again, happy birthday.
Once again, I'm sorry.
What's going on, Kadri? I'm sorry if I sound off. I just got done.
I'm sorry.
Crying. I'm probably gonna redo this when I'm better.
Happy birthday! I'm crying.
Oh, fuck.
It's not very festive.
Wish you a happy 22nd birthday.
Celebration. Good time. Come on. What is that?
As I was saying, happy 22nd birthday, and I hope you have had her having a good one so far. And I'm sorry I'm not my chirpy self. I just...
It's your party, and I'll cry if I want to.
I'm a piece of shit, and I hate myself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a piece of shit, and I hate myself. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you for being a fan. It really helps me out in hard times like this, and my gratitude goes out to you. Once again, happy birthday before
happy birthday.
Break down. Hand over Kadri, signing off.
Now, I'm really wondering what had to have happened to cause this. I mean, he said in the second video that he just got done with an argument, or he was just arguing with somebody. My guess is it had to be about money. Probably his mom yelling at him for not paying any of the bills or taking care of her in any way, shape, or form when she is completely disabled, has one leg, barely can move,
you have to say.
Fucking do anything, basically. Yeah, she was probably arguing with him over that, I could only assume. And the reason he's doing these cameos while crying is because that argument was probably about money. That's the best thing I can think. Arguing about money, immediately coming outside from his big old argument with his big old mom, and his big old self. Everyone's big old in the situation. And he had to come out and immediately make money by doing these cameos. That's my best guess. So now, I'm sure the part you've all been waiting for, Nova Online's love interest, Christian Berger, another lolcow, similarly on TikTok as well, and also known as a predator. It's, you know, surprising. Attraction is, you know, it works in strange ways, I suppose, but these two predators, they're really getting it. They're really going for each other. I mean, I'll show you this first video here. This is of Christian Berger saying, I mean, he thinks that Nova Online sent his fans over to Christian Berger's TikTok account to, I guess, harass him or bother him. I don't know. Nova doesn't have fans, so this didn't happen. I don't even know why he's thinking this, to be honest. But this is his first video towards Nova Online. God damn, can y'all hear the thunder?
Fat cat.
So yeah, I'll show you Christian Berger's response, Nova's response, and then Christian's other response, and they just go back and forth constantly. So there's countless videos now. I've got probably about 6 of them to show you if I'm not mistaken.
This message is for Nova and Nova only. And if you're not Nova, just keep on scrolling. Listen, Nova, you gotta stop sending your little minions to my comment section saying that we are a couple. We aren't. I am not into men.
I'm gay. It's just that simple.
I'm
I
into
like men.
women. So get that through your head right now. And stop sending your minions to bombard my comments section. No, I'm pretty sure you did send your little minions after me. So you should probably stop doing that.
This message is for Nova
I'm
only.
just saying.
So why am I
After
seeing
that
it?
big back and forth between
Can't,
these
like,
predatory
email 'em?
wall cows, it kind of went viral, I guess. I don't know if you want to call it viral, but the reason I say that is because the comment section of both of these people's videos is now just nothing but these images. I'll show you a couple on screen. I've probably already flashed them throughout the video multiple times already.
It's pretty funny.
But these pictures, these videos, these whatever, of Christian Berger and Nova being a couple, you know, getting married, kissing, sharing hot dogs together, apparently. All that.
beautiful.
So it kind of blew up on TikTok at least. And I don't know a whole lot
I'm sure
about
Nova
this Christian
appreciates
Berger
it.
fella. I do know that there's some things where I guess he drinks and drives, and of course the predatory things that I was mentioning earlier. But we're going to get into that a little more as well, because there's a video that, a special message that Christian Berger made specifically for Nova Online, and we're going to check that one out next.
Nova, this is Christian. I'm making this video to tell you that I love you. I'm a dirty midget cum donut, and I love when you glaze me. Also, my haircut sucks. Please forgive me for getting a DUI, even though I can't reach the pedals.
So you may be wondering, what the hell was going on in that video? Why would he make that? What is he saying? What's going on?
I love the Andy effect.
And I don't have an answer for you, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, some of the stuff he's saying is...
It's like some buddy troll is paying him to do something, and for some reason he thinks that if you get paid for a cameo, you have no choice but to do it.
Is true or slightly...
Like you can't turn anything down. Like you just have to say the most ridiculous shit.
True, I guess.
Lol cows are desperate.
He is really short. He did get a DUI. He is an alcoholic, or maybe he's sober right now, but he has alcohol issues. I don't know about that whole thing being a glazed donut for Nova, but he did say that he was possibly being blackmailed in the comments. I don't know if this is a joke or not. Obviously, he's getting paid for this. I mean, it's a cameo, but why would he do it, is the thing. People can refuse cameos. You don't have to make them. He could have just refused it. Why did he make this? I really have no clue. Maybe he's being blackmailed. Maybe that was a joke. I don't know how this fella jokes. I mean, he's weird, so who knows? Moving on from that though, Nova Online did make his own response to that video, or what I believe was the response to that video, where he put a picture of Christian Berger right in front of him, just like the Tofiachu video back from back in the day, where he's fighting Tofiachu. Well, this time he's not fighting Christian Berger, of course, no, because he loves him. He's singing the 3 Days Grace song. What the hell is the song called? I don't even know. Why do I love you, or I hate you?
I hate everything about you? Does Nova know, like, the lyrics? I hate everything about you, so why do I love you? That's the rest of the lyric.
Why do I love you?
You fucking idiot.
Whatever.
You're just declaring your love for him.
can't play it on goddamn YouTube. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And I have no clue why he did this.
I'm a piece of shit
He
and I
said
hate
in
myself.
the description,
Yeah,
emphasis on the hate part. But he's still
I guess he is in
screaming out
love.
that he loves Christian Berger. Why does he love Christian Berger? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So in attempts to wrap up this whole Christian Berger arc for today's video, I'm going to show you the last
you
two
don't get to
videos
choose how I
Christian has
spend my
posted,
free time. How
relating
about you
to Nova
fucking kill
Online.
yourself?
The
How
first
about
one
that?
is him
How's that
making fun
sound?
of Nova for
How's that
being
sound?
into diaper type related stuff, just making fun of him for diapers, and the other one begging Nova Online, begging him
I
to make content
hate
with him IRL,
everything
to
about
collab
you.
and do
So
some
why
real
do I
content
love you?
creator stuff with him to break the
I remember I sang that during the karaoke stream.
internet in attempts to break the internet. Do you guys think that would break the internet? Might break something.
Hey Nova, look, I'm in your favorite section.
Got him!
This message is for Nova and Nova only. Hey Nova,
If you're
it's
not
Christian.
Nova, close your computer.
You know what would probably break the internet? Is if you and I collab with each other in person and make a few videos.
I'm gay.
Let me
It's
know
just
what
that
you
simple. I
think
like
of that
men.
idea.
Right?
So do you guys think that Christian Berger and Nova Online will actually do a collab? My theory on this is hell no, they're not going to do it. I don't even know where they live in like relation to each other, honestly, but the main reason I don't think it's going to happen is that Nova is just too antisocial. He doesn't even know how to be a human being. How is he going to interact with this guy? I mean, really, come on, guys. Like, how is he actually going to, make content? Can you imagine Nova making content with somebody and it not looking, like, so weird and socially awkward and, like, just so absolutely, totally just abysmal? He would not be able to do a dancing video with this guy. I mean, I'm sure Christian Berger could do it with him, but Nova is just too fucking weird. He's too much of a weirdo to do something like this. I mean, he'd pull up with his WWE belt and get clowned on by this dude. So that's just about everything I know about the Christian Berger Nova Online love situation. But before I ended it off, I did want to show you guys this video of Nova believing this surgical mask will help the air quality outside.
Hey everyone, AQI in Post Falls right now is over 300. It's hazardous air quality, that's why I'm wearing a mask.
It's not gonna
I
help,
just want to
dude.
say, if you live in the Spokane to Coeur d'Alene area, I want y'all to know, stay safe. Stay safe.
And to end it off, I just have the comments of this video here. Nova genuinely believes that it's going to work because it worked for COVID too. I don't think he has the mind capable of thought anymore. This is just the dumbest creature on this planet.
Right.
I met fucking cats and dogs.
I mean, yeah, that's what firefighters wear in burning buildings. They wear COVID masks in order to protect their lungs from the bad smoke.
That are smarter than him. But with all that being said, I hope you
So
all
smart.
enjoyed the video, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Peace! And roll the outro, fellas.
Uncle Drew, I used to know you wouldn't have it any other way, but my diaper.
All right, I'm almost done with this animation again. Trust me this time. I mean it this time. This time I mean it, okay?
Welcome to the Daily Wrap for
I'll
what
show you. I'll show you.
was Monday, the 10th of August, 2026. A completely different kind of day from yesterday with the game.
Okay, I think this is actually before that, so...
Sasquatch.
Let's probably watch this one first.
After birth, if we get 250, it's another Yu-Gi-Oh! And another pack of Prismatic
Oh,
Evolution,
God. Right when I
which we'll
came
have to
in.
break into the new box of Prismatic Evolution. So thank you so much for the support. That is amazing. I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A totally real anonymous $100 tip. Yeah, of course. Totally real.
Fan did another $2 super chat and says, I just watched it. What does Kat say about Grace? Nothing. What would Kat say about Grace?
Okay, so you don't talk to her about how you're in her DMs. That's not a flex.
What are you talking about?
They're talking about you being in Grace Thorpe's DMs and whether or not your wife knows about that. It's a pretty simple fucking question, man. Hey,
What a stupid thing to say.
you're
Okay,
stupid.
let me ask you a question. Okay,
You're dumb.
Do you think
I'm smart
that my wife does not allow me to talk to other humans? Do you think that?
No. A younger women. It's a very different thing, dummy. Okay. And also, she doesn't allow you to talk to Wings. She barged in and said, "Shut the fuck up. You're being too loud." So the answer is no.
my wife has a protective barrier around me and says you may not interact with anyone else on Earth, only me.
I mean, she's the reason you can't play Stellar Blade, right? Among many, many, many other games with attractive women in it.
You a weirdo? What is wrong with you?
Oh yeah, I'm weird. Oh, okay, I didn't think about it that way.
Like I said, my interactions with Grace, my interactions with Wings of Redemption, my interactions with other creators have been...
Phil, what's the difference between Rings of Redemption and Grace Thorpe?
The last thing Phil ever said to Catwad, I promise not to play mobile games anymore.
Yeah, right? Phil, there's a difference between Wings and Grace. Do you want to point out what that difference is? Or do you want to pretend like there's no difference whatsoever? Like a weirdo would.
Platonic, normal reactions about, hey, working together, doing some content together, talking about...
Thanks for letting me know that the interaction between you and Wings was totally platonic, because I was curious.
Being a streamer, being a content...
And you were bi-curious.
...creator, giving advice, or, that's it. Why would my wife care who I talk to? Why are you being weird?
Wait, so you can just, like, talk to teenage girls all day, every day, and Kat doesn't care? Okay. Sounds like you're divorced.
Hey, why are you being...
You're making it sound like the two of you don't have anything to do with each other and don't care about, like, adultery. Okay, cool. I'll pay attention to that and take it seriously.
Knowing how Kat is and how he got caught to date him while she was in a relationship was sliding into her DMS.
Yeah, right.
And now you slide into a younger woman's DMS.
Right, she should be very defensive because she herself is a cheater and she should project her cheating ways onto you.
Weird, that's the actual question. Why are you
Why
being
are
weird?
you weird?
Are creators not allowed to talk to other creators about shit? Yes, I talked to Becky Boop years ago.
No, married men are typically not allowed to talk to younger women privately.
So Phil
no,
wants to have
I
a
don't know if
conversation with well-known gaming and TCG enthusiast Grace Thorpe.
Alright.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, Grace can be like, hey, I call my dad my boyfriend, you call your wife your mom, we got that in common.
No, about possibly doing content. We never did any either. Like I said, I talked to a ton of people about crossovers, collabs, and things. Most of them don't go anywhere and don't come to fruition. Okay.
So why do you do it? Like, honestly, why do you do it then? If, like, they all just fall apart and the only people you got are your dented mods, then why do you even branch out to begin with?
Okay.
Are you just a glutton for punishment? Are you baiting them into leaking your DMs?
Why you people are so weird about that?
You're
like, you don't
weird.
understand why people would talk to other people and you think...
You guys are weird.
Oh, it's news. It's not fucking news. People talk. Maybe you don't.
Then why didn't you talk about it? Then why did you hide it until it was revealed by somebody else? Why don't you keep your audience in the know? Why don't you keep them in the loop?
Because you're a fucking weirdo.
You're
you just
weird.
Sit there on the internet all day. You don't talk to anyone.
You don't talk to anybody. You're weird. I have friends. You have gout.
It's a common thing. You
live in a condo. Your wife is fat.
But remember, getting you
You're
and
a
your wife
lolcow.
flown out to Florida to make content is totally gay.
Right. Hey, okay. If anyone talks to anyone and you have any problem with that, no matter who it is or if they deserve it or what the circumstances are, you're weird and I'm not. Okay, wow, you're really driving this home, man.
Social skills. Yeah, maybe you don't have any. Maybe that's why you think it's such a weird news story.
Oh yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, you totally just turned it around and now I feel bad.
Nothing here says, I guess having polite and nice
I feel so bad now for questioning anything you do, man. And it worked. Again, it worked so many times. It's a wonder why you still even have detractors, because these total crash outs are so damaging to my feelings.
Conversations with people isn't allowed anymore. No, because that's the thing. These weirdos who
It
live
is
eternally on
fine
the
to
internet.
talk to people about maybe collabing
I
as
know,
well
right?
as being friends with someone from the opposite sex while in a relationship.
Yeah.
But the stuff you admitted to have talked about with her is a bit
Yeah, it's different when you're single. A lot of things are different when you're single. But of course, DSP can't attack any argument. All he can do is formulate a straw man and then bitch slap the straw man while the actual argument goes completely 100% unaddressed.
I think that every interaction is dropped.
Why is a married man in his mid-40s talking to a woman who's half his age? Why? It's not your wife. So what are you doing?
Every interaction must be something.
That was a great pause too, by the way. I don't know why I unpaused it there.
Because that's the thing. These weirdos who live eternally on the internet think that every interaction is drama. Every interaction must be something taboo, forbidden, risque, dramatic, dangerous, right? No one can just be like, hey, how are you? Hey, what do you do for content? Anything we can do together that might work out or something? No, that's not allowed, right? The fact that Grace reached out to me and just said hi.
You reached out to her, though. You went into her DMs. But, okay. We lie about this. Why? Why do we lie about this, Phil? What is the motivation behind this lie? Why are you hiding the truth? What is it about the truth that is so embarrassing to you that you are unwilling to admit it?
Hey, what kind of
Sounds pretty weird to me.
content do you do? Maybe we could do something together. Would it work? That's apparently news. I don't fucking know why. Unless you're an actual weirdo, I don't know why that would be news. Well, quasi-regarded, thanks for 500 kicks. That's because you're an idiot. That's because you're legitimately stupid. Thanks for $5, but that's because you're actually dumb. I don't know what else to say. Why am I poisoned? Why am
Great
I-
response.
Exactly.
You got him.
Yakko
You are
Mighty
the
says
one
people
who
are dying
hid
to get a gotcha on you. It's
It
trying to
is
say you
weird
talk to
when
people
you hide
inappropriately.
it.
I don't care about a fucking Etha on Kick who's fucking doing squats for money. Okay, I don't. I don't give a shit. I don't care if she talks shit about me. 'Cause apparently, I'm being told she did. That people made fun of me. Oh, did you?
No, I won't do content with my own wife even though I
Right.
promised you for weeks I would. But I want to do content with this woman half my age out of nowhere. Sure, buddy.
Again, just notice how he's stripping all context from the interaction and just saying that it's because he's talking to another person that's the issue. Okay, Phil, then go talk to Chris Chan then. Go see if you can collaborate with Chris Chan. Oh, why not? It's just another person, right?
You know that there's an e-beggar named Darkseid. Oh, so embarrassed he's in his 40s and he e-begs. You're fucking squatting on camera for money, you dumb shit. You fucking slut.
I know.
Then
They
you're
just want
worse.
something to talk about. Because let's be honest, people who live eternally online are boring. They don't have lives. They don't have friends. They don't have family. They don't have
You have no
They just sit
friends.
around living vicariously through things they hear online. So they want drama. They want
They
something going on
want-
that they can be all up excited about. Because when they actually look away from their screen and they look at the squalor around them, right? They're probably living in some fucking tiny room, some shitty basement, some
Again, just the projection is insane. This guy told you he can't get a Roomba because of all the wires that are on the ground.
crappy one-bedroom apartment.
It's like your little tiny room, like you can't even do VR in. Like, what are you talking about, man? Your condo in Connecticut was so much larger. You were able to do so much more. You could do dance games back then. You could do VR. You could do Connect. And now look at you. You're trapped inside of an L desk. You have to waddle your way around it because it's so butting up against the wall. You're like, dude.
Apartment.
It's just so much projection. A little tiny fart box condo.
It smells like shit. They probably eat shit all day. They have no interaction.
They eat shit all day? Wow, that's a stretch. Okay. They eat shit. Unlike your friend and fellow co-host Ethan Ralph. Yeah, he doesn't eat shit.
With anyone. They're disgusting. They don't keep themselves. They're gross, greasy, smelly, covered in pimples and fucking shit. And I don't want to look there. So let me focus here on the screen. Oh, look.
Dude, this has no effect on people, man. Like, does this make you feel better to just attack people you know absolutely nothing about and just insult them based off like literally zero information on them? Do you think they're watching this and going like, oh, I regret making fun of DSP because he just counterpunched me right in the face?
DSP's talking to people on the internet. Ooh, he was
Again, to people. We can't leave in the context because then it wouldn't be a straw man.
doing bad things. Ooh. They don't want to face reality. They don't have anything going
The
for themselves.
reality
So
of
they have to
what?
try to make
I mean, the
everything-
reality that you hid from everybody? You can't face the reality that you hid from everybody until now. And now you're having a big crash about how mad you are that people found out about the thing you tried to hide.
a toxic negative thing. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Nothing here says, welcome to any office. There's males and females working politely and professionally all day. These people don't get that. I'm not even kidding. This is why these people don't have fucking jobs.
And then they don't talk to each other privately outside of work.
Phil, I'm not in a shitty bedroom that smells musty.
Yeah.
By the way, have you fixed your fire alarm wires yet?
Yeah, I have central AC, Phil. You
This
don't.
crash out was paid for by a $2 super chat.
Right?
Who's terminally online again?
Like, your shit is so fucking stinky, you have to wear cologne indoors. That's how much you reek. Like, come
Or
on.
anything, right? They just
The projection is wild, man.
sit around online all day.
Yeah, they just
Can
sit
you
around
imagine
doing
these people have to
nothing, and they don't
interact with someone
have,
of the
and they don't have friends, and they have a fat wife, and they have gout, and they don't have central AC, and they have to beg every day. Yeah, totally.
opposite gender?
Yeah,
They
all those
lose
other people, yeah, are just like you.
their minds, right? They think the moment that they speak to someone of the opposite gender, they rip their pants off and start beating it viciously or something. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, right?
That's how you made it sound like your audience would do whenever you played Stellar Blade. You're like, guys, I can't play Stellar Blade because if there's an attractive woman on screen, you guys are going to rip your pants off and start beating it furiously, just like I did on live stream. The projection, man. The projection.
Holy shit, Phil. I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
You're
fuck.
get-
That's the
Yeah,
first time
exactly.
you heard, huh? You're
You're
fucking
right.
disgusting freak.
You got him.
Do you know there's like a guy in
Got
our
him.
group right now who's like,
And then he like giggles at himself as if anyone is on his side. And if anyone like actually feels insulted, considering the source. DSP, if Bob at the office sliding the Linda's DM down the hall going, hi, I'm Bob from down the hall. I know we don't talk, but I wanted to know what do you
Phil, your
do.
condo is so fucked. Mike Klum would rather document a PDF than spend another second
Yeah,
there.
right.
Really not in any position to talk down on anyone.
He really does think he's recovering his ego, and you'd think after years and years of it not working, he would realize that it doesn't work, and it just gives people material to ridicule him for and laugh at.
Streaming this whole
But
thing.
no, he thinks if you hear him say those words, you're gonna feel bad. And like, dude, you don't have the ability to make anybody else feel bad.
He's sort of like semi-famous.
Oh, yeah, I think that's Darkside Phil. He was the guy that got caught for masturbating in front of children. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
so
in front of
he was caught
Yeah.
masturbating. I think he's like 35 years old.
Oh my god.
And again, he's such a witless dunce. He's such a low IQ dipshit. All he can do is be like, yeah, exactly, all of that. Yep, right,
Yeah, he was masturbating in front of
Got him.
children.
That's
on
right.
YouTube.
Yeah, that's
Live stream.
right, totally,
Hilarious.
yeah, right.
That's right. I'm a huge pervert.
That's
guys. That's all I
right,
do. I just masturbate constantly in front of children.
yeah,
You're absolutely
constantly.
right. That's what I'm known for.
That's all I do all the
Because you're a
time.
weirdo. Like I already said, you're a fucking weirdo and now you're banned. How often do I leave my house? Every single day. I leave my house every day. These people
To
only
check the
interact
mail.
with other toxic online people. You're right. And so when
Also, in order to leave your house, you would first have to have a house, which you don't have. You've never had a house.
all you do is interact with
And you never will, according to you.
other toxic weirdos on the internet, you normalize that kind of thought process and behavior and you think it's real. It's normal. It's not.
It's
actually
real?
it's what's
It's
called an
not
outlier.
real.
It's a deterrent. It's a deviant. When you're that person, that weirdo, you're actually fucking so just disconnected from real life and real society. You don't understand what social
Coming
norms
from
are.
the
You don't recognize
degenerate.
normal cues of what's right and what's wrong. You don't understand that because you heard a male content creator and a female content creator spoke to each other for very casually and platonically for a few interactions about possibly, working together.
That's not what
whatever,
it sounded
right?
like.
You don't understand that doesn't mean that it's some kind of a crazy, horrible thing.
Crazy,
It's a drama thing. You
you
wouldn't
know.
understand because you're fucking broken in your head. Your head is not screwed on right. And you need counseling and you need serious mental, probably drugs to calm you down because you're fucking so weird. Like literally, that's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear, oh, a male and a female spoke to
What
each
a
other. That
spiral.
must mean some horrible,
What a crash
big
out.
controversial thing. Guess what? You're the problem. You're the broken person in
You're
society.
the
not
broken
people that are
in
subject matter talking about
society.
you. You're the weirdos. Okay.
You're weird.
Massive projection.
No, I don't smoke. I hate smoking. I have weak lungs because my
ridiculous.
mother was a chain smoker when I was younger. So having any kind of smoke in my lungs, it actually is pretty bad. I can't do it. So it's Jesus, dude, calm down. Why should I calm down? Because I'm speaking to you like a rational adult and I'm telling you like
No,
it is
you're
and you can't handle
not.
it. Now, no, I can't handle being talked to like I should because I'm a weirdo and I don't want to be
You're
faced with the
just
harsh
losing
realities
your
of how things
mind,
really are.
man.
What was it that I said the other day? That if you misbehave in my chat, I'm going to publicly embarrass you? Well, here's your public embarrassment for the day. You're a fucking
No.
weirdo. No one likes you besides
No, you said you were going to get mad if anyone told you to play online instead of like story mode and Tokon. You said those specific people you were going to call out and ridicule.
Like
Is
the
that what he
diaper
did?
situation. He denies it so emphatically,
Yeah.
makes you believe the opposite.
Yeah, all this does is make me think that he doesn't like Kat and he would rather talk to someone else other than her. Like, that's all it does. Because why are you reaching out to all these other people while complaining about how you don't have enough time to talk to Kat? You already told us these interactions are not going to go anywhere.
Remember
so,
the time
like,
you
literally,
say
what are you
took
doing?
a cocktail of medications?
Yeah.
I
Right.
wonder if the side effects are long-term affect you mentally.
You need counseling.
Here's your thing.
You need like whatever and stuff.
it's other weirdos online. That's
Mm-hmm.
why you're an embarrassment to humanity. So straighten the fuck up. Start being a normal person. Get friends, get family, get hobbies, get things to do, a job.
Get friends. Says the guy with no friends. Hey Phil, how about you get a job?
Stop being a weirdo on the internet and harassing
What?
people because
Did you
you're
just-
actually wasting
did you
everyone's
just say get a job?
Get family, get hobbies, get things to do, a job. Stop.
A job. From Darkside Phil, the notorious e-begging bum, is telling you to get a job. Okay. I mean, it's just like when Tofia does. Like, Tofia would literally be at a homeless shelter on TikTok. People tell her to get a job, and
To
she's like,
answer
no,
your
you get a
earlier
job.
question, Ludwig, the difference between Phil talking to Wings and Grace is about $50.
Right? Phil, you gave $50 to a pedophile to talk to him. Like it's a fucking sex line.
So Phil, when are you going to get a real life and a job? Cause I'm way ahead of you, buddy.
Everyone is.
being a weirdo on the internet and harassing people because you're actually wasting everyone's air. Okay? There.
The guy gave you $2 and that's harassment? Okay. You sound like a bitch.
Now I talked to you like you deserve, like a normal person talking to a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sit and fucking spin on it.
And now the trolling is going to stop, right? Now everyone's going to feel so embarrassed and they're going to stop making fun of you forever, right? That's what you think happens? Has it happened ever?
Or actually take what I just said to heart and be like, oh shit, he's right. I'm a fucking weirdo. Let me stop being a weirdo now and actually get a life. You have two choices.
But again, literally never happened. No one ever in the history of humanity was like, oh no, Darkside Phil insulted me. I guess I better stop making fun of him.
Let's see which one you do. Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
He's been doing this for years and years and years and still can't figure it out. That sounds weird to me, buddy. And also, why are you talking to a woman who fucks her own father? And also, why are you talking to a fat pedophile who thinks the age of consent should be 12?
That were played, even with the cards that were open. But also,
I think we all know the answer. He is lonely. He is very lonely and desperate for any sort of companionship. And the only people he knows who are on his level are fellow lolcows.
day that was
Because everyone else will just dunk on him and make fun of him.
kind of very similar to how yesterday went. I'm wondering what's up. Let's talk about it, shall we? All right. So here's the deal.
Speed 'em up.
Last couple of weeks have been incredibly good around here, right? Let's be honest. Oh, by the way, an auto resub. Thanks to Dokino Entry for that. We've had a great amount of
Kino
support.
Casino
People notably supporting
fans.
games such as Final Fantasy VI, my favorite RPG of all time. This leading to me being able
Propped
to play
up
the
by
heck out
Kino
of the game
Casino
and open
fans.
a
Gotta
crazy
love
amount
it.
of TCG cards. I mean, last week alone we opened 4 boxes of cards in 1 week. That was only 4 days long. That's insane, right? So obviously, I'm not expecting that momentum to continue endlessly. But already this week, kind of a weird one. Yesterday, we already talked about this with Assassin's Creed Black Flag Racing. All support has kind of slowed down. I got a ton of support.
Oh, I thought it was
before
going
played the game.
great.
As
Oh,
soon
I
as
guess
went to
not.
play it, we got less than $10 for 2 hours of gameplay.
Oh, I thought it was going great, though.
We've been playing the game all summer. People liked it. All of a sudden, they don't anymore. Okay? Last night, we played Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. That stream did great. Over $200 of support. Tons of cards
Oh,
open.
was that your
Great
goal?
episode of DSP Pack Rips, right? Cool.
Cool.
Today, we start off today with a DSP morning show. During that morning show, which lasted about an hour, a little over an hour, I ended up making something like $60-$70. Good amount of support. Okay, then I played
I really
over 2
hope
hours
Cat
of Dark
gets the
Souls
cards
2.
in the
We
divorce
do
and we
a
can
DSP
end this
tries it
arc.
today, and I'll explain that in a moment. Why? Because we have a new idea. During that Dark Souls 2 stream, we basically beat the entire dragon area, including the ancient dragon boss. And then we went on a journey through the game to go to all the different flashback giant
Midlife
areas.
crisis
Because when you
alert.
go to those flashback giant
All
areas,
this talk
you do
about eating healthy
optional
and
areas and
working
fights
out,
where you're fighting
but
these giants from
don't.
the past. At the
Started
end of
an
each one,
expensive
you get a
hobby,
big giant
the dumb
soul.
card
And in fact, there's
collection
actually a boss
instead of
fight
a
at the end of
bike.
one of them. That's an
And
optional
now
boss fight you
talking
completely
to a
miss in the
younger
game.
woman,
So we did all those and got all the giant souls. Then I went on the quest to essentially. Also, I did fight the 2 other optional giants at the bottom of the Black Gulch, and I did beat them to get the final 4th giant soul. Old giant soul is what it's called, I think. So we have
Yeah, it's like, you can't call it anything other than a midlife crisis. It is so textbook.
all of them now. Then we actually went and tried to do the Dark Lurker stuff. And I actually went to a Dark Lurker dungeon and activated it, went inside. only to
Wow,
find out
and then
the only
I
way
went
to
off
beat the Dark
the
Lurker is if you have an
cliff
active
and
torch.
I
Well, you can't
saw
have
a
an active torch unless you have
bird,
a
and the
butterfly. I
bird
didn't have
was
one.
like,
So I did the
tweet,
whole thing,
tweet.
couldn't
And
finish it,
so
but,
I
oh,
went
man.
into the
So
cave,
basically, we got
and
a
the
lot done today,
cave
and
was
some
a
endgame
bat.
optional stuff. We could have
And the
easily just
bat
screwed over to the
went
end of the game and beat
squeak,
it. But instead,
squeak.
I opted to do this endgame
And
optional
then
stuff.
I saw
So in the 2 hours
a
that I played Dark
cave
Souls 2, I made about
mushroom.
$20.
Okay.
So by the end of the stream, I made about $100, which isn't horrible. But again, all of the support is coming in during the podcasting portion of my streams. I made over $100 on Sunday during the podcast. I made like $60 to $70 today during the morning show. When I start playing the games, it all just dries up. I don't get it, especially Dark Souls 2. I know it's
I
had
thought
ups
it
and
went all
downs,
according to
but
plan, and you know
I
exactly
said
what's
to
going
everyone,
on
if
in
you want
any
to see the
given moment.
DLCs, I need to
I
know
don't
that
get
there's going to
it.
be commitment, that people are going to come by and watch and support. Okay? Today, the views were great, and the support was bad for the game. Like, straight up bad. No, I'm not convinced
I
that
thought you
people
were
are
doing
going to support
well.
DLCs.
I thought you were
want to
doing
play
so
them. They're
good.
outstanding. I remember the 3 DLCs of Dark Souls 2. They're very interesting. There's good variety. They're fun to do. They're challenging. They're ball crushing, but they're fun. I would love to see them with this mod that I'm using, the path tracing mod, but
Looks no different.
guys, I got absolutely no confidence that people are going to come by and support it because
Okay.
they haven't recently
Well,
as I've been
sucks
playing
for
Dark
you.
Souls 2. So it's this simple, all right?
No wonder Cat wants nothing to do with you. You have no confidence. He has no confidence. He's confidenceless.
There's one more stream guaranteed of Dark Souls 2. Probably during that stream we're beating the game. So it looks like we'll do all 3 Dark Lurker things. We'll fight the Dark Lurker. Okay, we'll go fight Vendrick, right? And then we'll go finish the game. That's probably one more stream. If that stream does well, meaning if people show up, engage, and support it well, then I will say, okay, let's start one of the DLCs. We can maybe poll and say what the first DLC will be that I do, and we'll determine. But if that stream tanks, I'm done with Dark Souls 2. And that sucks because I like the game in my rotation as good variety. I agree that the game has a lot of flaws and it kind of sucks with the way that they made it. The hitboxes are terrible and all that. But I'm still having fun. And getting through this challenging game, it is the only really tough game in my rotation right now. So it's good to have that. And I really was planning on doing a full run with the DLCs, but I'm not going to continue if people don't support it. So next time when I play it, people come by and support it. We'll keep going. If not, it's done. We'll just finish it, okay?
Okay.
So we got 100
Sounds like
between
that's what
one
you want
pack rip, one
anyways.
guaranteed. But as you know, I don't do DSP pack rips just for one rip. So we saved it and it was going to be on tonight's late stream of Final Fantasy VI, okay? Speaking of which, let's get to that now. Final Fantasy VI tonight, okay? Good attendance, good engagement.
Great fake tips.
We're playing. We're doing good progress. We actually finished the Magitech facility.
The
Went
fake
back
tips have
and
been
recruited Terra
great.
again. got her backstory and did some optional stuff, including getting the magicite that you can now get from the town that's to the north of Vector, then going to the
Again, just like the,
auction
the
house and buying 2 of
child's
the
book report,
magicites you can get there.
understanding of video games.
And then going to the cave of the sealed. I did just call it the sealed cave, right?
All I can give you are just like these superfluous, unnecessary details. You can't actually describe games in ways that you hear other people describe video games.
And fought a whole bunch of tougher enemies. They're puzzles. That was the whole night, essentially. There was
Puzzles?
boss fights. There was epic stuff, good stuff, right?
Epic stuff, good stuff, right? Right? It was epic stuff, good stuff, right? I don't know. All you said is we went there and fought a bunch of enemies. Like, I don't know, man. Doesn't sound exciting to me.
How we do the stream?
The way you describe everything, you're just so dry and clinical, almost like you don't actually care.
We had
My
only
god,
raised
man,
50
how
bucks to
long
support.
has he been playing FF6 and still hasn't made it to World of Ruin?
Yeah.
His favorite RPG BTW.
Well, he needs to take time to sing everything.
Okay? Near
Oh,
the end of the
boy.
stream, we also had only had around maybe 60, and I was like, guys, again, like this is a game now for 2 strangers. Everyone
Guys!
told me they love seeing me play it because I have passion. It's a game from my past. You can see that coming through. That didn't end tonight. I was reading all the text, doing voice acting. I was
You
excited.
can
I was
see the
pumped, I was playing
passion
parts of the
coming
game.
through, right?
Nothing has changed whatsoever.
Nothing
Except
has
the support
changed.
for some bizarre reason. And I was
For,
like, wow,
for
I got
whatever
two
reason,
videos
I don't
stream,
understand,
much
but
like
I'm
the
understand
Pokemon
everything,
last
and
night,
everyone
we
thinks
made
I'm
up for
dumb,
the
but I'm
slower
not.
day stream, and it looked like it was going to tank. Then all of a sudden, someone tipped a giant tip, and that tip pushed us over the scales, qualified us for multiple pack rips, and I was
Giant
like, great.
fake tip.
But it was all on one person, essentially. You know, the people
Who?
who had been coming by
Who?
and supporting the Final Fantasy streams,
Who?
they didn't support tonight. I don't know if they were there and didn't support.
Oh, you know, anonymous.
Or, I don't know. You know,
I don't know,
here's
you
a
know.
truthful statement, I believe. Okay.
Here's this truthful statement, finally.
Things go really good for me, then people have this weird impression that, oh, Phil's well off and good to do, and that means that
Mhm.
he's good, doesn't have to worry about Final Fantasy. And
Yep, that's the downside to begging, Phil. When you make your entire business model surrounded by begging, it is very unreliable. And guess what? You just have to beg all the time, constantly. And you just can't count on the money coming in because you didn't even earn it organically. You pressured people into giving it to you. And you have to constantly keep that pressure on, or else they're gonna stop. So guess what? This is your fucking business model, dipshit. Get used to it. This is your life. This is the fate you chose,
anymore. It's not the
dipshit.
case. Okay.
When you've settled on that third path nonsense and finally burned the bridge with Kino Casino, you're stuck. You're doomed.
Okay. So yeah, it is true that
Keep
last
crying
week,
about
I
it.
played Final
Takes
Fantasy.
you dense.
Someone
Yeah.
It is never enough.
Mm-hmm.
You have to keep paying him forever.
It's just a business model built on just desperation. And so, of course, you're always going to have these times where, like, you're just going to tap out.
came by
And you're
took
just
an
going to
insane
sit here and be like, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. I'm confused. My world is asunder. You have to alleviate my confusion, you guys. You have to make it so I'm not confused anymore. And the only way to do that is to give me more of your money.
amount of money. That's absolutely true.
Yikes.
Okay. So what did that money go towards? Well, I already bought multiple new boxes of cards for
Cool.
the stream. That was almost
Good
half of it.
investment.
Okay, there's taxes that come out of it that I have to save for and pay. And then, you know, I've already spent some of it. I had days off. I went restocked the house and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, Phil did great, so that means now he doesn't have to have any more good streams of Final Fantasy. He's just good forever. Wrong. Final Fantasy is going to be like other games where we have to have people consistently
Wrong.
coming by and supporting, and at least doing decent. You know, I'm not asking for that insane amount of support every stream. I'm not. I just wanted to do decent every stream. So tonight we did.
I just
it
wanna
did
do
good.
decent
Once
every
one person
stream.
came by and did a big tip. If that didn't happen, it actually would have been a very slow, low-performing stream, and I would have been questioning, do I keep playing this game as much as I have for the
I would have
record?
been so
I want to play it 2 more times this week.
confused.
I want to play it Wednesday and Thursday because I love the game. I want to get, hopefully, really far in, and maybe getting into the second half of the game this week. That would be amazing.
The
But I don't
second
know.
half of the
I'm
game
actually
this
apprehensive
week.
about that because know what's going to happen? We play it again on Wednesday night. You know, we can't all be on the shoulders of one person, and tonight it absolutely was. That one person was the
It's
person reason the
always
stream went well. I'm
that.
very happy for that, and I'm very grateful for that, okay? So that person, thank you. To the people who
But
did
you need to
support early
split
on,
yourself up
got to
into
that
multiple
50, 60 bucks.
people.
Thank you, I appreciate
What
it.
you need to do is you need to like make a bunch of sock accounts and give small amounts of money pretending to be other people, okay? That's what you have to do.
That. But I do hope that some of the people who were supporting earlier and love the who do come by again on Wednesday and Thursday nights to support again. Or if you like the fact that I'm playing a classic game from my youth that I have passion for, please come support it, okay? And now, tonight we did DSP pack
cares?
rips, 4 packs of Yu-Gi-Oh! And 1 pack of Prismatic Evolutions. We actually got a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hits. I was like, please, now I know what they look like. I was like, oh, okay, they look pretty nice. And people were like, yeah, that's good. You're guaranteed. I guess you're guaranteed a certain number of hits in a box, but it's not like Pokemon where there are going to be certain rarities. So I could have other good hits in the box, I might not. But I did get 2 hits, hopefully, and they have more. And it was a good episode of DSP Pack Rips.
Completely
okay?
worthless because you're never going to sell them.
We didn't do
Remember
DSP
what
tries
Phil
it today
said
for
to
good
Jordy,
reason.
where did the
Recently,
money
the fast
go?
food
Yeah.
game has
Well,
been
try to
terrible.
pay
The
land
new things they're
taxes, and
offering
then you
are
will know
atrociously
Phil.
bad. And now, what I would like is to do something a little different with the show. I've explained the idea in a special video that I uploaded over on DSP Reacts tonight.
Cringe.
So please go
Where
over
are
there
you
and check out the
pointing
video. I
to?
need feedback. I need your comments on the video of what kind of food to try and where to go. If you leave a comment
Go to
that has
hell.
absolutely nothing to do
Try
with the subject matter,
cyanide.
like, will you do Cooking with the King? You're going to be ignored because that's not what the idea is, and we're not doing that. All right? The idea is sound. It's a good one. But I need actual feedback on the idea, not these pipe dreams that people ask for that will never happen, okay? So please leave some comments. Let me know what you think of the new DSP Tries It idea. I'm going to try to get as much input as possible and start it as
I'm gonna
early
try
as
and get a
next
nut.
week, okay? So let's go. All right? Tomorrow, DSP Morning Show, the return of Marvel ToeCon. Now, for the record, okay? Marvel ToeCon, we're going to do some of the story. We're going to play with the X-Men in episodes story mode. It could be as short as an hour. It could be as long as 2. I don't know. We play 2 campaigns.
You can
They were
look it
totally
up, you
different
know.
lengths. Depending on how
This
that
isn't a
goes, if we
secret.
have extra time, I will probably take the X-Men team online and do a little bit of online play. Marvel ToeCon did receive a huge fix today. Supposedly, reduced CPU usage, which is all these bugs were causing high CPU use, making everything drop. Sudden performance drops.
What are you pointing
Okay, it
at?
says, we identified an issue with the game regularly checked for
You know we
available
can't
audio
see what you're
inputs.
pointing
These
to,
are
right?
unnecessary checks and cause sudden frame drops and performance drops in the game, and this has been addressed. We fixed an issue
Such
where the frame rate would
autism.
drop when certain resolutions were selected.
The fuck you
Bug
need our
fixes,
feedback
online
for?
lobbies. So
You're
basically, they're
just gonna
saying
do what you
they
want
fixed a
anyway
lot.
and
That's
expect
what they're
everyone to pay you for it.
And if anyone says anything other than what you want to do, you're just going to get mad and yell at them.
blaming. Okay.
So just whatever. Do what you want, dipshit.
We'll see. If we play this online, will it be silky smooth or will it suck? Will we find players or will it be empty? I don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow on the Marvel ToeCon stream. If you come by, engage, and support that
No, we
stream,
won't.
I'll
You're
play more
done.
ToeCon. I'll do more story modes. Maybe I'll play more online. If the stream is dead, I won't play ToeCon ever again. So let's see what happens tomorrow. Please come by and support ToeCon if you want it. Don't do what happened on Thursday night, where people sit there and
Don't
whine and
do
complain
what
and
happened when you
support,
don't give
and
me
I'm
your
not
money,
playing the game anymore.
okay?
It's that simple. Tomorrow night is the return
It's that
of Pokemon
simple. Give me
Brilliant
your
Diamond.
money.
We're finishing Victory Road. We're going to fight the Elite Four. And tomorrow will be the return of Surging Sparks Pokemon cards being opened. Why? Because we're playing Pokemon. It makes sense, okay? Alright, guys. So thank you so
No.
much. Great day
They're two
today,
different
regardless of the fact
games.
that we had some fluctuations in support. I do hope that we steady out again and things get back to normal. Like I said, we had a couple amazing weeks, and now seeing certain games not do well. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Keep stressing out, dude. Keep molding. Keep losing your hair over how you can't figure out how just begging is not an unlimited money glitch. It really isn't. You're lucky you get the fucking shit you do from it. And no, we are not going to be watching the pre-stream. We don't watch DSP live anymore. He's too shitty. Watch, I'm going to tune in card packs.
That's why they say these games are good. They're not.
Huh?
Okay?
No, shitting on the FGC. The FGC has the kiss
I
fighting
have
games,
no idea
but
if this is true or not. Someone wrote me a message yesterday saying, Justin Wong called you out on his stream last night, saying that you just don't understand the mechanics of Marvel ToeCon.
oh my god, DSP. Remember when you told Wings that he takes the bait? This is literally you taking the bait. If someone said that and you wasn't sure if Justin Wong said that, you know, like you could easily look it up, right? Or you can ask your little flying monkey group to go find it for you. But no, one person sends you a message and you just like you believe it with all of your heart. What a dumb fuck.
And that's why you don't like it. Well, here, I don't know if Justin actually said that or not.
I mean, it's easy to check, right?
All right. But I'm going to respond directly to the comment. No, it's not that
I mean, it is true. He literally doesn't understand the mechanics, like on a fundamental level. He doesn't even know that throws come out faster than jabs. Like he made no effort into finding any of this out. He just wants everything to play like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the PS1, and any difference from that, he's just going to get angry about.
don't understand the mechanics of Marvel ToeCon.
It's just that I don't like them. Yeah, shut up. Shut up. Cope somewhere
Bill,
else.
you know this isn't true because it wasn't posted on your thread on the farms.
Yeah, right.
That we all know you stalk.
Uh-huh.
Move
It's not
on.
that I don't understand the mechanics, it's that I don't like them. Okay? Alright, we have a ton of good stuff in the Channel Point Redeem playlist, including a Darman video. A Darman video starring
Congratulations.
Sonic Sega Gamer's favorite content creator, Super Mario Logan. Can you believe it? I've never heard of Super Mario Logan ever. The only time I heard about it was from all of his spurgs, like Origami Kingdom and Dogs Eating Dogs and Sonic Sega Gamer. But apparently he's big enough to cameo in a Dhar Mann video. And it's just as weird and crazy as unhinged as you would think from Dhar Mann, because he's a bizarre sociopath.
We must watch just one more Dhar Mann video because there was one recently that I think will be relevant to people. He went from bullied boy to YouTube star. Bullied teen turns puppets into millions with Super Mario Logan. And Jeffy is here. Jeffy's competing. He's right there in the thumbnail, everybody. He knew what would be best to put first and foremost in the fucking thumbnail. So there you go. Let's get into that. Get into that.
Oh, you can't catch me! Oh, yes, I can. Gotcha.
Inspired by Super Mario Logan. So this doesn't even...
Can't catch me! Oh, yes, I can. Gotcha.
I watched like half of this. And just so you know, this moment right here...
Get into that.
Is how it all began. If you're wondering how Sonic Sega Gamer's favorite content creator was created, it was created in this moment.
Oh, yes, I can. Gotcha.
Was that the game? Let's play tag. Let's play catch. If you catch me, you beat me in the head with a stick.
Let's get into that. Get into that.
And why aren't you like, hey, you know what? Actually, if you catch me, how about you just like tag me? Nah, I don't like that idea. I would rather just brain you.
Catch me! Oh, yes, I can.
Bam!
Inspired by Super Mario Logan. So this doesn't even feature Super Mario Logan. This is just based on the true Hollywood story of that fucker that bought a house for his puppets or whatever. Right.
And it's just like, ah.
Right.
Don't look at me, lady. He insisted that that's what the rules are. I was like, hey, can I just tag you? And it was like, no, use a stick and aim it at my head. And I was like, I'm not sure about that. You sure your mom's not going to be upset? And here we are. I'm just like,
What the fuck is going on?
And that children is how a
This is fucking dead
DS
kid, and
is
then this
made.
kid's just over here like, I didn't do it. Can I have some ice cream? There he fell down, and there was a virus.
Honey, stay with me. Man, we have to take him. We have to go. Let's go.
So here we are with
I knocked
Herbie
my
Hops.
friend out
This is
with a wooden
inspired by
block
Herbie
as a
Hops.
child,
What are
and
you
I
talking
turned
about?
out fine.
and then he went on to make the greatest YouTube series ever among 30-year-old man children.
Is that Heterochromia, Karen? They brought her back? I guess Dhar Mann finally decided to pay.
Yeah, she put on weight. Remember the one, it's the same lady from Can This Day Get Any Worse?
Well,
Same person.
You know the answer or not, Logan?
His brain's frozen.
I bet he got beaten in the head as a
That
child.
does explain a lot about Logan, though, if that happened. Why is he? Why, wasn't he called Brian before, or is that the other one?
You got this, Logan. All right, carry the 2 front. It's divide by.
I love the way that people. This is just the most cliched possible way you could write about math. Like, if he was in like a year or two older, it would be E equals MC square, or something. Like, carry the 2, divide by.
Dhar Mann
Like, so
presents
whoever
Deadhead
wrote this just
Begins.
doesn't even know math, I guess, and that's fine. I don't really know math, but then don't write him doing math. I don't know.
Deadhead Begins.
Does it need to be math?
Deadhead Origins.
If you don't know what to write to make this make sense, what's the equation? It's fucking 13 divided by 2. Oh man, yeah, I'm stupid. I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't fucking know math either. But like, I wouldn't write this
Divided
into a
by
thing
2/3?
where I then have the character go, divide by 3.
It's divide by.
He can't do it. He doesn't think he's
Isn't it the same as multiplying by
All right, kids.
0.66?
See you tomorrow.
What is it?
Yo,
No.
look at that.
Would be how many times does 0.66
It's
go
not
into
like that. They're
13?
from my YouTube channel.
You have a YouTube channel? What's it called? Wow, that's terrible. I mean,
If you're gonna make cringe YouTube videos, at least get a decent camera.
I know,
It's like
right?
that.
I just agree with this kid. Like, usually they make the bully not... They make them, like, cartoonishly reprehensible, but this is just true, though. Like, yeah, the stupid videos with your puppets should not have been popular. I'm sorry. They shouldn't have been.
Just do yourself a favor, give up now, Logan. Tell you what, when I'm a successful CEO, you can be my janitor, okay?
And again,
Here we go. This guy's gonna, like, apply...
it's always, every time Darman wants to, like, present someone of low status, he always
Loser,
uses a
I'm going to
janitor.
be a YouTuber, you'll see.
Like, look at the janitor at SpaceX. The guy's got the life that everyone wants, but no, every time we have to put someone down or make them feel bad, it's like, oh, you should be a janitor.
to a job for fucking Super Mario Logan Industries.
Every single time, too. He hates janitors so much.
Uncle Mario!
It's like he thinks janitors are, like, lower than e-beggars.
Oh, fine. I'll be Luigi.
Hey, guys. He'll be Luigi. He kind of looks like Luigi a little bit, doesn't he? With the eyebrows, you know.
More like Luigi
He's
Mangione.
even got the collared shirt here. That's great.
Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hey. Boys, do I not?
Nintendo is eventually gonna get so fucking pissed off about Luigi and all the memes and somehow crack down on it. And I don't even know how they could. But, like, they're a big company. They'll find a way that's illegal currently and make it legal for them exclusively. I can't believe they got Heterochromia Karen back. That's so great. I'm glad. She was one of the best parts of these videos.
Even get a high
She's
mom
entertaining.
before you start playing video games?
I'll show you, bully. I'll inspire a mental imbalance to wage a war against a fake Rosalina.
Yeah, right.
Or something, I don't know.
So many people will attack kids on my behalf. It's gonna be great.
The dad looks like the other... He kind of looks more like Luigi. He looks like John Cusack as Luigi.
Even get a hi mom before you start playing video games? Hi mom. What do we talk about anyway? No video games and
Played fucking Melee. That's pretty good. You know, it could have just been generic video games. I'm surprised Nintendo isn't like upset about this at all. I don't know. I mean, obviously they probably fucking shouldn't be, but you know, it's their brand identity.
Kill the fake Rosalina!
Or whatever. Some fucking Harman's
The thing! Masquerading as Rosalina. Feed him pizza. That's how you'll know.
Smith fucker's gonna show
They're
up
not
and be like,
vegan
well, they
pizza.
have to protect their IP, as if they know what that even means. But yeah, it's just
Oh,
Smash
and they're
Brothers.
playing
That's cool.
Smash.
So you've done your homework.
Well, I know how the story ends.
Nice Smash Brothers poorly fucking edited onto that powered off TV while these kids aren't actually playing it.
It's Friday, hon. You know, besides, I got winners. And I got Link.
Really?
It's a Friday.
He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. It's so good.
Mamma mia.
Nintendo, sue this man!
Yeah, it's a goal.
It's a go!
That's what Mario says. It's a goal.
It's a go!
That's what he says when he's doing a
It's
mission.
a go!
You know, he says into the microphone to Luigi, "It's a goal!" You know, and then they blow up the White House or whatever the Mario terrorist organization has been up to.
So, how was school today?
That was fine.
Logan?
His brain's frozen.
Logan, and then Slayer starts playing. Just flashbacks, fucking support the war. He's just seeing flames
Later,
and
Zara, have a good one.
explosions in his memory.
We're here for fun.
It was terrible. Like always. I hate it there. You are so dramatic. Nobody likes school, but you have to do well, or how else we get a job when you grow up. Can I be excused?
I love the way people describe, like, I guess that is the world we're all fucking forced into, isn't it? But just like, yeah, come on, I know you're bad at school and everybody hates you and it's a miserable experience, but you have to do well, or else you won't be able to work for the rest of your life until you die, miserably and alone. So go, come on, kid, get your homework done.
Haven't touched your food yet.
Great.
I'm just not.
Merry Christmas.
You love my mac and cheese.
Mom, it's not even mac, it's shells. You know I hate shells.
So, Logan, you got a big birthday coming up.
Yeah, I can't believe he wouldn't want to eat the shells, though. That looks pretty good, though.
15. Do you want anything special?
Just some plushies and a HD flip cam for better YouTube videos.
The thing about this is that it's such a bizarre... Like, I don't know, this is just such a strange thing for someone to be interested in a way that clashes with Darman's extremely simplistic style. Like, Darman videos are always about really broad stroke shit that anyone could pretty much relate to. But then, like, yeah, this video, it's like, I can't really relate to being this kid, and I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to, but it just seems a little weird for Darman to have a character that's as complex as Super Mario Logan is, obviously.
Logan, did you spit your food out into that napkin? What? No. Show me. That is disgusting. I'm sorry.
Someone says I have to read his Wikipedia page like the Darman writer did, I guess, so that I can learn that he, I guess, gets sick every time he eats. I mean, I'm sure that they're going to just tell us that anyway, so I mean, this is just educational. We're learning so much about Super Mario Logan and how his mom was heterochromia, Karen. Is she still heterochromia? She is. She is. That's good. I'm glad they haven't gentrified her with, like, matching contacts or anything.
That is disgusting. I'm sorry. I just couldn't eat. I have to go.
No, you're gonna sit down and you're gonna finish your meal.
Logan, get back here. Logan!
Oh my god! Oh! Wow, a lot of blood and gore in this Super Mario Logan Darman video. A lot of child blood, isn't there?
I don't know! Call the ambulance!
This is like the heaviest Darman video I've ever seen, and it's about Super Mario Logan.
Okay, honey!
I'm afraid you're so... But it's also, of course, hilarious because it's got terrible actors doing things terribly with bad effects, and yeah, you know. I hope no one's, like, really feeling chills from the Darman video right now. Oh, the poor child! Think about the...
Props to
don't worry
Darman
about
to
it.
getting
It's
the
fine.
actor
It's a
from
Darman
My Name
video.
is Earl at least.
Logan's
Yeah,
gonna go on to
right.
brain rot millions of billions of children. Don't worry. Everything's fine in the world.
That was a great show. Every time I think about that, I'm just like, man, what a great show that was.
Has a serious health condition known as superior mesenteric artery syndrome.
SMAS.
SMAS for short. It's a rare gastrointestinal
Super SMAS
disease.
Brothers.
What does that mean? It means this is how Logan will have to eat from now on.
Through a tube?
Don't worry. We'll walk you through it. It's not as bad as it seems.
I'm gonna be an invalid! Oh no! I'm one of the disabled! Do I get to ride on the special seats on the bus, Dad? We'll talk about it later, son!
Bro, look at his feeding tube.
Fucking loser has a feeding tube. What an asshole. I bet he fucking has difficulties with eating. What a loser. How do they know it's a feeding tube, too? Wouldn't you just be like, what's that tube sticking out of your shirt? And then they would make fun of you after you explain it?
Logan, wait.
What was that? What was that acting?
Logan, wait.
Logan! Feeding tube equals funny. And then he accidentally puts an air bubble into his system and gets another fucking hospital
Well, kid,
visit.
you
This is
can't
gonna
be
be just the
normal
most
time to
gory.
make
This is like
videos
Freddy
about
got
Super
fingered
Mario
kid
plus
that gets
highs going
thrown
on
into the wood
adventures.
chipper.
Yeah, right. Well, because you can't digest food normally, I guess you just have no choice but to be a weird YouTube internet creator, having plushies yell at each other and angering man children.
Feeding tube, classic joke. The thing is, this is such a weird thing to make into like an inspirational story. I mean, if this kid turned out to be a fucking doctor or something, that would be one thing, but he turned into the brain rot king of YouTube. He turned into
You're
the guy
never gonna break
to
my fucking
the face that
ride!
launched 1 million fucking users. And now all of these users are fucking, you know, arguing with 8-year-old Jeffy fans who they know are 8 years old, but are still arguing with them anyway, despite being 30. You know, there's so much of that, and it's so much of the fucking YouTube user climate now is because of this fucking guy. It's not exactly inspirational. I'm not saying the kid should have died, but I am saying he shouldn't have followed his dreams.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Have you seen Logan? Lance, have you seen your brother?
Oh, I'm not still in his room, I think.
Why would he hide from his own birthday party?
Oh my god, it's gonna happen again. He's gonna be unconscious or
It's a
dead or
pretty
something.
compelling film
He's gonna
based
do
on
it!
a YouTube
He's gonna
book.
do it! He's gonna do
But
it!
it's no soul swapper.
What are you doing?
Let's see this wall.
What are you doing?
Inside the mind of a fan of the Prince of Egypt. How embarrassing. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, fucking Star Fox, Super Mario Land. This is decorated authentically like a user room. There's not enough holes in the walls and awkward spackle spots, but yeah, they just kind of staple posters to the wall in a very unaesthetic way that doesn't look very good. That's accurate.
Hey!
Kirby.
I just can't do this anymore, Mom. The bullies at school have been making my life a living hell, and that was before this. It's gonna be okay. Honey, you'll get through this. But how? Perfect timing.
Is everything okay?
Honey, do you want to see what we got you for your birthday?
This is the worst adaptation of Ultimate X-Men 2024 that I've ever seen.
You got the camera I wanted!
Sure did. And we got you as many plushies as we can find. So you're gonna be making videos for months now.
Thank you, guys. This is just what I wanted.
This is the one time where the parents...
Oh, Shrek, where'd you go?
The parents really shouldn't have been supportive. I don't know. Like, it's like, you know, yeah, you make sure the kid's happy, you know, but he didn't need to become the puppet king of fucking YouTube. You didn't need to set him on that path. Weren't there scandals with Logan? I don't know if that's true, but allegedly there were some DMs, you know, I mean, and that happens, you know, clearly. But, like, I don't know. Do we need to have this inspirational thing for Logan? I don't know. I don't know if we should be looking up to him as a role model, but then this
Mom,
is a Darman
I was going to cut myself
upload.
for
They've had
attention, then
Sniper
I
Wolf
learned
in
that
like
doesn't
fucking
work.
17 videos.
So now I'm going
I
to
mean,
use
hey,
drugs.
why not? Fucking.
Whoa,
It's better than Sniper Wolf.
for the next 4 to 5 hours.
Oh, Mama.
Of course, always got
Allegedly.
poopy cocky cockatoo. Ew. It's crazy how much more cruel kids are in
This could have been
Darman's.
philosophy if only Dave and Linda got that damn Wolverine doll.
Yeah, and bashed him over the head a few times more. Like, all the kids in Darman videos are just so cruel, so much more than you would ever imagine. And it's just like, is this Darman projecting his own sociopathy?
Hang on, I'm sorry. He's got another Sonic 2 poster? He really likes Sonic 2. I mean, I guess that's a good one to like. You know, it's the best of the old ones, but it's also like...
No.
There's other ones. Just Sonic 2.
Sonic 3 and Knuckles is the best. The companion cart where you snap them together, it's like 2 games in one. It's the best.
How long ago is this supposed to have been? I mean, they've got GameCube, so... Sonic 2 poster at this age? I mean, maybe he played it in Mega Collection, but like... Would he really have a Sonic 2 poster? I don't know. I'm just like, I feel like a kid at this age would have had like a Sonic Adventure 2 poster or something, but
Yeah,
that's
this is
just
like
me.
early 2000s. Just a big fan of retro. He's the king of retro.
Wait till you see the new character I'm working on. It's gonna blow people's mind.
It's
His name's Jeffy, and he's got a
Rosalina.
pencil up his nose. Oh, hey, Sharon. Hey, his name's Jeffy, and he's got a pencil up his nose, and he always does mischief and antics. You want to go to the prom with me?
Oh, sorry. Were you gonna take that?
I don't know if the music is communicating what it's intending to. This kind of like edgy alt-rock light soundtrack that's in the background is not really the bow chicka wow wow sort of thing that they were going for, but alright.
No, I don't eat. You don't eat? Yeah. See? Okay then. Bye.
Yeah, math rock love music. It's good stuff, yeah.
Bye.
That was pathetic.
I blew it, didn't I?
No, I don't
I
eat.
know what to say.
I eat from a tube.
Maybe start by not showing her your feeding tube. Are you still making those lame videos, Logan? He has a YouTube channel. It sucks. He has like 4 subscribers. Actually, he has 100,000 subscribers.
Whoa, that makes it all
Last
different.
login a day ago. Let's see, channel view.
I was
Yeah.
gonna make fun of you for not being popular, but now that I know that you're popular, oh shit, that just like it throws my whole logic out the window.
That's some good. I guess that's some good stats. I guess
bad things are good if it's popular. That's the message.
Yes. 2008, huh? So this is 2008? Yeah, wait, hang on. This is YouTube. I'm like, when is this made? And it's like, it's YouTube. So hang on. So why does he have Sonic 2 posters in his fucking room? Multiple. I mean, I like Sonic 2, but it's not like I could have even found a Sonic 2 poster readily available. That's just fucking stupid. Why were they playing Smash Brothers? I mean, maybe they just still had a GameCube, I guess. But you think that this family, they're well off. They probably got a Wii, right? That was Melee. That wasn't Brawl. That was Melee-ass Melee right there. This is an anachronistic nightmare.
No way.
Wait, you're SML? Get out! We watch your channel all the time. Say the Mario voice. It's me, Mario. That's so cool. How do you come up with your videos?
You think you're cool now with your 100k subs?
That's like in all of these.
Talk
these
to us
fucking,
when
like,
you get a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship.
Loser.
Loser.
I'm gonna be one of your hate channels, and I'm gonna tear you down from my channel, and I'm gonna make fun of all your fans, like SSG and Dogs Eating Dog 6.
Where they have the actual.
You know why he's called Dogs Eating Dog 6, right? Because I eliminated 1 through 5.
In there, and they're like, "Wow, how did you come up with your videos, Sniper Wolf?" Like, yeah, how does she do it? I just don't know. I mean, it's just such complicated content, you know. How does he do it? He plays with toys and says stupid shit. That's wow, amazing stuff.
I don't know. They kind of just come to me, I guess.
You should ask him about his feeding tube.
What's he talking about?
Do you want to show him, Logan? Or should I?
Yeah, why is the soundtrack like it's got this weird like post-rock kind of guitar happening or something? It's like the last Talk album. It's kind of weird.
Ew, gross.
Ew.
Don't let him get to you.
Godspeed you, Black Jeffy.
How do you come up with your videos? Hey Ludwig, how do you come up with your videos? It's like, what? I ask Rock. There we go. What video should I make next? It's whatever, dude.
Like, this would be really interesting if this was something that motivated him to make great art, but he just made a stupid YouTube channel for, like, slot brain rot garbage. I don't know if this is really communicating what it should be.
Yeah,
I don't
let's
know.
talk about my feeding tube.
I mean, I guess people, maybe this is probably a real story, or at least it's the story he tells of his upbringing, where I guess he was getting bullied for his feeding tube. I guess that would happen. I gotta tell you, I got... with my arm, like, I wasn't even wearing the hook back then.
If you don't know, the reason Deadwing Dork is called that is because he has one arm.
When I was like...
The other wing is dead, you know?
A kid. I didn't wear that kind of shit. I didn't want any prosthetics. It all felt weird. And, you know, I didn't so much get bullied for that. I got bullied for, like, my hair and my actions and my, like, you know, my appearance.
Yeah.
What I would get, though,
that's what people get made fun of for.
Kids say things and they don't know that they're being cruel as fuck, and they just say things like, you know, what did I get one time? Like, no woman will ever marry you, though, because they'll think you're weird. And it was this kid that was like my friend, is the great thing. Like, he wasn't even trying to be mean. He was just saying things, you know? And that's what kids do. And it's like, that's what I would get. You know, I don't know about the feeding tube. That's different. I guess that's a little weird and alien, but like, yeah, I was parading around with fucking... I look like a circus freak, and I didn't get much problems for it. I mean, they probably judged me differently, but like, direct insults or whatever... No one called me Stumpy, you know? So like, I got out pretty good, I guess. I did get kicked in the balls once, though, but that's entirely unrelated.
Yeah, like, kids are cruel, but they don't typically make fun of other kids for things they can't control. Like, usually they're made fun of for being fat, which is something that you can control. Like, fat or acting dumb. Not, like, literally being actually retarded, but just, like, being not dumb, but behaving stupidly. That's what you get made fun of for. Not things that, like, oh my god, you got a scar on your face. Ah ha ha, look at Scarface.
Oh, he's gonna do it!
There's way too much suicidal ideation in this video. And I think it's just because Darman thinks that he wants to spread this idea that if you threaten suicide, you can get people to care about you. Which we've talked about that quite a bit. That isn't how it works, and usually shouldn't be how it works. But Darman really wants you to believe that anytime you're feeling bad about yourself, you should do this, and then your entire family is going to cry for you. When it's like, no, this is not how you deal with issues.
Nobody should be bullying
No one will
Logan
ever
for
marry
his
you.
feeding tube.
Yeah,
They
right?
should be grilling his ass
That's
for adding Shrek into a Nintendo-themed puppet show. Nintendo does play that IP infringement shit, and neither does any typical 15-year-old.
It's very Chris Chant here. Like, everything has to have a crossover.
Because if you're feeding tube, Logan.
And this is the second time in the same video, too. We had it first with the scissors, and now with this. It's like, is this just like a fetish for you, Darman? Kids killing themselves? Not again!
Not again!
I'm sorry. I just can't do it anymore. I just can't. Every day there's just some new pain that comes after me. First it was the fractured skull. Next it was West Nile, and now it's this feeding tube.
West Nile? Damn, the universe really didn't want him to make that brain rot channel. Shit.
People laugh at me, and they should.
Well, Logan,
And it calls me
that's what happens when you play catch with a baseball bat. You shouldn't have wanted him to do that.
Joke Wong.
I guess this is you know, man has defied nature in this instance, and what hell hath it wrought? I don't know.
Hey, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Mom, I want that experimental surgery the doctor was telling us
We
about.
didn't even see the West Nile. They didn't even deign to show us that. That was just revealed to us now.
Oh.
Wow.
Honey, that surgery is it's really risky, and we don't even know if it's going to work.
Well, we have to do something, otherwise I don't know what I'll do.
Honey, I don't know how we'll be able to afford that
You're starting to be pretty high maintenance, honey.
surgery.
We might need to send you to military school.
It blows up. I promise I'll pay you back. I promise.
What?
Well, you're at 100K.
Yeah, right? You're already at 100K. Like, what more do you want?
Subs.
Hold on, it's gonna get big, Mom. Just you wait.
Doubt
Let me guess,
You're
he
at
also
100K.
caught Zika and the
Yeah,
bird flu
right.
too. Sprinkle in some
COVID-14.
COVID-14 for extra drama too.
Yeah, the version that was made in an American lab and the version that was made in the Chinese lab. Both of them simultaneously.
Subs. Like, shouldn't you already be getting paid? I don't know how it worked in 2008, but that seems like enough.
I believe you. I do. Okay,
Well, the fractured skull was in the beginning when he was, like, on the ground and there was blood. There was a child writhing in pain, unconscious with blood. You know, that was the beginning of this video that we're watching on Christmas, by the way. Merry Christmas. So that's what the
Merry
fractured
Christmas,
skull was,
everyone.
where she started shouting, "Brian!" For some reason, even though his name is Logan and the brother's name is Lance. So I really don't know what we can... Let's go back, actually. What... She did say Brian, right?
Oh, you can't hack me! Oh, yes, I can.
Bam!
Oh, I guess Brian's the dad? I guess that must be the dad. Okay. Brian 30 Acre, I guess. Okay.
I promise I'll pay you back. I promise.
I believe you.
Got him!
I do.
Oh!
Okay, yeah, we'll figure something out. But please don't do anything impulsive.
And
It'll be okay.
see, like, the message is do that and then you get what you want, when that shouldn't be the message. Like, Darman never has any sort of cohesive, actually moral, wholesome message. It's all just so twisted by his own inner demons.
It's gonna be okay. Logan's had a
I'll make sure you're never a janitor ever. We're gonna save you from that terrible fate.
really rough year, and I thought these shirts would help his
Way to make his mom look retarded. Why? Like, if I was in a video and the director depicted my mother as this stupid, I would feel very insulted. I'd be like, no, my mom's not dumb. Why would you make her do this?
Smash? What is that? Is it supposed to say smash? Is it like Esmus? Like for
No,
Christmas?
it's his condition.
classmates learn more about Smoss and maybe
Smoss?
Maybe more sensitive to what he's going through. They're only $10.
There's not even periods. What is Smoss?
Learn more about Smoss and maybe be more sensitive
Mary
to what
Smoss.
he's going through. They're only $10, and all proceeds go to help Logan with his surgery.
Smoss or
Why doesn't he pay for it
I'm
with
sorry.
his channel?
I really am. But I'm afraid we cannot allow unapproved fundraising on school grounds.
Frankly, we're all so sick of your son's YouTube channel, so get the fuck out.
Why did she think that would be a good idea to begin with?
Get out of here, lady. You look like a womanly fucking Benedict Cumberbatch. Get out of here.
I'm bullying the fuck out of any
You got
high
the
catch
freak
out
out
in the
cheekbone.
hallway wearing that
Thank you,
shirt.
Nancy.
Don't care if
now,
it's the varsity
if you'll excuse me.
QB, it's on site.
You know, Smosh.
Please.
I really wish this would just have like an anime plot twist where like Logan dies, but then
Please, if you don't help me, I'll try to kill myself. And the principal is like, oh my god, yes, I'll do it immediately.
it's like reincarnated as his OC.
Mom, I'm going to be rich because I'm going to spend all my time making videos. And he'll get the surgery and he'll eat a steak without using a blender.
Just like, she's like, I believe you, and then comes up with some other way to make money. It's like, I thought you said you believed him.
It just
I guess you don't really have all that much confidence if your plan B is to sell t-shirts at his school, which you should know ahead of time. They're not going to let you turn the public school into your own personal financial venture. Like, come on.
You know, like Logan.
Again, I'd be so insulted. I'd be like, Darman, are you telling me you think my mom is retarded? Like,
comes back, but he's got like black hair and he's edgy after a time skip. Yeah, there's no reason not to do that, right? I mean, most of this shit is probably just embellished or, you know, whatever. I mean, you can't assume that this is the undoctored true story of Logan 30acre. It's like, no, this is the story he wants you to know. I'm sure some of it's true, probably. But it's, you know, again, probably embellished, whatever. It's like, at this point, you might as well just have it turn into a shonen
Making a
manga.
commitment to one's
You know,
mother
just
that
have
one
it
day
like,
this YouTube shit
it's
is gonna
it
pay
has to,
dividends.
it's Logan versus
Where have
Lance,
I
and
heard
in
this
the end, it
before?
has to be this way, and they're
well,
fighting.
it worked for SML.
And it's like Kill La Kill music is
think.
playing. Like, it would be great.
You have to help me.
I don't know. I don't know much.
Logan. Logan tried to take his own life.
Oh, again, oh my god! It's just like, Darman wants you to think that that's like the key to open every single opportunity is just to like threaten sewer slide. Oh, well that changes everything. I didn't know he did the thing that makes everyone feel sorry for you.
A lot of problems.
What's with the hoodie?
I was kind of fucking waiting for Jeffy to show up, honestly.
Now if I don't do whatever he says, if he dies, it'll be on my hands.
This is boring.
Like 95 degrees out.
Come on, Jeffy.
It's easier to be invisible.
From all this pain, bring us Jeffy.
Well, it's hard to be invisible when your face is plastered all over the school.
What?
That's all you had to do was talk about the suicide, and then everyone's wearing the t-shirt. We
Congratulations.
break rules regarding commercialization of public spaces, and we make an exception for you. You can sell your t-shirts at the school as long as your son keeps trying to kill himself.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Hey, there you are. I didn't know what you were going through the other day.
Promised Jeffy action. I didn't know what you were going through the
Lady,
other day
this
when I
is
ran
still the
away in fear
MySpace
of
era.
defeating.
Logan isn't even the 50th student to threaten sewer slide this week.
I know, I guess we just break all the rules if we do the magical wrist thingy.
Tube. So now I understand. I've been educated. Some sweeties came along to educate me, so you know.
Strife acted strange.
Yeah, sorry if I acted strange. You know, I got a giant fucking forehead. You see in the gap between her eyebrows?
Yikes.
That is like a 2-inch gap. That's quite a gap in eyebrows. I mean, how should I have? How could I have judged you for your feeding tube when I clearly have just stepped out of the fucking, you know, the Stone Age?
Chilly. I know.
I bet you are.
I mean, I'm Logan. Woohoo! Don't be sad. It's okay. Even if I'm dying.
Why is this one labeled series finale?
You know, just in case.
In case what?
Oh my god, he has a secret series finale kept away just in case the show has to end prematurely, just like The Simpsons, guys. I mean, that's great stuff.
Shouldn't you, like, schedule it?
Famous Mario quote.
Honey, you know,
even if I'm dying,
the surgery
nobody wants it to save Mario.
is really risky. You don't have to go through with it.
Yes, I do. I'd rather risk it all than keep living like this.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah, I don't know. There is just something a little bit
He's
cringe
going to
about this
marinate in his
15-year-old
own
kid
ragu.
who's like going into the fucking
Ragu!
surgery and talking to his Mario plushie.
Excuse me. Is there any updates on my son Logan?
doesn't even make sense on a quantum level. Heterochromia Karen's eyes are going to shift back to the same color before that fucking makes sense. Get out of here. Wahoo! You survived!
Welcome back, buddy.
Am I live?
Oh yeah, it's Luigi time. I'm Makina the CEO today.
Yes, honey.
Luigi,
I'm
no!
glad to
Not
see you
like
work.
this, brother!
The surgery went well. You no longer need a feeding tube.
That's wonderful.
So what's the next horrible tragedy that's gonna leave him bleeding on the floor? I can't wait. He just shits out Jeffy, and that's how that happens.
But there was a complication. Your stomach isn't functioning as it should be after that surgery. Now, this sometimes happens, you know, but it soon passes. Until then, you may need a colostomy bag.
Oh, it got even
Out of the
worse!
frying pan and into the fire, fucker.
For how long?
It's difficult to say.
It's hard to say.
Maybe a week, maybe a month.
Maybe the rest of
even
your
longer.
life.
Hey, it's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay. You've never played sports or anything, so this really shouldn't get in your way too much. I mean, it'll just be like next to you while you're doing your stupid puppet shit, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?
No, it won't. A feeding tube is bad enough. A colostomy bag is even more embarrassing.
LOL, everyone laugh at Logan the loser with the kidney stone.
What a loser! His body is like not healthy.
Shame about that good thing about that feeding tube, though. Like, you know, unfortunate about
Can I get a
colostomy
refund?
bag.
So
Wait,
this kid
weren't
now
you in
is
here a few
going
months
to
ago?
be even more awkward / good job
No
stupid.
offense, but
Shouldn't you be dead already?
what are you so happy about? I hate it being here.
The key I've learned about being in here for so long is that positivity is key.
Is that the
Easy
key?
for you to say.
Positivity is key. That's the key that he's learned.
You haven't had to go through what
No, I
I
thought
have.
suicide is
I've been
key.
in and out the hospital since I was little.
Threatening suicide is key.
I don't know what it's like to
Get
come
whatever
and
you
go
want.
from here. I've been in this hospital for almost 2 years.
2 years without leaving? I'd be going insane.
Well, I am sick and stuck
Well,
here.
I am insane.
But there's still a lot to be excited about.
Yeah? Like what?
Yeah, your acting doesn't show it.
Like knowing that one day I'll be able to go home. That's what keeps me happy.
I don't even know if I know how to
And
be
knowing that they get to just show me the lines off screen a little bit, that helps a lot too.
happy anymore. After everything I've been through. There's just been a
I
dark
made
cloud
fun of the
hanging over me
one-handed
since
kid
I was
in
a
my
kid.
class. But not to his face.
Oh man.
Lefty also blew off his own hand with homemade fireworks.
Well, that's different. Like if it's due to their own actions, you can be a little bit more. You know how kids ridicule each other, especially male kids.
You want to know the good thing about dark clouds?
They make rain, and the rain makes my eyes water.
Eventually, they run out of rain.
What the fuck is
What?
this garbage?
Hey, your mom said you're up.
Dark
Is it
Cloud
okay if I
2?
come in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, great.
I'm glad you're gonna be okay. And look, I got you this. I thought I could help on your next video.
Oh man. Cupid really shot her right between the eyebrows with the love arrow on this one. It was an easy shot, to be fair. What is the deal with the soundtrack in this video? Why is it like math rock?
You have so much to live for, kid. There's gonna be so many good Sonic games coming out.
So many people are gonna start fights over your characters. Grown-ass adult man children are gonna be getting in fights with children over your characters. Just look forward to that. There are so many YouTubers who are going to ridicule your fans.
What?
They're gonna make so much money off of ridiculing the people who like you the most.
Is this?
Just keep that in mind. Live for that.
They got slit to make the soundtrack. I believe it.
today. How many did you find? 4, my new record. And cut.
They really fucked up the subtitles on that one.
Fine. 4, my
4 as in F-O-U-R, and you probably want to include a comma after that too. But no, we're too lazy to actually listen when we're doing subtitles.
new record. And cut.
Great performance. I hate to interrupt the fun, but are you ready, Logan?
For what?
You're being discharged today.
Finally!
Oh no. What a shame. Make sure to subscribe, smash that little, ring that bell!
Oh. What about Jamarcus?
Jamarcus, are you fucking kidding me?
Whoa, this kid is getting a sympathy GF cause he's a
What about
biological
Jaquan
disaster.
Tyrell over here?
Damn, life couldn't get any better.
He's still sick.
Don't worry, Logan. I'll be home soon too.
Here, keep this until next time I come here and film the next episode. When you get out of here, we're gonna have so much fun all the time. You hear me?
Bye, Jamarcus.
See ya, Jaquanisha.
Well, do you know the answer or not, Logan? You still can't do it. What a dummy. That's enough, Johnny. Okay? He's a loser.
Someone says Jamarcus. Oh, so that's a real person?
And in all these videos, the teachers are completely ineffectual when it comes to discipline. Like the bully, he's like, fuck him, he's a piece of shit. And the teacher's like, oh, no, now stop it. And the bully just keeps going, and the teacher just sitting there, just completely ineffectual, can't do anything about it. It's like, oh, I guess I told him to stop. I guess there's...
And the cycle begins
What else do you want?
Jamarcus died in...
Yeah, now kids are like, haha, you gotta colostomy bag. And he's like, fuck! And then he gets another surgery and it gets even worse. And he's like, damn it!
Real life, this is so weird. I kind of just figured that this is like a character they introduced in the thing, but I guess he died in real life, so yeah, having him in this fucking thing as like the magical black man to give him spiritual advice or whatever the fuck about dark clouds, it's a little bit... it's a little fucking weird, you know?
You know what? I might be bad at math, but I am not a loser. Because what a loser, I have over 150,000 subs on YouTube.
Yeah, you tell him! That's
what the fuck, dude? Just... Yes? DSP has over 150,000 subs on YouTube, and he's a fucking loser.
But I tell everybody that I meet.
What a loser.
I'm famous. Good behavior is... Bad behavior is good behavior if you have a lot of subs.
Be dating the coolest girl in school. People actually want to see my stuff. And what are you? Nothing. You just make nasty comments.
Oh, that's what I do. I go around and if people give me shit, I say...
And again, hey, it's Tamir. Oh, shit. This is how DSP views the world. I'm not a loser. I have subs on YouTube.
Would I be a loser if I had 150,000 subs? I'm dating the coolest girl in high school. How about that?
Good news, they all just realize it. You don't need the colostomy bag anymore.
Yeah.
Bad news is now you have full-blown AIDS. But hey, have this Rosalina doll.
They run away from me, you know? And it works every time.
She eats pizza.
So...
You're like an internet troll in real life. Everyone here agrees with me. They're just too scared to say true.
Everyone agrees with me.
Flex the subs! I have money! That's right, Mega Man.
The whole school's talking about what you said to Johnny.
Mom, what's wrong?
It's about Jamarcus. I am so sorry, Logan.
See you, Jamarcus. He loved spirituality.
He hated clouds,
I guess.
Oh, they buried him with the Yoshi. What are you gonna do? You gonna take it back?
There's so much child misery in this video. This is a great video.
Jamarcus just raved about you. He even told me the most fun he ever had was when you were making videos. I can't thank you enough for making my son's final days his best days.
The guy actually died in real
Jamarcus
life.
went to Sovngarde.
This is kind of a shame, I guess, but it's like, yeah, this like fake dramatization from Darman Studios.
No, Jamarcus,
is not really
he was my
necessarily...
favorite character.
I don't know if it's the most respectful thing. I don't know.
He was so positive. He was always saying he was going to go home. He just never got the chance.
Oh, sweetie. Jamarcus knew he didn't have much time. He knew his cancer was terminal.
What? But
I didn't even know he had cancer.
He said he was going home.
Because he did.
So, I mean, who are we saying did this, right? Like, this was not just written probably by Darman. I mean, at least it was probably written with influence by Logan, right? So Logan... Probably this is like him retelling the story of all of this. I just feel like this is... It's weird. I can't put my finger on why, because ostensibly... I guess it's the fact that, yeah, he's using this, like, dead kid to sort of claim that like, spurred him on his way to do his fucking brain rot slop YouTube channel. I don't know, there's just something about it that seems a little strange, but that's just me. But I am wondering, yeah, how much of this is just Logan, like, you know, standing over the writer's shoulder and being like, yeah, and then say this happened, yeah, and then I got a hot girlfriend, yeah.
You know, that's who he always was. Positive. Even on his toughest days. You know, Whenever he saw me crying, he used to
Jamarcus
say,
was only here for a
even
few
the
seconds,
darkest
but he
clouds
lived a full life.
eventually
run out of rain.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what he meant by that. Maybe someday.
Yeah, this lady doesn't seem that bothered about the fact that her kid's dead. I guess when they got terminal cancer, it's sort of like, you know, you make your peace with it like 6 months in or so. You know, by the 9th month, you're kind of just there like checking your watch. You know, so I'm sure that's the way it is. So this is actually very true to life. I'm certain of that.
I'd almost given up on life, and I probably would have if it wasn't for Jamarcus.
Wait.
didn't
You
even
made
say
like 2
goodbye.
attempts before you even met him.
Is he being buried with a Yoshi? He is. I can see the
No
Yoshi
father
blushing.
on site.
Oh. She likes to play Despacito.
He isn't gone. He's still with us. He always will be.
I thought he went home.
What he'd want is for you to make the most out of your life, Logan. Make Jamarcus proud.
Taking Jamarcus's mom's advice.
Hey, Darman, you don't show up in a lot of these videos anymore, but it's good to hear from you.
And why is this
Logan
recording
kept making
quality so
videos
bad?
with his brother and his friends. As his
Hello
confidence
Dar,
grew,
if you wish
so
to
did
keep
his
making
subscriber
movies
count.
based on YouTubers with hundreds
Yeah,
of thousands
right.
of subs that cater exclusively
Oh,
to
no.
artists, then man do I have the guy for you.
Oh shit! These are the people that he's reaching out to. There are 200,000 subscribers. Come on, there's someone else who's near that number.
To the point where Logan grew one of the biggest YouTube channels
Holy shit, dude.
in history, reaching tens of millions of subscribers and billions of views.
It's not him.
Since then, he's introduced
You can't just have Jeffy in the thumbnail and then have him in like the last fucking minute of the video. That's such scum.
new characters to his fandom, has collabed with lots of influencers, and has even some of the biggest brands working with him. But most importantly, Logan uses his success to help other kids struggling with illnesses and
Don't look up about his Instagram DMs or whatever, but he's doing a lot for the kids.
Jamarcus's memory.
You know, and he just can't help it. They're just drawn to him for some reason. You know, even if he tried to not be around kids, they would find him somehow. So it's, you know, he can't, that's his lot in life.
Reminding them that every dark
So can he
cloud
eat now?
eventually runs out of rain.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Logan? Is that
Oh no! Of course, we gotta shit on a janitor. We can't end a Darman video without showing the bully what for by making him a janitor. This is what happened. The fate of all bullies.
Johnny
Oh my god,
from
that's the
middle
fucking
school.
kid from middle school. Oh, I forgot about the jerk-ass kid from middle school. Yeah. We have to make
And
sure to
now
show
I'm
that
a
he
janitor.
sucks and is a loser. Which, again, it's like the classic Darman thing. I would really love to see one of those video essays that doesn't pivot into communism halfway, but like one of those video essays where they like dissect the psychology of Darman videos and like the worldview and whatnot, because it's like, yeah, it is unquestionably like the people that are like shitty at any point, even if you're a little kid, you're going to wind up like paying for the rest of your life for being like shitty in the Darman universe. And like this kid's like an adult now, but he's still just, his life sucks because ostensibly because it's depicted that he was an asshole bully in school. So it's like people can't grow past being a school bully. And I guess the idea maybe is like, okay, so the guy that's the janitor in this video could go on to be the next
And then out
billionaire.
of nowhere, Karen the Mexican hunter.
Yeah.
Oh wait, wrong guy.
It's just like he's trying to present this idea that anytime you see a janitor anywhere being a janitor, you're like, oh, that guy was a bully in school.
Different video. I guess you could look at it that way, where like in a separate continuity, you could have a story where it's janitor, blah, 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 blah. You won't believe what happens next. And then he gets a fancy suit and a fancy car and he has $1 billion, you know, and he meets the mean guy that was being mean to him. And then that guy's life is shitty. So, I mean, like, I guess it could be that sort of, but yeah, you get a lot of these where it is just like, he was a bully. He was kind of mean in school. So now he is a janitor and he can't support his family. Woo! Is that moral? Is that moral? Is that the right thing to do? You know, it's a Neil Breen Christmas moment. It's a Christmas miracle with Neil Breen.
You know, I actually heard you were coming by to see the kids today. Just want to say that's really cool.
Yeah, well, you're still a
Well, at
loser.
least this guy's not like still an asshole, but
You, doing good? I'm getting by. I'll tell you what, you're doing a heck of a lot better if I could get one of those cool SML shirts.
Yeah. Sure.
Nice. Oh, and, do you mind signing it?
yes.
this.
Well, it's not like
Seriously,
he's
this means
going
so
to be a
much, thank you.
CEO like he wanted to be, right? We can't have the bully be successful.
Yeah, they
Nerdy
have to
Gamer
all
becomes YouTube legend. Oh boy. Alright, well that's the
Face the
Darman
music.
Power Hour, everybody. I hope you enjoyed some Dar.
I enjoyed some Dar.
Beast of Reincarnation, the newest game by Game Freak, aka the guys who made every Pokemon game pretty much, is out. And everybody was excited, or who am I kidding? Everybody was apprehensive in this case to see what kind of non-Pokemon game they could cook up. But looking at the Steam reviews, well, look at this. 51% as of me recording this video. The player count is also not great, with only 15,000 players at launch on Steam. Ouch. Should Game Freak have stuck to making shitty Pocket Monsters games? You know what? For as much flack as this game is getting, it's not the worst thing I've played this year. Hell, Crimson Desert on launch had far more jank and unbearable issues than this game has right now. 50% is exactly where that game should have stayed for at least a couple months of patching. Beast of Reincarnation at launch is not that bad, but it still has a lot of issues, dude. It's janky, alright, and it's pure concentrated and distilled Unreal Engine 5 juice. Just look at the sheer amount of, you guessed it, Indians, SAR, who are in the credits just for asset production. This game was absurdly outsourced, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I no-lifed the playthrough of this game and cleared it within 2 days after launch, damaging my sanity and physical health in the process, probably, but especially my sanity, which is usually what happens when I play average to bad games to review them on this channel. So while I have to deal with the newest brain damage I acquired from playing this, I'll try my best to remember everything I liked, disliked, hated, and what made me want to kill people in Minecraft while playing it. Now, I haven't played a Game Freak game in decades. I never paid attention to them, so I was completely out of the loop, but I remember Pokemon Legends ZA being thoroughly shat on by Lord Frogmire, but I also heard good things about Pokemon Pokopia. What I'm saying is, I'm not well versed on Game Freak lore, so excuse me if something I say in this video is obvious to you.
Was
Still,
Pokopia
let's
brain
do this.
or Game Freak?
Starting
or...
with what I enjoyed in this game, which is not much.
I thought Pokopia was the Dragon Quest Builders devs.
The most obvious thing to me, and I'm sure for a lot of this channel's audience, was how pretty the characters look. Emma, the main character, looks pretty. In fact, she looks like a copy-paste job of What's Her Face from Stellar Blade. Since I haven't played that game yet, this wasn't enough to bother me. But still, rip-off or not, she still looks good. There's another character, Kunai, who looks even more attractive.
Yeah, I know, right?
These people are absolute saints.
Hopefully AI comes along.
Devs more, guys.
Yeah, I want the AI to come along and just make it so we don't need Indians to make a bunch of Unreal assets.
Too bad we only see her like 3 times over the course of 20-something hours of gameplay. Brad, the old guy who pilots the mech they all live in, is voiced by none other than Yujiro Hanma. Wait, never mind, that's not a good thing. I mean, this guy. He's everywhere, man. But even though I should be sick and tired of hearing his voice, it's a good voice. All in all, there are no forced ugly people to make lehecking real-life insecure ugly fellas feel represented. The game had no issues on my PC. No crashes, no game-breaking glitches, no soft locks, nothing of the sort. Surprising for a UE5 game in my case. I was pleasantly surprised at this game giving you ranged weapons that actually deal damage to enemies. I'm used to hack and slash-ish games having lackluster ranged weaponry, but here they are pretty viable in combat. Dealing with flying enemies, which in Souls-like-ish games is a pain a lot of times, in this case is a breeze. And they also deal pretty decent damage to the bosses. Fast travel being a thing is a big help. You don't have a horse or anything to transport you faster, so the feature is welcome. At least here, there aren't any stupid animations going with it. It just fades to black and unfades in the target destination. And I think that's it for the things I consider purely positive. Yeah, the list is just that short. What about the mid things? Well, the combat. I'm definitely not a Souls-lop enjoyer. I don't play Souls games and I'm not good at them. I just manage somehow. But even for me, the combat felt a lot easier than the average Souls-like out there. It's parry-centric like Sekiro, but the timing of each parry is very forgiving. You have plenty of room for error as long as you err towards too early, because the block button is the same as the parry button. So even if you completely miss the timing, timing, you'll still block the attack anyway. Of course, blocking too much gets you staggered, but still, it's very forgiving, dude. At least on normal, which was the difficulty I played on. It's also very simplistic. Don't expect the complexity in combos from your favorite hack and slash games. It's mostly mashing the same button, then switching to mashing a different button for a finisher combo. Which finisher you want is decided by how many normal hits you mash before switching to the finisher button. It's that simple, and there's never enough time for you to switch to a different combo anyway. If you stun any enemy, you have time to do one combo plus one finisher combo, and that's it. There's a time slowing ability that gets you free hits, but even then you can only do one pair of combos because the finishers consume the same meter that you use for the slow time ability. The way they compensated for this was giving the finisher combos extremely high damage. Fine, I guess, but it's still brain dead. Now, the direction of this game, the cutscenes, a handful of times they're good, but mostly it's comically bad. A lot of cuts frame shots in a completely garbage way. It wouldn't be as bad of an issue if the game wasn't already full of issues. This just helps destroy immersion completely, and the character animation in these cutscenes are also subpar. The characters act out one thing at a time, like turning their faces, then moving their lips, then turning again, then moving their arms, etc. The devs knew not of the animation principle called secondary action, apparently, and some animations are pure slop, like this running animation of Amos during the flashback segments. What the hell is this crap, dude? This game features a giant Mac mobile where the characters in your party, between quotes, rest in. There are a bunch of things you can do in there. There's a chicken coop, a crop grower, a shower, a bed, benches for you to upgrade your shit, that sort of thing. You can eat dishes to upgrade your stats permanently also, but all these features are undercooked and unsatisfying to engage with. They're mostly things that do themselves automatically. The crops grow while you play the real game. The food recipes and other things are researched in the background as well, so when you go back to base, it's all ready for you to just collect. You can't really cook anything. It's Kagura, the little girl, who does it for you. I feel like these features being too deep or complex would be a hassle, to be honest, but this level of automation left me unsatisfied. And Ku, your dog's role in battle is pretty underwhelming. I'm not saying he's useless. He does help by stunning enemies and healing you passively if you set him up that way, but when you're choosing which skill of his to cast on enemies, time slows down, much like in FF7 Slop Birth. Then he casts it and applies some status effect to the enemy, and it also heals you a little. And that's the only use I found for his active abilities. For how much they wanted to make this dog so important, they should have made him more important of a feature in battle. Upgrading his vitality was completely useless. I think he only died 3 times in the entire game, all towards the end of the game, without me upgrading his vitality once. So they didn't even play tests to balance the stats. Some minor nitpicks I have are: 1, the fact you have to cycle between ranged weapons by pressing left and right on the D-pad instead of it cycling through one button. And if you press that same button again, it switches the ammo type instead, which is kinda counterintuitive. You only have 2 ranged weapons to choose from anyway, so it's kind of confusing in battle, but not hard to get used to. Also, when you jump, you have sort of a double jump / hover thing where some roots will grow beneath your feet. But if you activate this once, you can't do it again in the same jump. Problem is, if you hold jump too long after you jump, and too long is just a few milliseconds, it activates by accident very quickly, and that can cause annoyances when platforming. It's something you gotta get used to. From here on out, it's just the bad stuff. So remember how I said all the characters look good? Well, to counterbalance that, there's the rest of the game. Everything else looks ugly as all fucking hell because this game was made in UE5. The first thing you'll want to do is to turn off depth of field. It's the last option in the graphics settings. That makes things not look as bad in the distance, but the game still has that typical UE5 look of plastic. Like the environments are made of styrofoam, like the models a middle schooler would make for art contests. In the menu, the characters, when rendered, are missing some of those render passes that are supposed to hide the nasty dithering on the edges of hair and other stuff, so they look considerably worse than in-game. The game didn't run too bad on a 3080 Ti, but there were considerable frame drops and stutters at times. There were also occasional visual glitches where the game would flash a frame completely black or whatever, but those weren't that big of an issue this time, unlike in other UE5 games I reviewed in the past. Some areas looked horrendous though. Underground caves caves would sometimes be flooded with light and then slowly grow darker until the lighting settled properly. Also ghosting on movement and shadows, all the stuff you already know from the Jeet's favorite engine. The environments are once again absurdly static. The only things that would show any feedback from me attacking them were some random bushes that might as well not even be there, and some crates. Shit like this was done 10 times better in games from over 2 decades ago. The rest of the scenery is solid as iron, nothing reacts to you. And speaking of environments, this game has zero atmosphere, because almost every zone looks the same as the other, a bunch of ruins covered by plants and shit, and because the ever-present music is reused in many of these zones, they all feel the same. There was none of me going, wow, this chapter felt like a turning point, or this place is really eerie, or this whole segment was pretty chill. Everything pretty much felt the same up to the very end, and even when the environments did change a little, because there was so little variety in music, it still felt the same. It's like the game is one giant blob, there are no distinct parts of it. The amount of bonfires, aka campsites, in this game, where you rest and save, borders on the ridiculous. There are too many of them, dude. Sometimes you see a camp 50 feet away from the other. If you have OCD, this game's gonna waste your time because you'll feel like resting in every single campsite you find. Now, the music. Well, the music itself is not bad. Its placement is very inconvenient. I haven't played Stellar Blade, so maybe it's something that game does, and this game copied. But you have an ever-present Void singing in the background over some overly sentimental tunes. Now, if it was just the melody, it would be far better. The vocals make it a sensory overload. The music doesn't feel atmospheric then, but like annoying noise. To put it short, I don't like the goddamn vocals in this game's ever-present music. It's much better when you're underground or in certain chapters where the music is just instrumental. Sentimental music is like sugar, it enhances whatever feeling the scene conveyed to you. But if the scene conveyed nothing, which is the case in this game because for most of it I didn't give a fuck about any of the characters, then this music feels extremely forced. It's also extremely repetitive. A lot of the zones you play through share the same exact music. Closer to the end of the game, they start to change, but before that, it's basically the same 2 songs over and over. Now, the plot, writing, and characters. The plot is convoluted as fuck for no reason. From here on, it's massive spoilers. So what happened is, at some point, because of war, disease, Lehecking glow.
Do people want spoilers? Wow, he said from here on out it's spoilers. I don't know if anyone still wants to play it. I don't want to make it unwatchable for you. Verdict is, probably don't buy. But if you really, really want to, feel free.
Welcome to the Lolcow League.
Because this is dead. Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Cocksucker! You're gonna continue to play!
I doubt your comprehension in general.
It's a good intro.
Ask him if I had a ghost story. Do you know how messed up that is? In New York, concrete jungle where dreams.
The series with one goal, to determine who's the greatest lolcow on the internet. Today's matchup is a heavyweight one. Nova Online versus Tofiachu. Who advances in the bracket will be grading them across 3 different categories. Number 1, life posting. This category looks at how much of their life they broadcast online. True lolcow does not just have funny moments, they document every single incident in real time, oblivious to the outside world. Number 2, degenerate factor. This category looks at how much filth, weird behavior, moral failure, or general predatory acts they commit.
Twinkle, twinkle, will die.
Which is usually a lot. And finally, entertainment. Because at the end of the day, that's really all we care about.
And $99 zillion a year.
So, without further ado, let's introduce our competitors.
Yo, let's go! Are you so like this at all?
The first round, life posting. Nova Online uploads a lot to the internet, but most of it is just slop. Content is usually boring, greasy, and pretty gluttonous. Kinda all of his content consists of him reviewing like his 8th DoorDash order of the day, but this content is typically pretty hand-picked. though it still gives you a pretty good window into who Nova is, which is a rotund, greasy man who believes that eating his life away will somehow pay off the infested trailer he lives in, even though it's like totally paid for by his disabled mom. Now, the thing about Nova is that his real personality does not always show on his main page. A lot of the content comes from some other outlets like Discord servers, live streams, DMs, and interaction with people who are pretending to be his friend. And when Nova talks in private, he does not hold anything back. I mean, he uses his DMs like a diary, and I mean a literal diary. He does not give a shit about what the person on the other end has to say. He kind of just unloads his entire like internal monologue on some A-log who is usually as equally messed up as Nova, while Tofia, on the other hand, does not exactly need leaked DMs to expose herself, because she kind of just like posts everything. Tofia is much more of a classic lolcow in that sense. She's not really curating some content, she more just like goes lives, yells at trolls, argues with people, and stinks the room up. However, unlike Nova, Tofia doesn't really hide any of the slop. She literally lives in it. She's kind of just if slop took a form and were like a humanoid, like an AI humanoid.
Humanoid! I'm an AI! I'm not.
But the biggest difference is that Tofia posts her family. And that's kind of where the Tofiachu universe gets a massive advantage. With Nova, he's usually the central character. I mean, his family gets mentioned, and there are definitely a lot of family issues in his story, but he usually tries to avoid showing them off too much. And from what we can see, some of his family members are actually a lot more grounded than him, and they're pretty fed up with his antics.
I missed what my fucking uncle said, and then he went on for a full fucking rant!
Tofia is much different. With Tofia, you're really getting a bundle. You're getting the whole Chew ecosystem, Papa Chew, Mama Chew, and one I won't mention out of respect.
That's how she looks?
Anyway, it's like a self-sustaining organism tumor that feeds off itself, and the waste it produces is usually just shat out onto the internet. I mean, watching her stuff sort of feels like some like fucked up TLC episode of like Hoarders or something. But with that being said, when it comes to how much we actually know about their lives, I think Nova might have the edge. I mean, Tofia posts constantly, but her life feels pretty repetitive. I mean, it sort of just like loops, and there isn't really as much raw personality or content to ever be displayed. While Nova, on the other hand, is constantly fighting against his trolls, against his family, and against his diapers and pacifiers. We know where he works, we know what he's doing, what he's mad about, who he's fighting with, and a lot of other personal details that I can't fully explain. Like, this video would get taken down, so go check out Solidus Nova on Twitter for more details. He's got some pretty crazy stuff on there. So while Tofia is more public in a TikTok, Nova has a lot more leaked info and a lot more personal information floating around. So, for life posting, I'm giving Tofia a solid 8 out of 10. She posts a ton, and she posts her family, which is pretty important, but herself, she's kind of just like repetitive, like her life is on a constant loop. And Nova also gets an 8 out of 10. He may not post like everything directly on his main account, but between his food reviews, live streams, DMs, like everything like that, there's just more happening in the Nova Online universe. So I'd say they tie this one. Now, the degenerate factor. Starting with Tofia. Tofia's biggest degenerate trait is filth. Like, we all saw this coming.
Yay, my brother's gonna get... And
there have been a lot of stories and clips connected to Tofia's poor hygiene and living conditions. One of the most infamous parts of her story involves her and her family living in a motel that was infested with roaches.
The storm is coming.
They also had a bunch of dog pee pads layered throughout the apartment because they were all just too lazy to let the dog out.
A day I got fired. She said I had hygiene issues.
Tofia's been called out by coworkers, customers, and people around her for just smelling absolutely awful. And the best part is she never really has a defense. She kind of just retaliates by calling people broke on TikTok Live.
You're too broke to subscribe, so maybe get your money up, not your funny up, okay?
Which is just wild because she sits there begging for galaxies just to spend it on like Chinese TikTok shop trinkets.
But don't sit here and act like a 9-to-5 job is literally making you money when you can't even afford to donate to someone.
And this filth also extends out to her special interest. Tofia's had some controversies involving her fixation on young Asian men, and the evidence is pretty damning, I can't lie. But speaking of young people, let's move on to Nova. Now, Nova, much like Tofia, also has extremely poor hygiene. I mean, the grease in his hair looks like it could probably fill like every deep fryer at a McDonald's. It got so bad that he had to shift away from doing food reviews and start doing like shower reviews. He would literally just go into gas stations and truck stops to review the public showers they had there.
How good are gas station showers? Let's find out.
His home is also like something straight up a Hoarders episode. There is just so much junk and filth that one pile behind him has, I think, gained sentience, known as the Heap. But Nova's degeneracy goes far beyond hygiene. A huge part of Nova's character involves age regression, which, if you didn't know what that was, is a psychological phenomenon where an individual reverts to a younger state of mind or exhibits behaviors characteristic of an earlier developmental stage. He goes about this by suckling on pacifiers, putting on diapers, and interacting with some people who don't exactly need to be age regressed, minors, which he of course sought validation from in DMs. And this is where I kind of think Nova pulls ahead of Tofia a bit. Tofia is just gross. Like, Tofia is just pure, vile, putrid. She has a putrid aura about her. But Nova's degeneracy is a lot more layered. He's got the hygiene, the Uber Eats addiction, hoarding diapers, fast fire. Like, he's got everything. He kind of just covers all the bases that you need to cover. So to me, Tofia is much worse on a pure hygiene scale, but Nova's degeneracy is kind of spread out a bit more. Like, Tofia is filthy, but Nova is filthy and derives pleasure out of being filthy. He likes soiling his own diapers, which is why I think he takes the dub for this one. So for degenerate factor, Tofia gets a 7 out of 10. Very disgusting human. Very strong performance. But I think Nova gets an 8 out of 10. I mean, Tofia getting a 7 should really just explain how horrible the hygiene is. Yeah, Nova gets an 8 out of 10 because his hygiene is terrible and his incidents are also
and yet
really
somehow
horrifying.
The police don't have enough
the
evidence
diaper
to bust
pacifier
Nova.
stuff just gives him the edge on this one. And now we arrive at the most important category, entertainment. Tofia's entertainment value comes from one simple fact. She's just dumb as rocks.
Hold up now. I'm gonna need you to pause. Cause, ayo, she just said what?
She argues with everybody. She responds to hate comments that any normal person would just ignore. And she constantly says things that just makes the situation worse. She also blames everyone around her for her problems while actively choosing like the worst thing to do in every scenario.
Because clearly I can't work. I'm a victim of a crime. I literally have trauma, which people try to say I don't.
Someone will make fun of her and like instead of just moving on, she'll spend like 20 minutes yelling at them, insulting them, which just makes herself look even worse. Though potentially my favorite part of Tofia is that she'll have some fake teenage room style TikTok live background trying to make the room look like normal, but every so often the background glitches or shifts and then you get a real glimpse of the environment behind you.
Sending her a Temu link. Leave me.
I get a water.
Okay, go ahead. Leave me and my.
And remember the Tofia Chew bundle I talked about earlier? Cannot talk about Tofia's entertainment value without mentioning Papa Chew. Papa Chew, also known as Ezekiah Mordecai Fusario, or just Donald, is Tofia's father, and possibly one of the most eccentric figures in the whole scene. Papa Chew claims to have special powers, including the ability to regrow a second set of adult teeth.
My teeth are gonna grow back. I'm 58. I'm 58 years old, and I am teething right now. I am teething like a baby.
He pissed on stream for like 5 minutes straight one time. I mean, point is, with Tofia, you're not just getting Tofia, you're getting the whole Chew extended universe. Now, if we weren't looking at 2026, I think that Tofia would kind of just like clear this category, like without a doubt. But Nova really pulled through this year. Nova had his old meltdowns, like the Uncle Drew stuff, the Discord server incident, and the food review stuff. But recently, Nova has managed to produce some of the most insane content in the entire Novine universe. Basically, a bunch of people would DM him asking to be his friend, which he immediately trusted, and trusted enough to send some pretty insane pictures to these people. So these leaked DMs have created an insane amount of information. One of the key points being that Nova liked to explore his more effeminate side, while also keeping the age regression stuff in play as well. I absolutely cannot show the video on YouTube, so again, just go check out Solidus Nova's Twitter account. He's also tried and failed to dox Bloodspeth like I think 3 times now. I think it's been 3 times. So honestly, I think this year is almost just competitive with Tofia's entire history. But of course, we got to consider all the Chews. So for entertainment, I'm going to give Tofia an 8 out of 10. She's extremely watchable in most cases, and Papa Chew is really just one of my favorite characters of all time. He's just the GOAT. However, Nova gets a 10 out of 10. I think before this year, I would give him maybe like a 6 or like a 5 out of 10. But he really kicked it in the high gear this year, and honestly, I think everyone should be a bit proud of him. And now for the final scores.
Hey, Deloria. Nova wins.
And with that, Nova Online wins this round of the Lolcow League. Tofia put up a pretty good fight. I mean, like, all the family stuff and her, like, disgusting, vile aura really adds a lot. But Nova's life posting, degeneracy, leaks, it's too much, and it just gives him the dub. He's so disgusting, he's so creepy, he's so oblivious to everything around him, but above all else, he is just entertaining. So, Nova Online will advance in the bracket. I'm sorry, Tofia. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe.
Good video. Speaking of piles of filth, I think I finished this. Sent it off to Alfred to get 4K upscaled. Let's watch the last 5 minutes. Oh, we did.
Jasper was seen for 5 minutes, and literally the vet told us none of the information that we should have known while we were there, and expected us to just figure it out later by reading this giant stack of fucking paperwork that they gave us to go home with. Okay? So, after that, we are not going back to this vet. And it's a shame, because we actually had a great experience with this vet last year. We thought the vet was great. Now that COVID was over and you're able to go into the exam rooms with your pet again, we had a great time. He had a great time. I have pictures on my phone of Jasper having a blast at the vet last year. I'm not even kidding. Let's see if I can find it.
I got rid of the part where it cuts to real Phil. I just went ahead and animated it.
Hold on.
I think the cutting to real Phil is too much of a jump scare, and people just nope out when they see his face.
Here's Jasper at the vet last year when they let him into the exam room and he was chilling on the counter. He's having fun. He had a great time. You know, not in the carrier the whole time. That was August of 2022. This year, it's like a completely different fucking place. Like, you know, what happens to these places? How is it that in a year they completely changed their entire process? Why did everyone else around us get to go into a room with their pet but not us? Why were we rushed in and out for 5-minute exam but kept there for 90 minutes? Why was the vet late? Because that's the truth. The problem is, I think, here's what I really think happened. The vet is basically, we got the worst vet in the place, right? They were already late for work, so we had to wait extra just for the vet to show up. And then when they showed up, it was a rush job. Oh, he's just here for his yearly exam. All right, get him in quick. Let's do this fast. Okay, we're done. On to the next. Well, they're still here. Oh shit, I gotta go out there and talk to them. Oh man. Oh, and I gotta do my hair. And runs out in the sweat clothes. Hey everyone. So just so you know, by the way, let's upsell on a $300 blood test. And let's try to scam the fucking poor people out of $300 that we definitely don't need to spend, but they're being idiots about it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I made like no money on this visit today, so let's try to upsell them to make profit. Right? It's exactly what it was. A $300 fucking blood test. You know? Like, are you out of your mind? So, we're not going back. We're done. Like, I would never go back there after that. That was such a horrible experience, right? So, the ex-Mata says, do you ever thought to ask them why the visit went like that? Yeah, it's called customer feedback, which you're supposed to give after your visit. Oh, we're going to give it to them. Don't get me wrong. There's no we're going to give them the feedback that they deserve, and they're going to understand why we're not ever going there ever again after being treated like that, you know? The point is, it doesn't matter why. The fact that it happened is bad enough. I don't care. Oh, it was an extenuating circumstance. Well, I don't want to be your extenuating circumstance. I want to go somewhere where I'm treated like everyone else. Not that we're the ones sitting in the waiting room for 90 minutes while everyone else got to go into a room, and we just sit here with our cat and our carrier for that time, and you don't do anything, and you want to upsell me on a $350 blood test. So get the fuck out of here. So, yeah, that's that. And, you know, they'll get our feedback, and it is what it is. It sucked. It sucks to even have to talk about it, but, you know, something to vent about, something to tell you want to know about what happened on my day off. That's what happened on my day off, okay? Let's talk about today. Let's talk about the schedule, okay? So, someone literally said the entitlement. Wow, you're a fucking idiot. You think that a consumer be asking to be treated like all the other consumers in the same business and getting the money, you're getting what they pay for, getting a good experience, especially when there's competition in the area, you think that's entitlement. No, you're an asshole. You're a complete idiot. Go fuck yourself. Okay, if you give me 1 second, I gotta blow my nose about to sneeze, and then we'll talk about the schedule for the week.
Alright. Everything here is what I did today.
I mean, it's a pretty dumb statement, don't you think? That's like you say, you go into a restaurant, a table of 4.
The trusty restaurant
you all
analogy.
Order the same deal. 3 of you get your food at the same time, and it's all great quality. You have to wait an extra half hour to get your food, and when the food comes out, it's all fucked up, and then they want to charge you more for it than everybody else. But if you complain, that's entitlement. Wow. You people on the internet are real smart when you say shit like that, right?
Hey Phil, we give you a lot money. Money you beg us
So,
for, by the way.
um,
Can you
let's talk
play
about the
the
schedule
games
for the
we
week.
ask
So
you to?
today-
No, stop being entitled.
There it is.
They completely changed it
I
quick.
love,
Extenuating circumstance. So,
I love when they just spit on his
schedule,
food.
Okay? Experience.
Gets up, orders a $400 light stick.
Table of 4.
In a restaurant
You all
analogy.
order the same deal. 3 of you get your food at the same time, and it's all great quality. You have to wait an extra half hour to get your food, and when the food comes out,
Just big, giant, huge,
your food at the same
just fountains of saliva. I didn't
time, and it's
I didn't
all
want it to be
great
like
quality. You have to wait an
them basically looking like they're filling their mouth up with spit and just
extra half hour to get your food, and when the food comes out, it's all fucked up, and then they want to charge you more for it than everybody else. But if you complain, that's
Who said anything about you paying more for the same meal? This analogy sucks, idiot.
entitlement. Wow. You people on the internet are real smart when you say shit like that, right?
You created an argument that nobody made completely out of straw, and you smacked it and used that as a way to feel like you're smarter than everybody on the internet. You got them. They're all dumb. You're just really, really smart.
Anyway.
Okay.
So, let's talk about the schedule for the week. So today,
I think I will include a clip of ALT asking for this thing animated specifically. Throw it at the end there. Doesn't need to be upscaled. DSP qualifies skipping the Avatar fighting game because he knows nothing about the show. Chat asks why he's opening Yu-Gi-Oh cards if he knows nothing about it. DSP because it's just opening cards. Yep. Whatever insignificant difference there is, he's going to treat it like it's the biggest difference in the world, and it justifies everything.
I really appreciate it. This video was really
Just
fun to make.
completely detached from reality.
In The Mandalorian and Grogu, Mando travels the galaxy hunting down the last remaining Imperial officers for the rebellion.
Was that Keemstar?
Grogu, Mando travels the galaxy hunting down the last remaining Imperial officers for the rebellion. Except not really, because soon the movie becomes more about the family of Jabba the Hutt and stuff, I guess. But whatever, look at Baby Yoda, isn't he cute? And above all else, Mandalorian and Grogu makes it clear that Star Wars is at the lowest point it's ever been. At the point of unspecialty, same as everything else, and nobody cares. There was no real online discourse about this movie at all, and it made less money than other people's first films costing fraction of the price. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. To be fair though, the problem isn't that the movie is terrible. It's not terrible, not in the way we've seen before. But goddamn, it is insanely forgettable vanilla slop, to the point where it feels like Lucasfilm is scared to make anything warmer or hotter than room temperature. It's so uninspiring and boring that it feels twice its own length.
I don't like it.
And the question then is, why is that? Well, because of some core issues relating to not knowing what to do or how to go further. The pacing is so unfocused and all over the place that it's like you're watching multiple movies. The same content keeps repeating again and again to the point where it becomes dull noise. And overall, there's not much reason to care about what's going on or take it seriously. So today, let's get into that. Let's fly into the world of Mandalorian and Grogu and see what it does to become boring slop and how to avoid that in the future. But then again, guys, did I tell you about Baby Yoda? Just look at him. Isn't he the cutest? But before we get to it, here's a quick message from the sponsor of today's slot. New official Transformers mobile game called Eternal Fresh.
Everyone's got sponsors.
In a way to reduce gas and complete. The first boring slop problem here is that the movie keeps messing up pacing by not really knowing what it wants to be. In the beginning, Mando is going around eliminating the last remaining high-ranking officers
and released in theaters.
No, I don't think it was the show. I think
of the Fallen Empire.
Well, I mean, figuratively, sure, I guess you could say so.
And that's what the movie seems to be about. The remnants of the Empire and the chaos that has risen in its absence.
Without the Empire's support, until the galaxy realizes what they've lost.
The trade routes are plagued with pirates and thieves ready to attack.
But as we soon realize, that's not really what the movie is about. It's not about Imperial officers or trade route chaos or space pirates or anything of the sort.
Long live the Empire!
Because now that Mando returns to the Rebellion HQ, his attention is turned to another kind of mission, helping the cousins of Jabba the Hutt save his son, Chonkus Megalon, from a mobster.
Their nephew's being held against his will by another crime syndicate on the Outer Rim, and they need a professional to get him out.
Wake up!
Now, yes, the mission begins with the intention of getting information from the Hutt cousins about some other unknown Imperial officer.
Commander Coin. They've agreed to lead us to him.
But that doesn't remain present. We keep doing other unrelated stuff, and the officer isn't even mentioned for a full 30 minutes, and by the time we're in a gladiator pit fighting the mobsters monsters, we've completely forgotten about the officer thing altogether. And by the midpoint, that big officer is then suddenly captured, and the whole Empire threat is abandoned like it never even mattered. Whatever information the officer has is not relevant at all, and now everything is about the Hutt cousins instead. We have to fight them because otherwise they will kill us for betraying them. It's like one story has abruptly ended and another begun, which makes the movie feel super long because you are essentially watching two movies. The lesson to take is that everything in a movie should be connected and pushing the same boulder. If you open the story with one thing, then that's what the story should be to the end. The Dark Knight begins with the Joker and with Batman's order on the city, and that's what it remains. The Joker trying to topple the order Batman has established. It doesn't begin with Poison Ivy and eco-terrorism and then eventually become about the Joker and chaos, because that would be two halfway movies instead of a full one. For the best results, make everything one. Instead of having two sets of goals, combine them. Maybe we know much earlier that the mobster holding Chonkus is the Imperial officer we're looking for and we go get him, but we end up in his fighting pit and through that meet Chonkus. Now we'd always be fighting on screen for the same reason we came for, to get the Imperial officer. That's way stronger and more purposeful than to first make it seem like we're doing something else.
We should go now.
Good, I got a runner! And then, after all that reveal out of nowhere that, oh yeah, by the way, the mobster just happens to be that officer we're after.
The man you're looking for is Janu, Lord Janu Coin.
Oh, well, isn't that convenient?
I saw stormtroopers. He brought me to his estate once to celebrate a big win, and there were stormtroopers everywhere.
Instead of having two sets of
Well,
antagonists,
that's all I need to
combine
know.
them. Maybe we hear in the beginning that there's a new mysterious player taking over the remnants of the
There were
Empire who we
stormtroopers.
need to find and stop before their power grows too strong. And after following a trail of officers working under them, we eventually realize that this new player taking over the Empire's remnants is the Hot Cousins. We'd get the same story, but in a more connected way. We'd get to fight the Hot Cousins together with Chonkus at the end, while at the same time concluding what we began with. Just an example, but it would all be united, more purposeful, focused, faster. It'd be one story taken far instead of two stories left halfway. Avoid spending time on stuff that will not be relevant by the end. Either make it part of the main point or get rid of it, because multiple halfway journeys will not take you far enough. Another boring slop problem here is that the movie keeps repeating the same events and scenarios to the point where it all becomes dull background noise. For instance, most of Mando's interactions boil down to the same thing, going to talk to a person to get information on where to go next. He goes to the Rebellion HQ and the commander tells him to go meet the Hot Cousins. He goes to meet the Hot Cousins and they tell him to go to the Mobster planet to find Chonkus Megalon. He goes to the Mobster planet to talk to a vendor who tells him about Chonkus fighting in the pits. He goes to Chonkus who tells him that he works for the Mobster. He goes again to the vendor who tells him about a bar relating to the Mobster. He goes to the bar to ask to meet the mobster and yada yada yada.
Is that it? I think so.
Now sure, sometimes Mando does have to overcome an obstacle to move to the next step, which is great in theory. But in practice, the core interaction remains the same throughout the first act. Go here to ask for information on where to go, and then go there to ask for information on where to go, which is usually pretty freely given.
I'm looking for a hut. Shh, don't mention that name. Don't say that. No, I don't want your credits, because I didn't give you any information. Everybody knows we're out of the hut.
Doesn't matter if the information is given by rebels or aliens or an alien Martin Scorsese, there's nothing else in between, and it becomes very repetitive very fast.
Oh, brother!
But aside from information scenes, this problem also concerns most scenes as a whole, because most of the time they play on a loop. There may be slight variation on the surface, but at the core it's the same stuff again and again. Mando gets thrown in a gladiator pit to fight waves of enemies many times. First on the Mobster planet against scary land monsters, and then on the Hot planet against scary water monsters. Mando infiltrates an Imperial officer's place full of stormtroopers many times. First on the ice planet in the guy's base where he tries to run away, and then on a sand planet in the guy's home where he tries to run away. Mando goes to save Chonkus many times. First at the mobster's stable where he's being held, and then at the Hut Palace where he's being held. Mando gets knocked out and taken somewhere all the f***ing time. First the mobster gasses him and he wakes up in the fighting pit. Then the bounty hunter zaps him and he wakes up on his ship. Then the bounty hunter zaps him again and he wakes up in the Hut Palace. Then he gets poisoned and goes unconscious once more until Baby Yoda finally heals him.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
It's like,
you're finally
come
woke.
on, how many times are you gonna replay the same stuff? Was there
Yeah,
seriously
it
nothing
annoys
else
me.
you could come up with? Because I'm getting tired of seeing it.
Oh, brother!
The lesson to take is that you can only use
A lot of writers have a really hard time transitioning between scenes. They just like, you just basically like fall through the floor and then land in the other scene.
same scene prompts so many times before the audience sees through it. Sometimes repeating a similar scenario to show character change can be useful, but oh my god, not every scene has to happen more than once. An entire act of your movie cannot be about the hero showing up at one place after another to ask where to show up next. There has to be something else in there as well. After another to once. An entire act of your movie cannot be about the hero showing up at one place after another.
And he's wearing like the Cerberus logo on his chest. That's a little bit on the nose.
To ask where to show up next.
We're gonna get those Mass Effect fans, just you wait.
There has to be something else in there as well. And it's up to the filmmakers to know what's different enough to constitute as something else. Mando's home being infiltrated is different enough from him infiltrating someone else's home to stand on its own. But him fighting monsters in a tight space for the 5th time, not so much. Eating a nice ice cream can be fun until you've been eating it for the last hour and by now you feel you've had enough. Except for Baby Yoda. Oh my god, look at him. He's so cute. I'd watch him all day.
When you smile.
Childless women love him.
Another boring slop problem here is that the movie doesn't make its content matter enough, emotionally speaking. With the Imperial Hunt, for example, it's never made clear what it's for. Why do we need to find the remaining officers? What threat do they pose and what happens if we don't find them? It's not really known because they don't seem to actually do anything aside from collecting protection money.
I am racing your tribute.
And why weren't any of them on the Death Star? I guess they're not that important, so we're just hunting down bums.
And running gladiator pits under fake names. They're just cards in an Empire deck and we need to find them because, of course, that's how it is. The only hint of emotional reasoning is when the rebel commander mentions revenge.
I'll take out every bad guy in your deck of cards.
This isn't about revenge.
But I have no idea what that's about because it sure as hell isn't in the movie. But more than anything else, this issue concerns Mando himself. Most of the time, they're
If it's not about revenge, then why not just let the Empire be? Didn't you just cripple him? Or no? Did Han and Luke just do nothing?
Isn't enough reason to care about anything he's doing because even he doesn't seem to. Like I implied before, he doesn't have much emotional agency of his own. He's more of a reactive, passive shell being passed around. He goes to find Imperial people because the rebel commander tells him to. He goes to free Chongus Megalon because the Hutt cousins told him to. I mean, I guess he gets paid money and new ships for what he does, but it's never really shown what he needs money or new ships for, so whatever. I don't know why I would care.
You work for us. And right now, this is what we need you to do.
Okay.
And beyond motivation, the issue also concerns
this is what we need the plot to be.
Mando, meaning that I have no clue when I should be worried for him or not.
Tis but a scratch. A scratch?
See, he has this cool Mandalorian armor, which becomes a problem because its weaknesses are never clarified. Is it dangerous when people shoot at him? I don't know, but it doesn't seem so I don't really care. Is it bad when chunky worms fall on him? I don't know, but it doesn't seem so I don't really care. Overall, I just don't understand the stakes enough to worry about them. Mando gets grabbed by monsters, but nothing ever happens. He gets his head bit, but nothing ever happens. He gets tossed around and grunts a bit, but nothing ever happens.
A scratch?
The result of which is that all these quote-unquote dangerous obstacles quickly become meaningless. I mean, it gets to a point where the only time Mando actually seems to be in danger is when he gets bit by a snake, and then the movie verbally invents afterwards that, yeah, that was venomous by the way, and now you're gonna die. Okay. The lesson to take is that you must clarify the stakes both
Mandalorians are actually very easy to kill, I guess.
To fill them with emotion. Why is it important for us to find the Imperial guys or to do anything? What do we have to fear if we fail in this moment, and how can we fail? Why should we care? To be fair, I'm not saying that there's no emotional side in the movie at all, because there is. It is compelling to see Baby Yoda care for Mando all by himself. And you do want them to rescue Chongus at the end. But even those emotions fall short. The only reason Baby Yoda is able to save Mando is because he happens to run into a random guy who conveniently makes him a snake healing potion for free.
Thanks.
And the reasons to save Chonkus aren't much stronger either. We save him from the fighting pit because we were told to, and even at the end saving him seems more secondary than primary. The main reason we go fight the Hutt cousins is to get them off our backs.
We can use this ship, get off world, but the Hutts will keep coming for us.
Whereas freeing Chonkus seems more like an added bonus.
Go help Rada.
Right, yeah, of course.
And it just isn't enough. That's this movie's problem as a whole. Not that it's terrible, but that it just isn't enough. And when a movie is lukewarm vanilla slop at best, this is the result you get. Most people don't feel a reason to see it, and those who do quickly forget it. Oh, and by the way, who the hell is Grogu? Anyways, thanks for watching, and pre-register for Transformers Eternal War for free at the link below to get extra rewards. And I'll see you in the next one.
I'll give you a thumbs up. It's a good movie. Good video. The next one. Empress Teresa is the worst book of all time. I think we have time for this one.
I've reviewed a lot of bad books on this channel, but amid the exhaustive anthologies, apocalyptic circle jerking, and AI slop,
Derek Savage.
one title has cropped up like a stubborn rash. One title that has cemented itself in the literary zeitgeist as one of the most bafflingly insane stories ever put to print. A little novel called Empress Teresa. I've definitely heard of this book, but I've never actually investigated beyond those brief mentions. Maybe I just don't like seeking out things that would actively cause me pain. I mean, is that really a bad thing? But soon it became clear just how much of a presence this book had among folks of all persuasions, so the time was right to finally check it out. Oh boy, so this is where we're at. Why do her fingers look like they were broken and reset improperly? Why does her face suggest she's a descendant of Eche Mono? Why do all the soldiers have vestigial legs growing sideways out their bodies? Where even are they? Who out there is pouring multiple square miles worth of plain concrete for no reason? Why does the whole thing look like a third grader's crayon drawing? Why am I even doing this to myself? It's also worth noting there are alternate versions of this cover art, and somehow they're all worse. Hey Teresa, maybe lay off the bear claws? You're looking a little puffy these days. And don't even get me started on what's going on in the thoracic department. I'll give credit where it's due though. I've never seen a non-Euclidean rack before today. Or this one, some fascinating geography at play, where lush meadows abruptly give way to rolling desert hills, in which a developer thought would be optimal real estate for 3 pointless buildings. Teresa herself looks like she's the missing link between Man and Simpson. And once again, I cannot comment on the Chestel situation. I can only assume it was the result of a prosthetic surgeon who was both incompetent and determined. Norman Boutin is the author of this thing, and at first glance, he resembles a sweet old grandpa. It's only when you actually Google his name you'll find the true extent of his, proclivities. My god, there's a whole wiki about him. I must say though, if people put this much effort into solving the world's problems, we'd have peace in 3 days. Oh, for the love of. Norman Boutin and criticism. Norman Boutin and conspiracies. Norman Boutin and his ego, religion, lies, English, elitism, reality, racism. Where am I? I can already tell I won't be able to give the Norman Boutin lore the representation it deserves in this video, so I'll try and be as succinct and neutral as possible. He's an absolute fucking nutjob. When this book came out and drew the ire of readers around the globe, Norm waged a holy crusade against his critics on the battlefield of Amazon reviews and Catholic writing forums, armed with insults, bad faith arguments, doubling down, and accusations of not having read the book. Norm quickly established himself as a grade A lolcow, and it appears he sparked quite the anti-fandom as a result. He also spouts his reductive and ethnocentric perspective on world affairs, has allegedly claimed stolen valor, and at one point used his sister's cancer diagnosis as a club and shield against criticism of his book. So yeah, this is a certified goofball with a real POS streak. He reminds me of a more chronically online Derek Savage. At least with Derek, there's an amusing naivete that keeps people from rejecting him outright. But based on what I've seen, I am not fond of Norman Boutin.
You know Derek Savage is gonna make movies in AI, and I gotta watch him.
To put it lightly. And now
they're gonna be great.
I'm reviewing his book. Okay, I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm belaboring the point or delaying the inevitable, But there is still a gold mine's worth of norm to tap into, such as the official Empress Teresa website. Sheesh, and I thought DerekSavage.com was amateur. I can recreate this in Google Docs right now.
Cool cat saves AI.
Speed this up a little bit.
But that's just
oh
style.
Man, we live in world where Daddy Derek was
the website's
vindicated.
entire homepage is just a long-winded vomitorium of text defending and hyping the book. How many stories do you know that are about an American teenage girl, take place in the present-day United States, have no foul language, no objectionable situations, political agendas, references to race or LGBT, violence? Okay,
no race.
Ignoring everything else that's wrong with that sentence, at least half of those things are an Empress Teresa. I'm guessing it's because if he approves of the context it's in, then it's not morally objectionable, especially if he was the one writing it. Newsflash, Norm, even if you don't take issue with depicting a specific instance of violence or objectionable situations, there's still violence and objectionable situations. You can't escape that. It's our curse as writers. But, of course, you presumably understand that being a writer yourself. A lot of the homepage is also dedicated to responses to internet trolls who criticized his book. One reviewer claimed there were parts of the novel that were complete agony because nothing was happening, and Norm's rebuttal was to allege there were 34 spectacular and riveting events in the book, and that makes it frantically paced. Firstly, I'm not sure what you consider spectacular and riveting events, Norm. This just reeks of, we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. Secondly, just because you're depicting something exciting doesn't mean it automatically invokes thrill in the reader. It's not just what you write, it's how you write it. But of course you presumably understand that, being a writer yourself. And thirdly, having exciting sequences doesn't change the fact that there are still agonizing portions of this book where nothing happens. There is a 60-page sequence in this book that's just a transcription of a news documentary recapping events that happened off-page. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Another reviewer branded the book as Christian propaganda, and Norm replied by saying all the references to God in the book would only take up a page and a half. What he leaves out, however, is that said references to God and religion are preachy and heavy-handed. All it takes is one line to change the entire context of the story, Norm.
But of course you presumably understand that being a writer yourself.
And at the end of the day, his blanket response to critics is to deem them little people for their efforts to ridicule him, while people who praise the book are great for encouraging him to be great. Norm, if critiquing your shitty book makes me little, then we're just gonna... One second. Alright, so this is how we're gonna do the review. I present to you Empress Teresa. At the age of 10, Teresa Sullivan merges, I guess, with a celestial entity made of light, whom she nicknames Hal, after 2001: A Space Odyssey. There is zero relation between the two besides the name. And as she matures, she learns that Hal has endowed her with absurdly powerful abilities of strength and telekinesis. Like, she's basically God. And as the world turns its attention to her, she turns her attention to the world to solve its problems and ultimately reshape it into a better place. I don't even know where to start with this thing. I guess the central premise, where Teresa is this omnipotent super being who becomes world famous and she uses her powers to address its issues. So before all this happens, the President of the United States tries to eliminate her by sending her into the stratosphere with an atom bomb and blowing her up. But she survives this by jumping out of the plane with empty Coke bottles stuffed into her thermal suit so she'll float when she hits the water, despite being 12 miles up in the air already, despite already being possessed by the Holy Spirit of Hal. If you thought that was irredeemably stupid, strap on your aluminum hats tighter. We're just getting started. Apparently, the energy Hal sent out to preserve Teresa stopped the wind around the world, which means no rainfall for crops, so Teresa's solution is to work out a program with Hal to create giant water spouts in the oceans that send water throughout the atmosphere, and to further cement her commitment to agriculture, she tilts Earth on its axis to give it an endless summer. And because of this, ice caps melt, the ocean levels rise and fall several feet casually, entire mountain ranges have to be brought up from the ocean's floor to absorb the impact of tsunamis, and there are zero repercussions or consequences. Reading these passages where Teresa casually alters the world's geography was like getting stabbed in the head. Norm goes to great lengths to explain the science behind it all with this technical language and pages worth of explaining, but it's still completely ridiculous and impossible. Raising the Atlantic Ocean by 4 feet did not incur the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. Did they all just sell their houses and move? Moving and shifting millions of square miles of silt and rock from the seafloor does nothing to ocean currents, tectonic plates, or weather patterns either. Minecraft has a better grasp of geology than this fucking book. And summoning a ring of diamonds to orbit Earth and shine permanent daylight does nothing to countless organisms' circadian rhythms and life cycles, nor the global temperature. I guess you can summon some of those Neptunian ice crystals from Jimmy Neutron to cool things down. At least that show is more scientifically sound. Teresa's world meddling does not stop there. She summons precious metals from outer space to rain down on Earth and make entire countries richer. She creates booming oil fields and sells this stuff for $10 a barrel, completely undercutting the Middle Eastern market. She builds a land bridge from Israel to Crete, so the Israelis can escape Arab hostilities and resettle in an island she raised in the North Atlantic. She disables every weapon in North Korea and breaks generations worth of social conditioning by quoting the Declaration of Independence. The complete misunderstanding of the world and its workings is the foundation of this book, where the very concept of material reality is tossed around like building blocks. And it's all played straight, like it's supposed to be uplifting and awe-inspiring. instead of making me want to shrink into my own skin from cringing so hard. Norm's solutions for the world's problems is basically just the equivalent of telling homeless people to buy houses. It's arrogant, it's uninformed, I even call it jingoist, and worst of all,
Spy House.
It's stupid. This is Norm's world and we're just living in it.
Get a
Why can't we just all be like Norman Bhutan? So remember what I said about consequences and repercussions? Well, let's discuss characters. Besides Teresa herself, and trust me, we'll get to her, the cast of characters is mainly this cadre of world leaders and allies who agree with everything Teresa says and does. Absolutely no one has any misgivings about these worldwide upheavals she proposes. At one point, she moves Europa, as in Jupiter's moon, Europa, into Mars's orbit for easier access. And everyone's just like, wow, thanks. They all sound the same too. Bland exposition vessels whose only trait is their admiration of Teresa. And they talk in the same over-explanatory pseudoscientific manner I mentioned before. It's that scene from Batman and Robin people like to meme on.
Sunlight could reverse a freezing process.
Well, sunrise in 5 hours.
But it's morning in the Congo. If we could relay the sunlight from the other side of the equator.
It'll take the satellites about a minute to realign.
Horrific. And of course, we can't ignore the main attraction. Teresa herself. According to Norm, the inspiration for the character of Teresa Hartley, née Sullivan, was Joan of Arc and Tanya Harding. Finally, the crossover we've always wanted. Norm insists that Teresa is a role model, a wonderful girl who does a lot of good, a God-fearing icon we can't help but love. Endowing your protagonist with an all-powerful space orb already runs the risk of making her irritatingly boring and unrealistic. But to my genuine surprise, that's exactly what happened. Teresa always has a solution for whatever dilemma she faces. Everything comes easy, and everything works out perfectly. If consequences do occur, her response is to push harder and change things more instead of showing any semblance of introspection, hesitance, or humility. How exactly is that a good thing? How does that make her a role model for anyone not already endowed with an all-powerful space orb? Norm insists that Teresa's modest background and her occupation as a student make her relatable to everyone on a common level. That's not true, Norm. What makes characters relatable is how they think and how they handle the situations they're in, not what they are. You could write a story about a Mongolian nuclear physicist with an Ivy League education, but if his thoughts, emotions, flaws, and hardships are realistic and substantive, he becomes relatable. Even to a blue-collar Midwestern woman in her 40s picking up a book for the first time in 20 years. And yes, even to a student, Teresa is not relatable. She talks like a supercomputer, she was given her powers by random chance, she is idolized on a worldwide scale, and when a terrorist crashes his car into her and paralyzes her, she still manages to heal herself in the end. Handicapped kids, you too can heal your conditions. All you need is an all-powerful space orb, like Teresa. What, you don't have one of those?
Just get a space orb!
Why can't you relate to Teresa?
Get yourself a space orb.
Scrubs. To the book's very little credit, it does address the realities of an otherwise normal person burdened with unfathomable power and responsibility, but it's given no attention beyond a line or two here and there. This could have been interesting. What if Teresa couldn't handle the pressures of having the world's eye on her, and that manifested in her losing control of her powers? It could be a commentary on viral fame, or some allegory for making the leap to adulthood and finally having to face the world and its problems. But no, let's just build land bridges for the Israelis. That's riveting content. Additionally, Teresa is a horrible person. She's petty and spiteful from the beginning, where she dons a revealing outfit to make a guy jealous, which she calls, and I'm quoting the book here, her little black nothing dress. It's even worse knowing this guy wrote that. And then like 200 pages later, in the middle of enriching herself to the tune of billions of dollars in precious metals, she randomly invokes the guy and is all like, haha, look what you missed out on. Bitch. In another instance, after flooding the world with gold and driving up the supply, thus causing prices to plummet, you know, basic economics, Teresa gets sued by investors whose portfolios just absolutely fucking tanked. And her response? To curse the lawyer representing them so that every vehicle she tries to get into breaks down. The lady's just doing her job, Teresa. Countless people just got financially castrated because of what you did, and your only concern is staying out of court? And what does the US government do? Pass a law making it illegal to sue Teresa. Super relatable, Norm. I remember when I got a speeding ticket back in 2016 and I petitioned Congress to make it illegal to fine me. You're never getting my $256, City of Avondale. Anyone who inconveniences or contends Teresa, she automatically deems an idiot, a loser, or a crybaby. Or she literally wishes that they would drop dead. Ah yes, I remember when Jesus hung from the cross, gazed upon his executioners, and told them to drop dead. A true inspiration for the God-fearing soul. And oddly enough, it seems the only people who are against her are lawyers, journalists, and Islamic terrorists. Here, Norm.
Well, they are the worst people.
Make use of this. Because I have a feeling you are projecting. Now, Norm would hear all this and admit that Teresa has flaws and that makes her a good character. But once again, that's not true. Having flaws is one thing, but the flaws need to influence the story and force the protagonist to come to terms with herself. This is a niche concept called character development. What good are flaws if they never get in the character's way? If she herself never becomes a problem in the story? If she never recognizes that what she did was wrong and resolves to better herself for her sake and the sake of others? But of course, you presumably understand this being a... Okay, that's enough of that. Now I'd like to examine another page of Norm's website, one aptly titled Genius. Here he lists 10 points that classify Empress Teresa as a novel that raises the bar of modern-day writing in many ways. Point 1. The story is about a teenage girl just setting out to find her place in the world. No, it ain't. How exactly does reshaping the world to your whim equate to trying to find your place?
Just finding your place.
There's a sort of passivity and an acknowledgement of your limitations in that assessment. We can't all be alien superheroes who reap international admiration, Norm. Point 2. Young
Just
adult
reform
novels
the
deal with
world.
teenage problems or fantastical sci-fi scenarios. This book features young people dealing with a realistic adult world. Again, alien superhero who can shuffle the world with a Rubik's Cube, and again, a view on world affairs that's hopelessly reductive and idealistic. This vision of the world in Empress Teresa makes Star Wars look gritty and grounded. Point 3. Empress Teresa is fun to read. Most stories written today are too grim. No, it ain't. It's a slog to get through, and it made me want to choose violence. Now, to be honest, I do kind of agree with what he said about a lot of stories being too grim. That's what inspired me to write my book, Hell's Gulf. I have a book, by the way, links in the description, because at the time I was reading a lot of horror that, while being well written, was also overly serious and bleak. So I wanted to write something wacky and unhinged, thus Hell's Gulf was born. Shameless plug aside though, I doubt what Norm considers grim is what everyone else considers grim, and even in the most depressing of stories, there is light for those with eyes to see. But that's another conversation. Point 4. Empress Teresa is an outstanding role model. No. See my review. Point 5. Empress Teresa has simplicity. No, it doesn't. It's convoluted, it's pseudoscientific, there's plot points that go nowhere, and so much nonsense happens that it's impossible to keep track of. Apparently someone actually proofread this thing. Were you in a pitch black room, Pierre? Point 6. Teresa is thrown onto the world stage with huge responsibilities. The only thing that can get her through these trials is her character. Again, I gave credit for at least addressing those realities, but they're in no way expanded upon enough to be considered genius. Also, point 4. Point 7. Empress Teresa illustrates emotional and intellectual development. No. See my review. Points 8 through 9. Empress Teresa dares to mention God in his involvement in human events. Her faith is the source of her triumph. Actually, Hal is the source of her triumph, an otherworldly entity that randomly bestows her with godlike powers. She could not have done anything in the book without Hal. Faith, religion, God had nothing to do with it. Anything supernatural beyond Hal has zero presence or impact in the story. It's all aliens. Point 10. Is Empress Teresa a Christian novel? You decide. No, but you're definitely trying to push something, and you're not very good at it. Whew, boy, my jaw hurts. But that's about it regarding the book. There's just a few more closing remarks that have to be said. Empress Teresa is a terrible book, and it's probably the worst book I've ever read. There is so much more to it that I haven't addressed simply for the sake of time. But ultimately, this video is as much about Norman Boutin as it is Empress Teresa. And it's not just because it's easy to pick on him. I gave a lot of background and context to the kind of person this man is, but ultimately you can tell just as much about him by reading the novel. Empress Teresa is a very personal book, in that you can determine all of Norm's opinions, biases, and perspectives on himself, other people, and the world. The characters are bland and agreeable, the story is unchallenging, and even the writing style is plain and colorless, because anything else would have gotten in Norm's way. Because ultimately, Empress Teresa is not a story. It is the Norman Boutin manifesto. And based on what we've read, it is the manifesto of someone who, in my opinion, is egotistical, delusional, and disturbed. And let's not pretend that other authors haven't inserted their beliefs and opinions into the stories they tell. C.S. Lewis used prose to preach his views on religion, politics, and society. The difference, however, is that despite Lewis's messaging, he recognized a truth that all writers must embrace. When you write, your obligation is for others. You write stories so readers can enjoy them, and by extension create value via their entertainment, introspection, or inspiration. Norm can claim otherwise all he wants, but he did not write Empress Teresa so readers could enjoy the story. He wrote Empress Teresa so readers could enjoy him, his opinions, his solutions, his desires,
lottery
likes,
ideation,
and dislikes. And when you write a story that's ultimately for yourself and not for others, then you failed to write a story.
Good video.
Now, there is one thing in Empress Teresa that I did not talk about, but I think is the final nail in the coffin for how uniquely bad this book is. In the story, Teresa uncovers the skull of Joan of Arc buried in a church in London.
May the hell in form of horse behind you be with you.
Yeah, it's my character, okay?
Presents it to the people of France, much to their tearful
It's a sign of using your own internal perseverance to overcome, along with supernatural powers.
Gratitude. Now, as anyone learned on the subject could tell you, Joan of Arc was burned at the stake, and her remains were dumped in the Seine River. See, back in 2002, Norman Boutin published an article arguing that Joan of Arc did not get burned to a crisp, but rather died a relatively peaceful and painless death via heat stroke and smoke inhalation. The going theory is that he ultimately believes this is a more pleasant and dignified death, as opposed to getting burned at the stake. You know, as if that isn't a massive insult to Joan of Arc's conviction and courage. Predictably, readers did not take kindly to this self-serving historical revisionism. So, I believe it's fitting to give Empress Teresa a conclusion worthy of the real Joan of Arc.
Classic.
Oh, I also need to get into the right wardrobe for this, so, excuse me. All right, always remember to practice proper fire safety and, stay in school.
This guy puts in effort. like AVGN, but for books. He's gonna take you back to the past to read the shitty books that suck ass. Not bad. And yeah, I did see this. All the references in Marvel Tokon are really, really cool. And what's even cooler is that in the Japanese dub, the references are different. Like, they're more fighting game oriented in the Japanese dub. They're not just a translation to another language. It's literally just different lines that are even more referential. Let's go raid Zara, because she's live. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I stream on Thursdays now. I'll add like the finishing touches to this animation I'm working on and hopefully get it live, and then we can focus on other stuff like the Mecha Chameleon map and what else? Something else. Anything else. We got stuff working on all the time. Go raid Zara. Try to spell it right. There we go. May the good blood guide your way, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kurnox. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Suburban High. Thank you, Good Roberts. Lonely Soli. Delorio, Crispo Farrakhan, Doom. Everybody who stopped by and hung out. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Same networks on Kick, Rumble, and Twitch.
Thank you again for lending me the photo.
Would it be pupil?
Please be
No,
careful.
it's the white in your eyes, but
photo I
looks
have
black on
left
his
of my
eye.
father.
Sorry, Cornelia. I think your dad was part of the evil organization that's been killing people. I don't know if you should tell her that. Lottie has locked into the stream. How you doing, Raiders? How you doing? I'm Sarah. I'm your friendly neighborhood evil overlord down in the corner. Currently doing the other ending.